Hello everyone, how are you all? I'm doing quite well. Tater says he's dropping a like because he'll be gone for a couple hours. That is a-okay. I'm very confused as to how there are 2 concurrent viewers but 7 likes. This is like the exact opposite of how streams normally start off, and it immensely confuses me. Why are there 4,000 of them? I think you missed the zero there, Neve. It's 40,000. Well, since this is mostly going to be me lecturing people and answering questions stream, I'll hop in VC right away. Let's see here. This should be good. Yes. Wait. No, I don't need to be fucking crushing that up. I can get good back support. Yeah, that still works. What do we have here in the chat? Who is here?
Greetings.
Hello. Sukjuan Singh, who I'm just gonna call Singh, says, now you got 8. Nice. Can I raise my volume a little bit? Unfortunately, wait, hold on. This is the best I can do. I can move my mic a little bit closer to my mouth. Unfortunately, the volume on my mic's pretty low, like just in general, as default, and I've never been able to fix it.
Oh, I forgot
So I have it at max.
Mate. Yeah.
Oh.
That was a bit, ouchie.
Wow. Well, Singh, if you're not used to my volume, I assume that you're relatively new to the streams, which would make sense because I don't recognize you at all. Welcome. Sun Eater says the 40k. It is the one and only. Well, it's the 40k, but it's not the only Warhammer. Because there's Warhammer Fantasy, which I'm pretty sure is the original. I do believe what happened was back in like the 80s? 70s or 80s. This company from the UK called Games Workshop had made like a tabletop war game in a fantasy setting called Warhammer. They were like, that's really cool, but what if we made it a sci-fi setting? Like, what if we just took a bunch of the shit from the fantasy setting and put it in space?
And there you have it today.
There you go. That's all for today's stream. No. You watch my videos mostly? Oh, is it picking up a lot of my breathing?
Yeah.
Ugh. That's no bueno. What about now?
That should be fine.
Are we sure? I'm doing a little bit more breathing.
Yeah, it sounds fine to me.
Okay, cool. See, that's the other issue with this mic, is it's so sensitive. I can never quite tell where exactly it should be for optimal volume and audio quality. So how have you been?
Oh, swell yourself.
I'm doing quite well. Didn't do much today. Did a bit of schoolwork. I was actually going to start doing schoolwork for my geology class today when I saw I got an email from my professor being like, hey, just don't forget that, you know, you have like 3 modules worth of shit due in less than a week, so remember to do it. And I'm like, yeah, I know. Cause they're like, you haven't started any of it, you should fucking get to it. Fortunately, this is one of those classes where you can just really burn through the modules really quickly, so.
Yeah.
And then my psych class starts on Wednesday. That will probably be a little bit more intensive. A little bit more...
Oh, psych class.
Yeah, psychology. I took psychology back in sophomore year. I quite liked it. And I had a list of recommended classes to take this semester. Because I wasn't able to take, I forget what it was called, but some kind of communications class. I wasn't able to take it. Just because, like, it didn't line up with my schedule at all. it was only available in person at some other campus, like half an hour away, and I'm like, yeah, I can't do that. So they were
Half an
like,
hour ain't too bad.
half an hour ain't too bad.
Actually, hold on, no, Florida, you're right, yeah.
Yeah. Florida, and also I share a car with my family.
Mm.
And it would be in like the middle of the day on a weekday. Mildly inconvenient. Also, I don't really like doing in-person classes that much, so...
Mm.
Alright, seems like this is gonna be probably, to very little surprise, one of the more low-key streams. We've got a fairly consistent 6 viewers here. I'm gonna assume most of the people watching right now are already familiar with Warhammer to an extent, at least. I think Sun Eater is, at least knows what it is, because he's the one that's like, yeah, the 40k. He at least knows. Do you have any degree of knowledge on the subject, Neve? Are you familiar with it at all?
The orcs exist and are very funny, and that's that.
Well, that's all you need to know. Well, not really, but that is good to know. They are very funny. And thus, we're going to get into a bit of a deep dive. Whenever people talk about 40k, or not anytime, but when people talk about 40k lore, they're like, yeah, imagine trying to explain 40k lore to someone that's not familiar with it. Like, where the fuck do you even start?
Well, imagine no longer, because right here.
Exactly. That's what I was leading into. I think it usually gets compared to, like, the schizo posting meme, you know?
Yeah. I love those ones.
Like, the schizo history. There it is. This kind of shit. This is what explaining 40k lore is like. Because there's just so fucking much of it.
Oh, that gift. Love that one.
It's a classic. And I decided today, after recently getting a bit back into 40k lore, I want to take a stab at explaining it to people. Haven't entirely decided on how I'm going to do that, but, well, I have a general idea, which is just going to be kind of like going over the gist of the setting, you know, reading the classic synopsis, and then, probably talk about the factions, and then we'll get to the important parts of the timeline. Before we do that, should perhaps set the mood a little bit.
Oh, I love ambience.
I love ambience too. And this is specifically war ambience, which is very fitting. It's literally ambient sound effects for Warhammer. Oh, and I should probably also change the background of the stream. If only I had downloaded an image earlier today to do such a thing. Yeah, shame you can't really see most of it. Alright, OBS had an update like 10 minutes ago, not 20 minutes ago now. The format's generally the same, but everything looks different now. It's mildly fucking me up.
Get used to it.
I will.
That's with all things like that.
This is true. This is the truth of all things. Oh, what's this here? Carrot. Oh, bad Mr. Grimdark himself. The war in heaven would be a nice topic to cover. I will definitely be covering that.
What? That's a lot.
That's like the earliest part of the timeline. That's like the prehistory part of the timeline. It's one of those sci-fi settings.
Ah.
Oh, DevJ asks, what's your favorite faction, Misc? I don't know, but I do have a Death Guard army. Mostly just because I got into it when 8th edition started, and, well, that was the big new army that they were selling, and the models are really cool.
And assumedly cheap? Well, relatively cheap.
No.
Oh.
I started off with me and Danny splitting the starter box set for the edition. I don't think he really ever did shit with his half of the box set. And I never really played the game much, I just liked the models. and I still just like the models, so in the future I'll probably just be buying whichever models I like, regardless of whatever factions they're for, because I never plan on playing the game. Because personally, I don't find it to be the most engaging thing in the world.
I mean, where'd you have them stored?
I have a box that Danny gave me, actually, that I keep under my bed at my dad's house.
No shelf? Wow.
I do not have a shelf, unfortunately. Those fuckers have been in that box for a while now. I would like to be able to display them somewhere, but I don't really have a good space for it. Also, my cat is a goblin, and you know how cats are with things on shelves.
Right, we need someone to, send like $200 worth of donations to free the guys from the box.
I would gladly welcome anyone giving me $200 in the super chat so I can buy a shelf. I would not say no to that. I mean, I could afford it myself, but I won't say no to someone just sending me $200. Let's see here. Yeah, Sonny seems to like the orcs. DevJ says, I'm a Custodians and Grey Knights guy. Just always love the whole, for my god or leader, there is nothing I wouldn't do vibe. They're pretty cool. They are very cool. So, I don't think there's any better place to start than the synopsis. I don't know when this synopsis came out because it's a little bit out of date as of like 5 years ago. But was...
You haven't found a new one?
They don't have it here on the wiki.
Ah.
But this accurately describes the gist of the setting for like the last 30 years up until like 2018.
Right.
It is the 41st millennium. For more than 100 centuries, the Emperor of mankind has sat immobile on the golden throne of Earth. He is the master of mankind by the will of the gods, and master of 1,000,000 worlds by the might of his inexhaustible armies. He is a rotting carcass, writhing invisibly, with power from the dark age of technology. He is the carrion lord of his vast imperium of man, for whom 1,000 souls are sacrificed every day so that he may never truly die.
So he's a lich, right?
Kind of. Sort of. Not quite. Yet even in his deathless state, the Emperor continues his eternal vigilance. Mighty battle fleets cross the demon-infested miasma of the warp, the only route between distant stars, their way lit by the Astronomicon, the psychic manifestation of the Emperor's will. Vast armies give battle in his name on uncounted worlds. Greatest among his soldiers are the Adeptus Astartes, the Space Marines, bioengineered super warriors. Their comrades in arms are Legion, the Imperial Guard, and countless planetary defense forces, the ever-vigilant Inquisition, and the tech priests of the Adeptus Mechanicus, to name only a few. But for all their multitudes, they are barely enough to hold off the ever-present threat to humanity from aliens, heretics, mutants, and far, far worse. To be a man in such times is to be one amongst untold billions. It is to live in the cruelest and most bloody regime imaginable. These are the tales of those times. Forget the power of technology and science, for so much has been forgotten, never to be relearned. Forget the promise of progress and understanding, for in the grim dark future there is only war. There is no peace amongst the stars, only an eternity of carnage and slaughter and the laughter of thirsting gods.
Well, that's a very upbeat start.
I know, right? So, that's Warhammer. That's the gist for 40k.
Right.
So I might as well begin kind of explaining each faction in kind of a list, I guess. Let me see how the wiki organizes the factions. I assume they're probably in alphabetical order, but I want to know if there's like a good order to go through. Doesn't really seem like there is one. Oh well. No better place to start than with the Imperium of Man. So this is the umbrella human faction, because there are like a dozen different human factions within it.
As
Basically,
expected when you colonize 100 different planets or whatnot.
when you colonize like a million worlds, you're all across the galaxy. These are the quote-unquote good guys. And they suck.
In what way? Or just always?
The Imperium is a hyper-militaristic, authoritarian, theocratic regime.
That's quite stacked.
The entire society is built around worship of the Emperor, who is a borderline godlike being whose immense psychic power is what allows humans to do interstellar travel without getting absolutely murdered every time they teleport into hell to do faster than light travel.
So it's not even like to work for the king, just to worship.
Pretty much.
Wow.
It's a state religion.
Someone should get rid of that guy.
Well, you see, the problem is if you got rid of the Emperor, who's not really an active force, once again, he is basically a corpse attached to a big chair. The Light of the Astronomicon, the guide for interstellar travel, would just disappear.
Did you not copy it?
Not really. Or, well, he is the thing that powers it, effectively. And there's not really anyone else that can do that. Also, he's kind of stopping a giant rift in reality on Earth from opening up, so if he died, also, like, Earth and probably the entire solar system would literally get sucked into hell.
In that case, just give him, like, a feeding pipe or something, leave him there forever, and just,
Well, that's what they're doing.
Ah, good.
The
Glad they're taking my advice. You're welcome, John Warhammer.
Yeah, they feed him like 1,000 psychers every single day or something. That's what they have to do to keep his psychic power maintained, is they basically fucking sacrifice 1,000 psychic people to him on a daily basis. And have been doing that for the last 10,000 years.
There's at least enough psychic people to feel that properly, right?
Oh yeah, I mean, they just kind of collect them from all across the galaxy. Yeah, they are incredibly fascist. That is also very accurate. It would be accurate to say that the Imperium is kind of a fascist satire. The Warhammer universe is very kind of satirical in just how absurd it is with everything.
I can kind of gather that in a sense.
So, the entire Imperium is a giant militaristic theocratic organization that is still pretty much humanity's best shot, because the entire galaxy is just full of a lot of really, really dangerous shit. As mentioned before, pretty much the backbone of the Imperium is the Space Marines. If I send a picture of the Space Marines, which I'm going to do right now, you will probably recognize them.
I imagine so.
They are the poster child for Warhammer. Even if someone isn't entirely familiar with what Warhammer is, they would probably at least recognize, oh yeah, I've seen this thing before. And I really want to get this image in good quality because it's one of my favorite Space Marine images. It is in the 7th edition book that I have. That's 7th or 6th. I can't remember. Well, they got a bit of an upgrade, like, when 8th edition started, so here's what most of the new Space Marines look like.
Ah, those things.
Yeah, those big fellows. Those big lads.
Oh, I thought that was like Fallout or something, but oh well, close enough.
Yeah. So these guys are enhanced super soldiers. who go through various intensive procedures that essentially turn them into post-human borderline demigods that are able to just absolutely kick everything's ass and are pretty much the big equalizer that the Imperium has with most of the other factions. Because regular humans suck. Regular humans are
That they do.
absolute fucking fodder. Which is then where the other main military faction comes into play, the Imperial Guard, which is the normal human military. As you would imagine, when it's 40,000 years in the future, and humanity controls a million different worlds, we have a lot of people. Like, fucking quadrillions of people.
And it's still bottom tier, right?
The normal humans are bottom tier, yeah. But that's the
And
idea. There's so fucking many of them. So if you just conscript, like, I don't know, 3 billion guys into a planetary defense force, if someone attacks your planet, you could literally just fucking bury them in your corpses. And that's generally what the Imperial Guard does. They are literal cannon fodder.
wow.
But they have,
What's
like,
that?
good artillery and stuff, so...
And I imagine they're probably led by like some really smart guy or something who can
There are
make.
a lot of pretty smart guys in the Imperial Guard. Because the Imperial
Okay, but are they
Guard,
the ones calling the shots?
um, the Imperium is mostly run by a group on Earth called the High Lords of Terra, because Earth is called Terra now. They're basically just a bunch of bureaucrats, and they kind of suck. But they each manage like a big department in the Imperium.
Mm.
And I believe there is a High Lord for the Imperial Guard, which is also called, I think, the Astra Militarum. So, yeah, they kind of have a guy that's on, like, the Chiefs of Staff or whatever. He's kind of like the Secretary of Defense, I guess, or the Secretary of State. I don't think he's particularly competent, as far as I am aware. But because the Imperium is so fucking big, you basically just have people that are in charge of various different little sectors and stuff. And each, like, individual guard force is going to have its commanders and the like. There are a few famous members. There's a guy called, what is his name? Creed. Everyone loves Creed. He was the guy leading the Imperial Guard on a planet called Cadia, which was essentially the bulwark of the Imperial force against chaos, which we'll talk about in a bit, because they're basically demons that come from the warp, which is the hell dimension that we have to travel through to do interstellar travel. There's a big warp rift in the galaxy called the Eye of Terror that usually warp fuckers travel out of to try and lead big attacks on the Imperium or just the galaxy at large. And Cadia was there as the front line of defense. Essentially, if you wanted to get out of the Eye of Terror and cause problems, you had to go through Cadia. Cadia was the fucking ultimate fortress world that was just absolutely stacked, and it was pretty much exclusively defended by the Imperial Guard, and they did their fucking job for like 10,000 years.
I've noticed you're speaking in past tense here.
Right, because at the end of 7th edition, Cadia fucking exploded.
Why?
Oh, a guy dropped, I think it was dropping the Blackstone Fortress onto Cadia.
Wait, someone drops a fucking fortress onto the planet?
Yeah,
What?
and then I think they just, they used the big planet killer spaceship to blow it up. But Cadia broke before the Guard did. Like, literally as the planet was exploding, the Guard didn't break their lines.
Holy shit. Respect.
Oh, the biggest. This is
I
why
think it like
the Imperial Guard are the fucking champs. Because they're normal humans. But they still fight anyway.
take it like everyone on Cadia was like the most the closest to cracked you can get among like normal guys, right?
I mean, like, we had some pretty cracked guys there, but yeah, I suppose so. More so in terms of like resolve and stuff, which is a big thing. Morale. In fact, morale
Yeah.
is an actual gameplay mechanic in 40k. If what is it? I think if over half of a squad gets killed in like one round, you have to do a morale check, and if you fail it, either the unit like fucking splits up or just dies.
Like on the spot?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a thing that happens. There are a bunch of different guard regiments. There are a few different specialized ones. Of course, you had the Cadians, who are big chads. You had the Catachan, or you have the Catachan jungle fighters, who are basically just an entire regiment of Rambo. Like fucking
Mm.
everyone is Sylvester Stallone. They're all jungle fighters that do guerrilla warfare. You have the Death
Really?
Corps of Krieg, which is World War I trench warfare guys that dress up like it's World War I trench warfare. And I'm pretty sure they're all
What?
clones.
All
Or
the same
most of them.
guy?
Not necessarily all of the same guy, but they mostly supplement their ranks with cloning.
I mean, hey, better than just, you know, oh, what's that? You're failing college. Well, I have a spot for you.
Yeah. So, those are your normal humans. The Inquisition is the Inquisition. I don't think I really need to specify on that. They have a few different orders within the Inquisition that fulfill different roles, but it's an Inquisition. I don't think I need to specify much on that.
Yeah, you don't.
Um,
Wouldn't expect those guys here.
right. And then I think the last group that is important enough to mention specifically would be the Mechanicus, which are the cyborg guys that are mostly important for doing all the tech support. So like,
Thank you, computer guys.
yeah, they're the big computer guys, and they all hang out on Mars. Well, their base of operations is on Mars, and they're in kind of a special situation because they don't directly worship the Emperor. They worship something called the Omnissiah, which is the machine god.
Machine God.
Yeah, because they
Or
believe that all machines have a spirit called a machine spirit, and part of their IT support is literally like doing fucking religious rituals, and it works. I'm not joking. See, this is what I mean.
Upgrade to Windows 11.
Yep,
Holy
exactly. So they have
That's
their own
good.
armies and stuff too. It's mostly like cool cyborg stuff and robots. They have a cool aesthetic. Let me send some pictures of the Mechanicus or the Skitari, which I'm pretty sure is mostly their military force. I think Danny ran a Skitari kill team as one of his, because there's like a smaller Warhammer game called Kill Team, which is basically just running like individual squads.
Right. So many Warhammer.
Yeah. I mean, you use like the same models and everything, but you don't need to have like a big army. You can basically buy like a box, and you're good. Can we get some good Adeptus Mechanicus art? That's pretty good. There we go. There's our cover picture for the Skitari. This is the general aesthetic of these guys. Red robes and blue electricity with a lot of steampunky looking cyborg bits.
Well, that looks very, if you showed that to me outside this, would have thought, oh, it's just another thing from Star Wars or something.
They do look quite a bit Star Wars, yeah. They do. That's true. So yeah, that's kind of the most important factions within the Imperium. There are a few others, like the Sisters of Battle, who are like,
Holy shit, Hollow Knight?
I wish, they're kind of like in between the Imperial Guard and the Space Marines, and that they're normal humans, but they basically are given Space Marine equipment, so they're just kind of
Ah.
better. And they're all women, of course. You have the Grey Knights, who are Space Marines specifically dedicated to demon hunting. And then you have the Adeptus Custodes, who are the guards of the Emperor, that pretty much just hang out on Terra. But they have their own army as well. and they're basically better Space Marines. They're a tier above them.
I would have thought these guys would be the lazy guys who just sat on their asses all day.
Oh no, the Custodes are the biggest badasses, except for the other tier above them.
Like, what badass stuff they're doing if they have to, like, sit around the king all day?
Well, basically, if anything bad happens on Terra that is a direct threat to the Emperor, they just fucking annihilate it. I'll get into some more details with it later.
Right.
Of course, protecting the Emperor is, like, the most important thing in the fucking galaxy, because if he dies, everything is fucked. Like, we're just absolutely doomed if he dies. So they have pretty much the most important job. Let me send a picture of the Custodes. They're pretty swanky. There is was, unfortunately, a fan series called If the Emperor Had a Text-to-Speech Device, which was just about them installing a text-to-speech device up to the Emperor and him being, like, complaining about everything.
That's
And
great.
one of the main characters is Custodian. Unfortunately,
Yes,
the series had
exactly.
to get stopped because of Games Workshop being fucks with copyright.
Mm,
Do we have a
that's
good
saddening.
picture of the Custodians? We do. Okay. So the ones on the right here are what they normally look like, and then the ones on the left middle have something called Terminator armor, which is just sort of like heavier armor. Most of them
That's
look like the
actually
guys
what
on
I
the right.
mentioned.
Yeah.
Look very, Roman.
Oh, certainly.
Why?
Every single Custodes can fight a Primarch but not win, but they could hold their own. I didn't
The
realize
hell's a
how many
Primarch?
Warhammer fans we had here. Like, regular stream viewers that are fans of Warhammer. This is interesting and good to know. Let's see, chat people, which of the other factions should I talk about first? Because, well, there are a few. There are a few enemy factions we could talk about. We got the Eldar, the Orcs, Chaos, of course. We got the Necrons, the Tau, the Tyranids. Am I missing any of them? Oh, the Dark
there a
Eldar
bias?
exist, I guess. That one,
Is there a bias to that order?
a bias?
Yeah.
Well, Chaos is definitely the most important. Talk about the Eldar. Oh, we're getting conflicting. We gotta see which one gets the, Oh, fuck, everyone's giving a different answer. Shit.
Good. See that within them. Do it.
I need a plurality here.
Come on, someone reply with the fourth faction, please. I beg thee.
Okay, we got two for
Damn.
Chaos now.
Uh,
Let's see what anyone else says. Oh, this is what a fucking quote here. Under,
oh?
on the fucking, like, the lead quote for the Imperium of Man article, the martyr's grave is the keystone of the Imperium. As in, the
Oh.
Imperium is built upon martyrs.
Oh, what's that word mean again? I always
It's
remember
someone
that
that
means,
sacrifices themselves for a cause.
that's, right. Is it that in a sweet way or a disrespectful way?
In a sweet way, because literally humanity's survival is built on people having the morale to give up their lives for the sake of humanity.
Ah, right.
Okay, we got a plurality for Chaos, so we're doing Chaos. Someone suggested Abaddon, so since he's the War Master of Chaos, we're doing Chaos. Chaos!
Chaos.
The Warp is an extra-dimensional plane
Right.
created from the collective psyche of all sentient living things.
Right.
And as you can imagine, due to Warhammer being such a fucked setting, the psychic plane is a fucking nightmare realm of incomprehensible madness.
Oh, right. So it's not the Astral Sea, it's the Far Realms.
Yeah, it's kind of like a weird mash between the two. Theoretically, if you go really deep into the warp, or at least fun fanfiction interpretations of the warp, it basically turns into the fucking far realm.
Very. I love when all the insane people's psyche gets pushed into one corner.
Yeah, here are some good pictures for visualizing how fucking psychedelic and terrible it is.
Yeah, just what I expected.
Um,
Is that fucking Nebula living?
um, yeah.
Those are eyes and teeth. Yeah.
So, the,
Man, Lovecraft would love this shit.
oh, he would. It's very Lovecraftian. The collective beliefs, feelings, actions of all living things create entities within the warp. These entities are called demons. Demons can be created just from believing in something really hard. So, essentially, if a big enough population believes in some kind of mythical creature, the warp will just make it into a thing. Within the warp, but then it'll exist.
It'll escape.
Right. Well, it can.
Yeah.
Things usually can only escape the warp through warp rifts, such as the Eye of Terror. We'll talk about how that was created later. Or through
basically,
possession.
basically everything in the Warhammer setting is Akuator, right?
Technically,
Like-
yeah.
Ah.
Another
fun.
way for demons to come into reality is through possession, which is a thing that can happen. Either doing an actual like symbiotic possession in which the host is mutated into some kind of demon monster person, or just literally like sacrificing a person and using their soul as a medium to summon a demon. Usually happens with
Awesome.
greater demons.
There's another use for the Empyrean Guard.
Of course. And, well, no, because they often have to fight demons. The Cadians had to fight demons all the fucking time. Which, as you can imagine, was not great for normal humans.
Well, like, if a demon's just a term for anything made there, well, if, like, everyone believes in some very kind entity, right? And then, like, you
That
know...
would be really interesting if such a thing did happen, didn't it?
Did it happen?
Technically. I don't think there's been any real confirmation. Let me talk a little bit more about some of the bad shit from the warp, and then I'll talk about the interesting cases of maybe good things from it that are
Right?
definitely technically demons. So the warp is ruled over by the four gods of chaos, the greatest physical manifestations of everything's psyche being really fucked up. These are Khorne, the god of bloodshed, Tzeentch, the god of schemes, Nurgle, the god of decay, and Slaanesh, the god of pleasure. I'm pretty sure that's what they are the god of. As you can imagine, they're kind of they're a bit gender fluid, non-binary or whatever, because they kind of have to appeal to everybody.
Yes, expected with, you know, oh, my pleasure.
And they're the newest of the Chaos Gods. Though, due to the warp being the warp, they have also technically always existed. Don't think about it too much. Because they always existed in the fantasy setting, but have not always existed in the 40k setting. But both versions of Warhammer share the same warp. Because it's an extra dimensional space.
I'll just assume it exists outside of time then.
It does!
Ah, okay, good.
That's an actual plot point in regards to a couple things.
Alright, there we go.
Yeah. So these four chaos fuckers are constantly fighting with each other for dominion. All of them basically want to kill each other and just rule over everything, but they're all too relative to each other in power for that to happen. So they all just kind of constantly fight with each other and compete over mortal champions to one-up each other.
Mortal champions?
Indeed, because, well, mortals, seemingly always humans, can worship chaos and be bestowed power by demons and the chaos gods. This usually ends up manifesting in the forms of magical powers and usually some kind of mutations.
I love being a warlock.
Obviously, the biggest threat that comes about from this sort of shit happening is the Chaos Space Marines, who
Uh,
are Space Marines that have defected from the Imperium and worship Chaos.
that
'Cause,
sounds,
not great.
yeah, it sounds, a bit of, yeah, I'd rather not have that on, the opposing end.
Yeah, you would not want that. Like, fucking... No, you don't at all. Remember, the Imperial Guard has to fight these guys, like, all the fucking time.
But, like, these guys are trying to, like, fight for dominion over,
All of existence, pretty much.
literally, yeah, because, like, the warp is just all of existence, but
Pretty much, as far as we
not.
can tell.
Ah, weird. We should recreate this in real life.
Well, that's a great idea. The greatest gift that can be bestowed upon a follower of Chaos is straight up demonhood. It is possible for a mortal person to be granted demonhood as a demon prince, which gives
So,
you
like,
just immortality, because when demons are killed in the material world, they just go back to the warp.
wow, who ever heard that one before?
Yeah, I know.
So, like, is it Demon Prince in a conventional sense, or is it in the demon in the wacky rift sense, where literally everything's a demon?
They are more powerful demons.
Uh,
Usually they are
okay,
given worlds to rule over.
but do they seem like more conventional demons,
Their
or
forms can
just
vary.
random shit?
Oh, they usually look like more conventional demons.
Ah,
Actually, let me send a picture of some chaos demons so you kind of have an idea of what they usually look like. I sent some pictures of some earlier, actually, so you know. They vary.
all the stuff in D&D chat, right?
Yeah, actually, here's a picture of some Imperial Guard fighting chaos demons. It's not...
Boy, let's
doesn't look like
see.
it's going too well.
Yeah, it seems mildly stacked in the opposition's favor.
Yeah, most
Especially when
certainly.
their leader rolls up. Yeah,
Yeah.
mildly suboptimal situation.
A little
I hope
bit.
they intend to fix that.
I would certainly hope so as well. Yeah, let's see. Can I find a good quality picture of a demon prince? Like, art of a demon prince.
So is that like a weird two-headed thing from that you sent earlier today?
Oh, no, that's not a demon prince. That's a greater demon. Which just means it's always been a demon.
Uh,
Oh, here's a classic image of a demon prince using a gun. Which they usually don't do. They usually wield a big fucking sword or something. So this one definitely used to be a Chaos Space Marine. Then he got turned into a demon prince.
wow, Doom.
They do look very Doom. Pretty sure Doom has like some 40k inspirations.
Wouldn't surprise
Oh
me.
right, how could I forget about that one that's questionably canon? So, due to Warhammer Fantasy, and also a short story of questionable canonicity, there is technically a minor fifth chaos god known as Malal or Malice, who is the renegade god of anarchy that wants to bring about the destruction of the other chaos gods and like everything in existence. He's basically a god of nihilism.
As opposed to, anarchy.
Right. And his canonicity is questionable due to, wait for it, copyright issues. Yeah.
Hooray!
But he's a neat little concept, and also his chaos warband that worships him, the Sons of Malice, are still canon. So, at least the idea of him is still canon.
Well, in that case, I assume Malal himself is canon.
Yeah, well, you can always just headcanon it and say, fuck you, he's canon. Oh yeah, the Demon Prince model got quite a hefty update recently to this, which is quite good.
Oh, let's see. That is certainly something.
It is.
That's like, oh.
Yeah, so the Emperor, who being effectively a corpse is almost exclusively a psychic entity now, um,
Right.
lights the way for humanity to travel through the warp, as you have to do, um, and fights the Chaos Gods.
Oh,
Because
does,
apparently the
does it do well?
Emperor is stronger than any of the Chaos Gods individually.
I mean, like, when you have, like, several thousand years worth of, thousands of souls every day
In addition to
put
being
into you,
like one of the strongest psychers ever. Or just kind of one of the strongest people ever. And then you have
like,
that, it makes that happen.
yeah, slap all that on someone, plus some other, wacky stuff that comes
Well,
from disconnecting yourself from your physical body
I
and becoming
suppose more
psychic.
so feeding him the psychers is to allow him to continue doing that. Because he was kind of doing that before he was
Well,
contained on the throne.
that is correct.
Oh yeah, we'll talk about how cracked the Emperor is later, when we get into the timeline of events. Okay. Yeah, then that one guy happened. Tater
Mm.
has no interest in Warhammer, but will drop a
Thank you,
minority
Peter.
here. But I appreciate it.
Your like shan't go unnoticed.
Okay, so that's pretty much chaos. And oh right, currently the main leader of chaos is a guy called Abaddon the Despoiler. We'll probably talk more about him later. Um, he's just a guy that's been trying to destroy the Imperium for the last 10,000 years and hasn't really done a very good job at it till
Why?
recently, because of reasons we'll get into later. Because he worships
Uh,
chaos.
yeah, hopefully someone puts him in a shield or something later.
Hmm, that would be good.
Leave him there.
Let's see. Who could I talk about next? Should I talk
Chat.
about the chat? Should I talk about the Eldar or the Orcs next? Heavenly says, I have the personal headcanon that the Imperium worshipping him as a god makes him stronger while in the warp. Oh, 100%, because that's how the warp works. Oh, right. There are some instances of what may be Imperial demons. There are
Huh?
two big examples. One is these things from the Sisters of Battle called the Living Saints, who are essentially giant, divine, glowing celestial angels.
Right.
The biggest one being someone called Saint Celestine. Yeah, there's not really any explanation for them existing other than them technically being demons. But they're created
What?
by the psychic power of humanity worshipping the Emperor and like divine symbols of humanity. So they are demons that are good and protect humanity.
I mean, how does the divine symbol of humanity affect this? Like, if I tattoo, like, a crucifix on me, and then, like, every single Christian prays at once, do I become, like, an angel or something?
You would need a lot more people to do that.
Right. Every single Christian that has ever existed and will exist prays at once.
Um, maybe. I don't know. A lot of this shit happens on like a galactic scale. So the quantities of psychic power you'd need to do such a thing is mildly mind-boggling. The other possible example is the Legion of the Damned, which are weird
That one
Ghost
sounds
Rider
wacky.
space marines that just kind of show up unannounced whenever a battle is going really badly, usually a very crucial battle, they show
Oh,
up, save the day, and then just disappear.
oh, they're the built-in anti-TPK mechanic.
Yeah, kind of.
Thanks, world.
Indeed. Alright, and it's possible that the, as you would imagine, collective worship of trillions upon trillions of humans worshipping the Emperor as a god is maybe actually turning him into a god.
Yeah, some of those ghost guys, like, it'd be people remembering, every single, like, martyr ever, TM.
Probably. I would assume the Legion of the Damned is, like, the collective perception of the Space Marines, because they're often referred to as, like, the Emperor's Angels or the Angels of Death. Because, I mean, to normal humans, when they, like, fucking drop down from the sky to save them from an invasion of either demons or aliens, they probably seem like fucking angels.
Oh yeah, aliens. Those would exist too.
Oh yeah, we're gonna talk about some of those aliens now. Seems like the majority has said talk about the orcs. Okay. So, like, we're familiar now with the Lord of the Rings orcs, because we watched Lord of the Rings like 2 months ago.
Of course, yeah.
But then you have Warhammer Orcs, which are fucking hilarious. Because they're all like, they're the big, large-headed, tusked, muscular fantasy orcs. And they all have Cockney accents.
Well, I didn't know that part.
They all have Cockney accents. Do you want me to read
Blimey.
off the actual official names for various orc units?
Do it.
Okay. So, let's see here. I believe I will probably have to go, yeah, here. Orc units. Their basic infantry units are called boys, with a Z at the end. Oh, hey, Danny. Good, we have the 40k nerd here.
Very creative name for them.
The boys. Their mech units are called mechs with just a K, no C.
I assume we're discussing orcs here.
We're discussing orcs right
Right
now,
now,
yes.
Phenomenal.
They have ranged units known as flash gits. Their artillery are called mech guns. They have bigger mechs called big mechs. And they have super big mechs called mega knobs.
Oh, well, Meganobs are, they're elite infantry. They're heavy infantry. They're not actually. What you're thinking of is the Gargant class.
Stop making this less fun.
Well, I'm telling you to get your stuff right. You're gonna at least.
Listen,
Yeah,
I'm
you
here
have your
to...
fact checker here now. You have the designated Shin Dynasty legalist.
Let's see here. They've got, like, these pet creatures they call squigoths, which are just kind of like big orc-oid monster things they usually use for mounts and stuff. Their doctors are called pain boys, their psychers are called weird boys, and they're led by war bosses. Whenever they decide to go on what's effectively a big crusade, it's called a wog.
Wog.
Yeah, because they all just scream, WOG!
Have you gotten to the part about Margaret Thatcher yet?
What?
Whoa. Pardon?
Gaskell was based on Margaret Thatcher.
I didn't know Gaskell was based on Margaret Thatcher.
It's Gaskell.
Gaskell is the biggest war boss right now.
Nah.
He's on, what's the name of the planet he's on right now? Octarian?
Octarius.
Octarius. Yeah. So the orcs are just a race of aliens that really like fighting. They just have a really fun time fighting. Whenever a big fun fight happens, they have a great time. And usually they go on a big wog because they want to have a big fun war with someone. Now, let me tell you the 2 reasons the orcs are incredibly fucking dangerous. 1, they are a fungoid race.
They're fungoid.
Mushrooms.
When you kill an
No,
orc, their
no.
body releases spores that grow more orcs.
What the fuck? That's broken.
Yeah, so when a planet gets an orc infestation, like when orcs show up on a planet, they basically just have to deal with them forever. Like they just kind of always have to deal with fighting orcs.
I mean, the
That
only
or
thing that
you
would
like
cleanse it
fucking
is
do a cleansing,
yeah, like and that's like burning a planet to a crisp.
which is pretty standard procedure for the Inquisition.
Yeah.
Mm.
The other thing is that they all kind of have a really big collective psychic conscience, which is where we get to the big Kuatoa thing, where if orcs believe that something is true, it will become true. Most of their technology should not work. It is literally them just fucking screwing and nailing a bunch of shit together, but because they believe it works, it works.
It got to the point where the Mechanicus themselves gave up trying to understand orc technology.
Which is amazing, because the
Yeah.
Mechanicus are such big fucking nerds that want to understand everything, but orc technology just runs on absurdism, so they can't understand it.
If I remember correctly from a book, I think it was an Archmagos. He had a squad bring him remnants of an orc squad, like their weapons and armor. When the weapon was test fired, not only would it not fire, it exploded, killing the wielder.
Amazing.
Wicked. So
Some
cool.
other examples of this is them believing that when a vehicle is painted red, it goes faster. So it does.
Of course.
Danny, do you have any other examples of this in their standard military practice?
Yes, they believe blue is a lucky color, and a lot of the more primitive orc clans will paint themselves blue and believe themselves to be bulletproof, and it's actually worked, which is the scarier
Of
part.
course.
Purple orcs are notoriously stealthy because have you ever seen a purple orc? And no one will answer yes, and
I can't say so.
painted purple will just be invisible. Another fun. Have we discussed their shenanigans with time travel yet?
I'm going to discuss that right
Ooh.
now. So there was an orc
The-
war boss. What was his name?
I don't remember his name, but I know
There
let me
was an
actually
orc
Google
that really liked his gun. He had a favorite
Right.
gun, and he really wanted to get another copy of his gun so he could have two of them.
it. Grizguts.
Grizguts.
Oh, I think I heard this one.
So Grizguts went into the warp, and through various warp shenanigans, traveled back in time, killed himself, and took that copy of his gun, and did not create any time-space paradoxes, because he just didn't think about that.
The only quote unquote paradox it caused is that it threw his Wa into more disarray than a Wa already is.
Right, so his giant chaotic war block party was more disorganized.
Pretty much.
Oh, yeah.
I suppose calling WOGs giant war block parties would be accurate.
I think you could make the same argument for World Eater Crusades.
Yeah, that would be accurate.
Like, that time paradox reminded me of that, it was about a year ago now, actually. Like, you remember this one fight that happened in Fire Force, and you brought it up for, like, a week or so?
Oh,
Like,
yeah,
you know,
where it's
there
just
was
like,
two guys going to
they're
space,
fighting
and,
in
like,
space. They should fucking die because there's like no oxygen and radiation and the temperatures are terrible. But they are not aware of any of these things, so they just keep fighting.
Have you discussed the Gretchen and Snotlings?
Oh yeah, they
Those are
basically have
just
goblin
names.
pests. They have goblin assistants.
No, that's
There
cute.
was a goblin worker uprising that actually became quite successful. So there's just now a roaming band of goblins that
hope
managed to
they
just
do well.
take out massive orc war parties.
And naturally, the orcs' belief power can affect other things. So,
Yeah.
the orcs have done several wars on this planet called Armageddon. It's basically the big planet where we fight orcs.
Right.
And, they mostly fight the, Imperial Guard there. Usually, the Space Marines only get deployed someplace where things are really, really, really fucking bad. There's a meme about how being an Imperial Guardsman where it's like, oh man, this is going really terribly, we're all gonna die. Oh, what do you know, the Space Marines are here, that's great. Oh no, the Space Marines are here.
Like, I don't know, like, one story in relation to, like, orcs, because, like, one guy was, like, on some the infiltration or something.
Yes,
No,
Steampunk, that is the
no
best fight in
bullets.
Fire Force, by the way.
Absolutely no bullets. A bit dire. Bang.
Yeah,
Oh
I say
yeah,
that.
they don't run out
He
of
gets out
ammo
of
because they
there.
don't believe in running out of ammo.
Yeah, and that can be used against them.
Let's see here. Heavenly says
Ooh.
there's a story where a bunch of humans ran out of ammo when they were fighting orcs, so they just started screaming bang, and the
I
orcs
like that.
died from it, so you can
Yeah.
use it against them.
Hold on. Right. So like, since orcs have a hive mind, right?
Well,
If
not
I
necessarily a
a
hive
hive
mind.
mind.
They just have a big collective psychic power.
So like, let's say, right, I were to show like a bunch of orcs ultra gameplay, right?
Yeah.
And then I fill out a bag of quarters.
Yeah, that's gonna go exactly how
I
you think it is.
yeah, I can just get
Sorry,
rid of them.
what
Easy.
was you saying?
If you show them ultra kill gameplay and then start throwing coins up in the air, they're all gonna fucking die.
Oh yeah.
Carrot said... Wait, no. How that one orc almost killed the Emperor was quite a story. Which one was that
Ooh.
specifically?
I think was this during the heresy?
I don't know if he's talking about the Heresy or the War of the Beast. We'll probably talk about the War of the Beast a little bit.
Yeah.
Dev J says that, or how they do drive-bys in the warp by actually just rolling down the windows and shooting out of them.
They will do. They don't have Geller fields in the sense they just believe they're stronger than demons, which we could go into Tuska Demon Killer.
What's the... He just kills demons a lot?
No, he was the dude who went into the warp. His entire ship and crew went into the warp. He killed so many demons. Khorne favored him to the point that
Oh.
he's. Let me Google this one because I remember. Yeah, he's now favored by Khorne, and he took trophies off of literal demons on a ship called Gorejaw.
Mm-hmm.
And it got, he
Heavy
obviously
name.
killed a demon prince of Khorne to the point where Khorne started sending blood letters and multiple bloodthirsters after him.
Greater demons.
Yeah.
Right.
So Tuska decided to say, I'm tired of all these guys coming to me. I'm going to take the fight to them and orders his crew to go headfirst into the warp without any form of protection or Geller field, despite orcs not having a Geller field. And Khorne liked him so much, he's just like, you're kind of a cool guy. I'm going to let you stick around and just throw more of my dudes at you, and you have fun with that.
Yeah, so I think what he did was he threw him on a planet in the warp, where his army just comes back every day whenever they get annihilated.
Yeah.
Yeah, so he's just like, yeah, you guys can you can just fight demons there forever. Have fun.
Yeah.
On the Great Crusade of Armageddon, before it got that name, I think. Yeah, Ulanor. Ulanor is kind of important.
Ulanor is Armageddon.
Yeah, it was named Armageddon after the fact. I think everyone forgot it was Ulanor.
Yeah, I think it was discovered during the Beast War that it was Ulanor.
Yeah, I believe I recall that. One of the most... Oh, right. So Armageddon. One of the most notable examples of orc belief being able to affect other races is that there is an Imperial Guard Commissar.
Yeah.
The Commissars are the guys that are there to help enforce morale. Basically meaning, if you decide to retreat, they're just gonna fucking shoot you in front of everyone.
They're
Nice.
just
Be
Soviet
an
Commissars.
example. What is it? Follow my example or I'll make you one?
Yeah.
Okay, I was gonna ask if they're like, oh, they're here to, enforce morale. Are they like bards or something?
No, they're not bards.
No.
So Yarrick is...
Yeah, that's the opposite of what I thought.
Yurick's the guy that's basically been leading the
Uh-huh.
Imperial Guard on Armageddon, and he's been doing a pretty fucking good job of it. Who was the war boss that he was fighting?
It was Gazgul.
Okay, so he was fighting Gazgul. Was he the one that ripped his arm off? Or was that a previous one? Getting distracted by other people. Hold on, let me look up Yarrick. I'll be able to tell you. Sebastian Yarrick, the hero of Hades Hive.
Hades.
Yeah, that's just the name of the big hive city on Armageddon. Let's see here. So during the Second War for Armageddon, he got into a hand-to-hand fight with the Orc war boss Ugohard. Now, as you can imagine, let me send a picture of an Orc war boss.
I thought it was. Didn't he take the arm from? We're still talking about Yarg, yeah?
Yeah, no, I think Ghazghul is he's the one in the Third War currently. That or he's on fucking
I thought Yarg took Ghazghul's arm.
No, because he killed this one.
Oh, okay. No, he did take Ghazghul's arm, but he did kill a war boss in hand-to-hand combat.
I don't know.
Ghazghul heard
The
about
wiki says it was someone else's.
I think it's a retcon, but
I wouldn't be shocked if it was a retcon of some kind.
from what I'm remembering from the recent Warhammer TV animation, they were discussing Ghazghul and Yarick having been Ghazghul's arm. was the
Okay,
one that
I
he
want
took.
you to imagine a normal human fighting this.
Right, let's see. Ah, like just a normal guy.
Yeah, this dude here is presumably like 10 feet tall, by the way.
Right, so John Doe versus this guy. I thought he'd be taller, but well.
So
Uh,
Yarick fights something like this in melee
Uh-huh.
combat.
How? Does he at least have a weapon?
Yeah, he
Yeah,
has like a sword
laser
because
pistol.
he has a pistol and a sword. Usual.
Right, I assume it's a great sword, right?
No, it's like
No.
a saber.
Well, it's like a saber with
Oh.
a battery in it. that
Yeah,
makes it force
most
field.
melee weapons are power weapons, so they kind of like vibrate to cut through shit.
Right.
So he's fighting this war boss, and his right arm gets cut off or ripped off or whatever.
Lucky just that.
And Yarick still manages to kill the war boss.
And
Then,
he whoops his fucking ass in front of his whole war squad.
oh yeah, he like kicked the shit out of him in front of everyone, and then he took the war boss's power claw, like his big prosthetic arm here, and he just put it on his own ripped off arm. And
Normally,
because the
that would
orcs
be-
believed it would work on him, it does.
Also,
Alright,
normally that would be grounds for execution by the Inquisition, but they're not even just. They have elected to not even just touch Yarg with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah, because why would you fucking kill someone that's such a massive morale boost?
Yeah.
Yeah, like I'd assume big. That's too big to work on that guy, but
big hit.
thanks works.
That
The
one
Imperial
is
is
probably a
scary.
bit too big, but this is the one that he has. So I suppose the war boss might not have been that much bigger than him, but still. He's a normal human fighting a fucking orc war boss.
They nicknamed him Old Bale as they believe his cybernetic eye could kill you, and Yarick, knowing this, now takes advantage. He had the Mechanicum put a laser inside of his cybernetic eye, so he can literally just kill an orc by looking at them. Which is very fucking funny to me. He has a named Baneblade named the Fortress of Arrogance.
Jesus fucking Christ.
That's
Baneblade's
a pretty heavy
basically a
title.
fucking super tank. It's like the best vehicle.
right.
So yeah, he drives around in this giant fuck you tank called the Fortress of Arrogance.
Yes.
Jesus Christ.
It's there's also, in terms of more Imperial Guards kicking the shit out of orcs, there is an entire regiment. Was it the Armageddon Orc Hunters? I think it is. But there's an entire regiment just solely trained and dedicated to out killing orcs, and they have no rules of engagement, and it's to the point where I don't even think rules of engagement exist in 40k, but you get my point. My point is they have been caught just tearing orcs apart. These are normal humans, by the way, like with little to no augments, no combat drugs or anything.
Right.
These are just guys being dudes.
Just guys being dudes.
What more is there to love?
Oh, I gotta open this shit back up again.
What shit?
The music stopped. I gotta play it again.
Thanks,
Warhammer's just the Chinese Warring States period for TTRPG fans. Oh, it literally is.
Yeah. The you know, it's a fun topic we could also discuss: the naming of Space Marine chapters.
Oh.
We could probably get into that a bit later.
Yeah.
Hold on.
Well, I figured because I know you were talking about chaos a little bit earlier, and
Mhm.
the fact that there's still a legion called the Emperor's Children, despite
Well,
no one.
we're gonna talk about the individual legions when I start talking about the timeline.
Gotcha.
I knew I forgot to loop this earlier. Unless hitting loop now would make it work, but I don't expect it will, so. Ambiance.
Wait, part 2.
Yeah. So the orcs, I'm pretty sure, are one of, if not the most populous Xenos race in the galaxy. Technically.
Outside of they rival Tyranids.
Hey,
Right.
Bob.
Who we'll get into in a bit. Usually, if you're a fucking guard station somewhere, if you're in the Imperial Guard, I'm pretty sure statistically it is most likely you'll be fighting orcs.
Or Chaos Insurgents.
Yeah, one of those two. Then, for our next Xenos faction, we have the Eldar, who are space elves. That's basically the deal with them.
Yeah.
They're one of
we
the
wanna-
oldest living races in the galaxy. Oh, hello, Bob. Welcome.
Do
Hey.
we want to discuss the Eldar and Dark Eldar together?
We'll
or
talk
separate?
about them together, yeah.
Okay.
Bob, how familiar are you with 40k lore? I know you're vaguely familiar with, like, the orcs.
I am familiar through the Emperor Texas speech.
Hell yeah!
video.
Okay, there we go.
That's what I like to fucking hear.
I was just about to ask you, should we explain the Eldar properly or properly?
Oh, I'll explain them properly.
Yeah.
So, the Eldar are space elves that have been around for, like, fucking millions upon millions of years. I think.
Billions, if anything.
Technically, weren't they created during the War in Heaven?
No, they existed prior to that, but they were then. They really got going during the War in Heaven.
Because I thought they were created by the
War in
old ones
Heaven.
for the War of Heaven.
No, the
No,
Eldar
they
That's,
weren't.
that's just
Or-
that title.
Yeah, don't worry, we'll get into it, because, I mean, that's literally the first part of the timeline, because it's
Yeah.
the oldest part. They've been around for a really fucking long time. They are also
Uh-huh.
a pretty powerful psychic race, and for the longest time, they were the dominant force in the galaxy. They pretty much ruled everything. And as tends to happen when you are a big civilization that is around for a while and doesn't have any kind of problems to deal with and doesn't really have anything to do, you just kind of start doing whatever you want, and that usually kind of results in you just doing a lot of hedonistic, debaucherous shit.
Right.
So, through what was essentially
murder orgy.
species-wide
Murder fucking
murder
is
fucking,
the term you're looking for.
they created the god Slanesh.
Ah.
And the
Whoopsies.
birth of Slanesh is what created the Eye of Terror, because the sudden birth of the Chaos God will rupture a giant fuck you hole in reality.
Yeah, sounds about right.
And when that happened, Slanesh ate like 99% of the Eldar gods.
Oh, what's the eyes here? What?
The Eye
The
of
Eye of
Terror
Terror
is a
is the
big rift
big-
in reality in the galaxy.
The
Ah.
big chaos butthole.
The big chaos butthole that most of the chaos bullshit comes out of.
Yeah.
And that's
Well,
what Cadia
well-
was there to deal with. Anything coming
now-
out of the Eye of Terror.
Two. There's the Great Rift and then the Eye. of
Yeah,
Terror.
the Great Rift coming out of the Eye of Terror, because when Cadia fell,
And
the Eye
Black
of Terror
Stones were-
expanded.
Yeah.
So now there's a
Think
big rift in the
hellhole
galaxy.
in space.
Yeah.
Think a giant hole to hell in space.
Yeah, it's basically, it's a
Yeah.
giant hell portal in space, many light years in diameter.
Oh, that's pretty sizable.
Yeah.
I hope someone sews that back up.
So, Slanesh ate most of the Eldar gods. The two remaining ones kind of fucked off in various manners. The war god
Well, one of them
Cain.
was kidnapped.
Yeah, oh right, I forgot about Isha. Isha got kidnapped by Nurgle and is now his prisoner wife. Kane
Right.
tried to fight Slaanesh, was basically winning, and then Khorne showed up and was like, wow, you're really strong, I want to fight you, and then shattered him into a million pieces.
Whoopsies.
But he's
There's-
technically not dead.
Yeah.
He's
There's
just
also-
in a million pieces. And then there's
Yeah.
Shegarach, the Laughing God, who just ran off into the webway. What is the webway? It's the interdimensional tunnel system that the Eldar use for teleportation and travel
Imagine a
because they don't use the
subway
warp.
system, but with like unfathomable horrors. So your average New York subway system.
It's an extra dimensional labyrinth.
There was also Iniad, who was
Iniad, the god of the dead, who
Yeah.
does not fully exist yet. The
does
issue
now.
What?
The
Huh?
the issue with Slaanesh existing was because whenever anyone dies, their soul goes to the warp. Because the
Right.
warp is the Sea of Souls. Whenever Eldar die, Slaanesh eats their souls. Because Slaanesh really likes Eldar's souls. Probably because she's technically born from the Eldar. And that's bad.
The only way they can avoid that is through
Soul Stones.
Right.
soul stones.
So what
Well,
they do...
or it's your Dark Eldar, which we'll get into at some point.
So...
I mean,
Yeah, I
hold
didn't
on.
want
Like,
to include that yet.
why does having their souls be consumed by her, well, like, why does our good old friend, Slaanesh, eating everyone's, well, not everyone's, all the, whatever they're called,
The Eldar.
souls,
Eldar.
Eldar souls, bad? Why is that bad?
Because then you're
So-
being, like, consumed and perpetually tortured by a demon god
Also
for eternity.
further fueling
Ah,
the
right.
space you created.
Yeah. So the way they avoid that is they all wear soul stones, so whenever they die, their soul just gets absorbed into this stone, and then that gets put into something on their craft worlds, which are basically their giant floating colony planets. They all live on giant floating spaceships for the most part.
Right.
They get put into something called the Infinity Circuit, which is basically just a giant database of Eldar souls. And
Do
the
you have, like, a life in there?
I think so, yeah.
That's good, at least.
Eventually, theoretically, I believe, when enough of the Eldar died, the god of the dead, Iniad, would be able to come into existence, and Iniad would instead protect all of their souls when they die, so they don't
Killing
need the
Slaanesh.
Infinity Circuit anymore, and they don't have to worry about getting eaten by Slaanesh. Iniad has,
That's
like,
ideal.
partially manifested in the present.
To the
Right.
point where it can manifest avatars.
Yeah, like Cain does. What happens with the pieces of Cain is an Eldar do like a fucking sacrifice or something, and basically have a big statue version of Cain show up and just absolutely wreck ass. I'm pretty sure the avatars are like in the top 5 strongest things that walk around
Ever?
right now. They're really strong. Now, some of the Eldar did not learn their lesson.
Here's the fun part.
Some of these guys were like, oh, we fucked a horrible hedonist god into existence. Okay.
Let's do it again.
They keep doing it. So these guys, called the Dark Eldar, just kind of fucked off into the webway and just kind of kept doing the same shit. So after like another, 10, 20,000 years,
Yeah.
they've just become like infinitely worse. They're Dark Elves.
Right. Oh, they're elves. They
The-
suck.
The main
They
thing
suck.
to stay alive is they don't do it through soul stones. Instead, well, it's also important to know that Dark Elder Society is organized into 3 specific, I don't want to say cults, but sects, I would say. You have the Homunculi sect, who specializes in flesh crafting and all sorts of biological experiments. You have the witch cults, who are basically fucked up Amazonian warriors that aren't all women, but are predominantly women. Then you have the Cabal, who are the warrior class, who works as mercenaries, bodyguards, that type of thing.
What the fuck are you
And-
tapping on? I keep hearing it.
I think, well, I'm also writing down notes right now, too, as we're doing this.
Oh, okay.
And it's, so what the homunculi do is they will routinely create empty husks, and when a Dark Eldar dies, before their soul goes to Slaanesh, they'll immediately transfer it over.
Right.
This has had some very funny interactions. I remember in the Path of the Archon book, one Archon was unknowingly corrupted by Slanesh, and then when his body died after his bodyguard decapitated him, the new husk was possessed, and a greater demon started rampaging all over the city.
Oh yeah, they live in a big, terrible city in the webway called Kamara.
Yeah.
Which is
Webway
protected
also.
through crazy means.
So is the
Yeah.
webway also outside of time?
Yes,
Yeah.
but
Right.
no.
Yeah.
But no,
And another
It's
thing
separate
is,
from the warp, which is why they use it. And the webway is generally...
much
The
safer.
Emperor tried to create a webway system for humanity to use, but he never got to finish it.
And the Eldar were not the ones who made the webway. It was the old ones, but the Eldar kind of just stole it.
Okay, so here's what the Eldar look
will
like,
take
and then,
Look. If it's there, take it.
exactly. So that picture there, that is what the normal Eldar look like, and then, this is what the dark Eldar look like. As you can see, they are just edgy Eldar. I tend to regularly forget that the dark Eldar exist. I also forget that the Tau exist, even though I remembered them existing like 30 minutes ago, and then proceeded to forget and just remembered again now.
There was a fun
for
little.
the
Sorry.
for the Dark Elder, correct me if I'm wrong, but they also have a special little deal going on with Slanesh, kind of, where if they inflict pain and suffering upon others, they can heal, which is part of
Well,
the
actually,
way.
that's not off Slanesh. That's off their own. That's off their own way of living. They will also routinely attack Craftworld Eldar in raiding parties.
Yeah,
They'll attack
so normal
pretty much
Eldar
anyone.
mostly just kind of mind their own fucking business, and then will attack you if you're like in their way or something.
Or on one
Or
of
you
their
get near them.
paradise worlds, or
Right.
whatever.
Whereas the Dark Eldar are mostly space pirates.
Imagine honeybees and wasps.
That's a
Right.
great comparison, actually.
Yeah, it is.
It is.
You have
So
one that's entirely unnecessary, edgy, and just out to cause shit, and the other ones will sort of just, as long as you leave them alone, they'll kind of do their own thing.
yeah, the Dark Eldar are kind of unnecessary. I'm not sure when they've ever really been that important.
In response to Iniad, that was kind of it.
And that was
it's
pretty recent.
funny- Yeah, it's funny that they consider themselves the quote-unquote true Eldar because they don't want to own up to their mistake. And they're like, oh, we fucked up, but let's just keep going. We can't possibly fuck up more.
Oh, and you never want to be captured by a Dark Eldar.
No, you would much
No,
rather
you
die
will.
than be
You want to
captured
kill
alive.
yourself before that happens.
Well, why not?
You will be turned
Uh,
at best.
You'll be turned
In-
into furniture. You will. There was in the book Path of the Archon, I'm referencing a lot here. There was a meeting between a bunch of Archons, who were the leader of multiple cabals, and in the excerpt it was described as they had servants going around in clothing that pierced their skin at every move. They had furniture made of still living prisoners. They had people playing instruments with their bodily organs. And then there was also a literal river of drugs.
Ah,
They are the worst. The worst thing about being captured by the Dark Eldar is that you will not die.
They will keep you alive just to torture you even more.
They're the worst, pretty much.
Yeah. They'll
I'm
make
not
you
sure
fight
if you put
gladiator
if
pit.
you put all of the bad guys, if you put all of the factions on a D&D alignment table, I'm not sure who goes more into chaotic evil, the actual chaos guys or the Dark Eldar.
I think it's also important to remember though that chaos isn't naturally good or evil. It's more than because Khorne isn't just bloodshed. It's also about strength and, to an extent, honor. You wouldn't see a world eater fighting dirty. It
Yeah.
would be they would face you in one-on-one. They wouldn't. A world eater wouldn't stab you from behind. They would stab you in the chest.
Right, exactly. They'll be upfront about murdering you.
Yeah, where they won't try to connive and backstab you, to the extent where like 1,000 Sun, the Tzeentch Legion, would, or Nurgle. Nurgle itself is. I had to
Nurgle
say
is chill but disgusting.
I'd say, would you put Nurgle in true neutral since it's just life and death?
Nurgle's probably true neutral because he's literally just fucking entropy.
It's just a cycle, yeah.
So, like, how is he killed but
Eh.
disgusting?
He's not
Okay,
entirely
So,
true neutral.
when you worship Nurgle, you literally become diseased and become like a giant, bloated, rotting cadaver.
But to the point where it doesn't affect you, and if
But you
anything,
don't feel pain from any of it.
No.
You just look odd.
Yeah, but you don't feel pain. You're generally pretty cheery all the time, and Nurgle actually likes and cares about all of his servants.
For the most part.
No.
Hence why he's called Grandpa Nurgle. Or Grandfather Nurgle. Big
Tzeentch-
Papa Nurgle.
Yeah, Tzeentch constantly fucks over his own servants, disciples, and other demons. Slaanesh is a weird mixed bag, being as Slaanesh is. Khorne does not care where the blood flows from as long as it flows. It could be from his own disciples or from the enemy. He does not care.
Yeah, Khorne's chill, but if you worship him, you will probably just become a fucking raving, bloodthirsty madman.
Lunatic. Yeah.
That'd
anyway.
suck.
Alright, and I forgot to mention with the normal Eldar. So obviously the Dark Eldar do a lot of like biological augmentation and create horrible mutant things. What the normal Eldar mostly do is obviously the Soul Stones still contain the soul of an Eldar. So what they do is they make vehicles and robots out of this bone material that like most of their shit is made out of. Wraithbone.
Yeah.
And they just put people's
Right.
souls into them to power machines.
Whose bone is this that they're using?
It's kind of, think of it less like bone and more of like coral. It's like a living thing.
Ah,
but
right,
in
I
the
see.
sense that it's coral. It's literally coral.
It is of note, of course, the Eldar have very slow reproductive cycles, so they live a
They-
long time, but it takes a long time for them to have kids. And, well, there's not very many of them left, relatively speaking, so they are an endangered species.
Hooray!
Another interesting fact with the Dark Eldar is, I assume you
Who
hadn't
knew there was
discussed
so much to
this
say
yet,
about the Dark Eldar? I didn't realize there was so much.
But honestly, reading from their point of view, I should. Misc, remind me that when I get home from school, I should loan you my Archon because it's genuinely fun. As shitty as they are as a faction and as unnecessary as they are, it's entertaining to read from their perspective.
I imagine it would be entertaining to read from the perspective of a bunch of psychopaths.
Yeah.
Nurgle would turn you into the coronavirus incarnate, but hey, he's a cool dad. Yeah, I mean, listen, the Death Guard are Nurgle-worshipping Space Marines. I've got a Nurgle army, so...
Look, why care about, the whole material world when you have a cool dad?
Exact,
you
that's
feel
the idea. I mean,
You're
come
already
on.
diseased. Nothing else is gonna stop you. And your dad loves you.
Just look at this big fellow here.
Yeah, that's. Yeah.
I mean, come on. Doesn't he look like a cheery, lovable fellow?
Yeah, look at him. He's just happy with his
Preparing
little pots.
food.
Yeah,
That big pot where he creates all of the diseases in existence.
awesome. But why? Why should you do
It's
that?
also worth noting
And that's
that
just kind of his thing.
he will routinely test his diseases on his captured wife.
Yeah, it's not really a healthy relationship.
It's really not. She stays with him only because he's not Slaanesh, and he keeps her alive.
Wow.
Literally, he stops her from getting eaten by Slaanesh.
Yeah. And Isha in turn will warn Eldar Farseers who can still communicate with her about diseases.
Yeah, so Nurgle creates the diseases and Isha whispers the cures to mortals.
Yeah.
Right. So, being, having every single possible disease tested on you ever is better than being trapped within, Slaanesh.
Trapped, eaten, and
Yes, because
Rob,
Slaanesh
yes.
is a big rape god.
Right.
It
Stay away
goes
from them,
even
go on
beyond that.
Yeah, it is literally the most fucking insane, ridiculous, debaucherous hedonism you can imagine, and then beyond whatever you can imagine.
Before we move on to any other Xenos factions, I feel it's important that we discuss the Harlequins.
Oh yeah, I don't really know much about the Harlequins. I know they're Dark Eldar,
I-
but
They're not Dark Eldar.
Oh,
I
they're
can actually
not?
go into it. Yeah,
okay, talk about the Harlequins. I assume
so
they're
the Harle-
Shagarach's folks.
they are. Misc, if you want to pull a picture up in chat.
Yeah, let me
for
get the
the-
let me get a
for
picture of the
folks.
Harlequins.
Obviously, being named Harlequins, they are disciples of the Laughing God Segarach, and
Right.
they will routinely travel, to craft worlds and to even Kamarad itself, to do plays and dances where which
Yeah,
will
that's
routinely
nice.
tell, the story of the Eldar and the folklore from their religion. Each dancer playing a part of either a god or a character. They, in doing so with the Laughing God, they will also, routinely go back to him in the webway and library. They also helped a part with Iniad coming back, kind of. They're really interesting. They will routinely converse with other species. They've been spotted conversing with the Imperium a lot. Even some Chaos Space Marines. I know in the Fabius Bile book, he was routinely followed by a Harlequin, who was always guilt-tripping him and remembering the glory days.
Wow.
Yeah.
What a kind fellow.
What a dick move. Well, he deserves it, so.
Oh yeah, if anyone deserves it, it's Fabius Bile. Another fun thing about them, they have a weapon called the Harlequins Kiss, which, if you know what a cheese grater wire is,
Oh,
it's a wrist-mounted melee weapon that has like a bird's beak at the end. They'll stab you with it, and there's like 12 meters of cheese wire in there that will literally turn your insides into a blended drink.
Awesome.
so they release a fucking wire trap inside of your body.
Yes.
Amazing.
Oh, that's awful. But, I mean, that's cool at least, so
They
they
also
can get
have
away with that.
anti-gravity belts. A lot of their war gear has to do with illusions and acrobatics.
Yeah,
Have
it's
you heard the
expected from the
theory that
these
all
guys.
Primarch souls are actually lower tier warp gods? I actually just heard that very recently, Dev. I did hear that recently. Let's see, any other important Eldar shit I'm forgetting? I don't think so.
Not much to discuss on Iniad.
Yeah,
There-
we don't know
there
much.
was-
They're new in
Yeah.
terms of existing.
I
For
think the
real, they're
one thing-
new.
Yeah, I think the one thing we could talk about that is kind of relevant is the Cabal and Eldrad Ulthan. Since he.
I mean, I don't want to
actively-
get too in depth on each individual.
Well, this is a major thing of the story that's been around since the heresy.
All right. Hold on, I'll post a picture of Iniad so you know what they generally kind of look like. I'll post a picture of Kane, and I'll post a picture of Shagarach.
But the Dark Eldar have their own Cabal spelled with a K, because of course they do. But there's another thing called the Cabal, which is full of immortals and what's the? Do you remember the term for people in 40k?
Perpetuals?
Perpetuals, yes. There's a council of perpetuals who are tasked with fighting against chaos, and this was back during the Horus, or even before the heresy. Eldrad met with the Primarch of the Third Legion, Fulgrim, and says like, "Hey, yeah, your brother Horus is kind of sick, and he's in a coma on another planet right now, but he's being corrupted by Erebus, who's just a swell guy." Fulgrim gets pissed at Eldrad slandering his brother, decides to order an attack, and Eldrad kind of fucks off as like, "Oh, it's already too late for you guys. Good luck and eat shit." To the point where Fulgrim at this point had a sword that was possessed by Slaanesh. Fulgrim started eating Wraithbone and Soulstones.
Right?
Fuck, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
I'm gonna start eating soul stones.
Yeah.
Are you
and now
gonna
he's
avoid
trapped in a
perpetual torment?
painting, kind of.
I love Dark Souls.
Well, we're gonna talk more about Fulgrim and the like when we get to the timeline.
Yeah.
Right.
So yeah, there's a picture of the other gods. Okay, let's see, who do we have? I think there's just the Tau and the Nids left, yeah?
Have you discussed the Necrons?
Oh! I knew I was forgetting someone. The Necrons. Okay, so the Necrons are the other really old race that's still around in its same state that it was around back then. They are robots. They are an ancient race that was involved in the in Heaven that worshipped these beings known as the Catan, which were basically star gods. They were like these weird.
They were clouds of radioactive
Clouds
gas.
of gas, radiation
into
gas
star
that were
gods.
eating.
Stars. They were gaseous beings that were eating stars.
Can't
Less
believe
so
them.
eating stars, more so just feeding off the radiation.
Eating the
passively.
stars. Yes.
Yeah.
Man, I can't get any fucking good Necron pictures in decent resolution. That's amazing. There we go. Our Codex Necrons. Here you go. If it'll paste the image. There we go.
They were originally rather weak as a species.
Yeah, because their son gave them all super cancer.
Right.
Nice.
Yeah.
Then I believe the Catan showed up and started eating the radiation from their sun.
Yes, they noticed this. Like, hey, we could weaponize this, and they did, and that's when they kind of sealed their own fate as the Catan started. Now the Catan were given bodies.
Yeah, they
were-
created bodies for the Catan.
Yeah.
Which means that the Catan are literal living gods. And at some point along the line, they were like, "Hey, why don't you guys turn into robots?"
Good idea.
Yeah, your bodies kind of are shit.
Your
Hey.
physical bodies suck. Why don't you give them up to have immortal robot bodies? And they were like, "That's great." And then they did that, and then they turned into robots.
And they
in
literally
the most
lost
literal
their
sense.
souls.
Yes.
Lovely.
The Necrons are basically the undead faction for 40k.
Undead robots.
Yes.
Huh.
Egyptian
Oh.
undead robots.
Huh.
The Egyptian part was added later. Originally, it was just Terminators.
Right.
Yeah, they
basically.
originally were just they were also chaos apparently, but that got retconned.
Yeah. They are led by a guy called Zarek the Silent King.
It's not. There's
What?
multiple.
No,
dynasties.
they're splintered.
Oh, they're splintered. Oh, well,
He's trying to unite them.
he's
but
trying to
they're all
unite
having
them.
Petty feuds. as
after a
royals
certain
do.
point, I believe it was Sarek and the other leaders of the Necrons, or was it just Sarek that was like, "Wow, fuck the Catan"?
For the most part, it was Scissorek. Yeah.
Yeah. It was like, these guys fucking suck. So they just shattered the Catan.
And they had shards them like Pokeballs.
So then they took pieces of their shattered gods and used them as power sources.
Alright.
They defeated their own gods.
At the cost of their. So Necron overlords, the leaders of the dynasties, will have their memories and personalities. However, the lower you go in Necron hierarchy, the more you will lose of your former life.
Fun fact,
it's also
the
gotten to the
first
point.
models I bought for Warhammer were Necrons.
This is true.
Huh. Hey,
There's also a fun thing called the Obliterator virus. No, the Obliterator virus. Is
That's
chaos.
chaos shit.
What's the one for Necrons?
The pariahs?
No. Hold on. It's
Wait, I know what you're referencing. Hold on, let me find the unit.
the Flare virus.
There, the flare virus, yeah.
It will cause them to go mad, and anytime on the battlefield, they will flay the skin off whatever they're killing and proceed to wear it.
oh, Godskin.
And this is seen as like a mental disability. There's currently no known cure for it.
I imagine it's them trying to be like, oh look, I'm reclaiming my flesh.
Yes. There's one famous Necron. I don't remember who, but I know he's named in the lore a lot of times, where his awakening was malfunctioned to the point where he sees the galaxy 10,000 years in the past. So like he doesn't recognize Tau, he doesn't recognize Chaos Space Marines or
you're talking about that general who's still thinks he's flesh and blood and everything.
yes,
And he's still in the war in heaven.
yes, yeah, he doesn't see, he sees other Necrons as flesh and blood, but like he does not recognize the current Imperium. He doesn't recognize the Tau. He doesn't know what Tyranids are.
So, all that shit happened, and then they went to sleep for like 60 million years.
Yeah.
What was the purpose of the long sleep again? I know before
was-
that was when Scissorek left the galaxy.
It was to wake up when all the other species had died out, so they could they would wake up all at once to reclaim their rightful places. They're rulers of the galaxy, but that malfunctioned. Like some tomb worlds just aren't able to come back now. Their life support systems failed. Some do wake up with, obviously nothing can be perfect. A fun little character we should discuss is Trazine.
I'm going to talk about Trazine.
Yeah.
I'll talk about him in a minute, but a thing that'll happen with these Necron tomb worlds, which are just basically worlds the Necrons hibernated on, is that they go into hibernation like 60 million years ago, and then 60 million years pass, so like all of their shit gets buried far beneath the surface. You'll have like a human world that's just totally set up, and one day these giant black obelisks will just fucking appear, and then an endless stream of unkillable robots will just emerge from them and vaporize everything on the planet.
Why?
Because they want to destroy you.
Yeah, their weapons will rip you apart molecule by molecule.
Lovely. Is it painless at least?
No, it is
No,
very painful.
It's Warhammer. Nothing in Warhammer is painless. Everything is extra.
Oh, I guess unless you're like devoted to Nurgle or something, since you literally can't feel pain.
Yeah. And in
That's
that
the
case,
only
you're
way
disgusting.
to avoid it.
Yeah, the only way to avoid pain is by being gross.
Yeah.
So, of notable Necrons, there's of course Scissorek the Silent King, who has returned recently. Not really sure what exactly he's doing right now. I'm pretty sure he's trying to, like, unite the Necrons. Isn't he also trying to, like, he wants to stop the Tyranids, because he's like, yeah,
yes.
Because if we don't, then there's not going to be any way for us to get our bodies back.
That, and he has an issue with chaos.
Of course he does. Chaos sucks. Also, I'm pretty sure the Necrons have ways to, like, seal off the warp and shit. Also, because they're not biological, and many of them don't have souls, they're literally just not affected by the warp, so they're, like, a pretty hard counter to demons.
Not exactly. There was a flare virus cult that worshipped a Chaos Knight.
Ah.
And then also in terms of sealing the warp, the Blackstones of Cadia, the stuff that, kind of held the warp rift in its place to stop it from going bigger, was Necron technology. During Abaddon's most recent campaign, Call was trying to get the Blackstones of Cadia to work, and Trazine shows up out of nowhere. Call is scared shitless. And Trazine offers like, "Oh, I can assist you if you want," and he's gaslighting Call the entire time.
Right, so Trazine is a Necron overlord who likes collecting shit.
Yes.
He has a museum, which mostly just involves various artifacts or living things that he just fucking freezes in stasis, and just has like a giant fucking, I don't know, demi-plane museum that he just keeps a bunch of shit in. So he just goes around the galaxy finding shit that he thinks is neat and then throwing it in stasis to have in his museum.
This includes people, a lot of people.
Oh yeah, so like there are dudes from like way far back in the past that are just in stasis in the present.
Notable victims of Trazine's little British Museum of History moment is he's rumored to have a Primarch. We don't know which one. It's assumed either Dorn or Khan.
Wasn't Khan in the Webway?
He is, but there's a rumor that that Trazine has him apparently. Something like that. He's got a squat in there, like not the new Leagues of Votan, like the old squats before they were all gobbled up by the Tyranids. He's got he's got some kind of artifact that like will ring it was some kind of bell that would ring endlessly when like the end days were coming, and when Cadia was besieged, it started ringing.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, it's been ringing since like 8th edition, or sorry, since like the end of 7th edition. Currently, we are on 9th edition. For those, note other notable things. Let me see what's in Trazin's notable collection. Oh, he has a perfect clone of Fulgrim, uncorrupted.
Oh yeah, he just has that, I guess.
Why?
Because he thinks it's neat.
Leverage.
He has a clone of a guy that's a demon now.
And it's except this clone doesn't like the demon version and wants
So
to
he
repent for
there's
what
a
he
guy
did.
that got irreparably turned into a demon. He has a clone of the guy from when he was still not a demon.
Right.
So it's like a priceless artifact that's a person.
Let's see, notable. Oh, collection. Here we go. He has an entire Imperial fleet.
Where the fuck does he keep that? Okay,
Oh, in
is
his
his
vault.
museum an actual fucking demiplane?
Yes.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure. So he has a giant star fleet in his museum in stasis.
He has the entire catacombs of Calf. An exhibit. He has 1/10 of an Imperial Guard regiment. He also
Which
has
is a lot of people.
That's how many people would that be? Like several million, at least
Yes.
tens of millions.
Yes. Raven Guard and Salamanders from the Heresy. He has entire Lost Regiments, a troop of Harlequins, a Bride of the Emperor, whatever that means, a force of Dusk Raiders, which were the Death Guard before they became the Death Guard.
Wait, is the Bride of the Emperor something involving the Sisters of Battle, or no?
I think.
Let's find
He
out.
has an entire force of Sisters of Battle, a Mechanicus Magos, a Tyranid Hive Tyrant, a Tau Diplomat, Destroyer Lord, a Shard of the Deceiver, Horus Heresy era Ultramarines, Custodes.
Oh, the brides of the Emperor were Goj Vandire's bodyguards and
Right.
probably concubines.
A giant man wearing Baroque power armor whose face is contorted into a permanent scream.
Ouch.
Multiple Catan Shards, the preserved head of Sebastian Thor, who's kind of important. It's like a thing. Death of Lord Solar Macrius. Oh yeah, an entire Eldar craft world.
Oh,
That sounds like a small part of his
you know, like
collection.
this moon-sized spaceship. Yeah, I just have this here in my
Well,
my
more like
museum.
continent size.
A continent, pardon me, a continent-sized fucking spaceship.
Oh. So the Death of Lord Solar Macrius is composed of the entirely wrong regiment who are 300 years from the wrong time.
Fascinating. Oh yeah.
yeah.
Here are some of the Catan Shards. The notable ones are the Nightbringer,
The Void Dragon.
the Deceiver, who is like Shegarach, but he's a Catan, and then the recently freed, previously imprisoned, big fucking deal Void Dragon.
Well, that's
which
a
is
stacked
rumored to be
name.
Oh.
sleeping below Mars.
Yeah, he was imprisoned on Mars. It was believed that he was battled and imprisoned by the Emperor before the Emperor went out and started doing all the big important shit in space.
Yeah.
The problem with him is that he is technically the machine god
Yeah.
and can
Oh,
control all machinery.
He has a
That's,
12-foot
good power.
Torque and
It's
power
a very
armor
good
more
power when you are in
He
a
is the-
sci-fi space setting in which almost everything runs
Exactly.
on technology.
He is the literal Omnissiah.
Yes.
And that's bad. That's
That's
really
really
bad.
bad for
It would
humanity.
effectively
is-
turn off.
For humanity.
Deceiver, a large tableau of orc warriors.
Alright, I think we
Um,
get the picture. He has a whole bunch of random shit
Yeah.
in the library.
Did we mention that the Necron metal is like living metal? It can repair
Oh
Yeah,
yeah.
after.
It's that scene from Terminator where the robot cop he goes from a puddle back to a perfectly fine guy.
Okay.
Oh, and they also have like technologies that involves messing with time.
Yes,
I
they
know a
do.
few of the
Ah.
They
just
do.
understand they're way more advanced than everyone else.
So that's the Necrons. Now then, the second to last faction I'll be talking about will be the Tau, who are the youngest faction in the galaxy, and probably the
Oh.
only one that you could say is maybe anything resembling good. And even then, they still
Ooh.
have problems.
Yeah.
Oh well. At that point, you know, I'll be very lenient on these guys.
So, the Tau only recently, I believe, became spacefaring about 1200 years ago, which is not that long ago when, like, the major chunk of the timeline is a span of
Yeah.
10,000 years.
They were primitive during the Horus Heresy. Like the Imperium came across them, and they were still using like sticks and stones, and they decided they're not even worth a campaign to wipe out because they're on the far edge of the galaxy.
Right. Now, here they are. They use like a bunch of blue laser technology. They don't use the warp, so they don't travel as quickly. And they don't.
They use light speed travel.
Yeah, I do not believe they have any psychers, do they? At least not Tau
Um,
psychers. They have the
they don't have-
ethereals, who I think are
The
technical
Ethereals aren't
psychers.
psychers. The Tau themselves don't have psychers. They have auxiliary races
Right.
that are psychic.
So the big gimmick of the Tau is the Tau just want everyone to be able to live in peace. So they have this creed of theirs called the Greater Good. They're basically space communists.
More like Confucius.
Oh, I guess that would probably be a bit more accurate. They're the weebs.
Yes, if you
Ah.
couldn't tell from the literal mech suits.
Yeah, the Tau are the mech suit faction. Almost all of their shit is mech suits or drones.
I
They
think
have
a
long-range
Tau
weapons with
from
high
the
aim.
Tau being like, a phrase, associated with Eastern cultures.
Right, of course.
Yeah, they are, despite not being Asian in the sense that typically.
They always
Other than-
sound Asian in the video games.
Yeah, they do, which is kind of weird, but because they don't really. The closest thing they have is like samurai bonding knife rituals.
Yeah. So their big belief is that everyone should be able to live in peace and harmony. So they are, I shit you not, basically the only faction that accepts aliens.
Yeah, that's nice.
They have
Well,
very,
so
well,
long as the
quote
aliens-
unquote, accept.
It's except as long as you integrate fully. It's weird. They're progressive in the terms of like they'll let humans join, and you can still believe in your emperor as long as you just renounce all the bigotry and xenophobia.
Also, they have a tendency to do a bit of
Sterilization.
Sterilization and other stuff. It's like, okay, you can talk about
You can
your
join
emperor
us,
and
but you can't
stuff.
reproduce. Don't do that.
We can't allow you to ever possibly outnumber us or have any radical beliefs that would change our society because the greater
Speaking of
good is
radical
what we believe in,
beliefs-
and
Yeah. Speaking of radical beliefs that would change society, the Farsight Enclaves are sure a fun little group.
Well, before we talk about the Farsight Enclave, we should probably talk about the caste system that the Tau have.
Caste systems.
I love caste systems. So the Tau basically
You
divide.
do?
They divide society up into castes based on the different functions they perform in society. You have the earth, fire, water, air castes, and you have the ethereals, who are the politicians that lead them.
there's also some minor genetic differences between them, oddly
Yeah.
enough.
The
Yeah.
ethereals, the air caste will be taller, but a lot more thinner. Some of the air castes they'll have membranes between their arm and body that they could actually use as like gliders, like a flying squirrel.
I imagine a lot of the differences between castes are due to like fucking selective breeding from being in a caste system.
Well, actually, no. These were from before even the ethereals were a thing.
Oh, really?
This was just on their home of their native environments they were from. The air caste lived higher up in the mountains.
Earth castes are shorter.
Yes, earth castes are predominantly shorter and stockier. The fire castes were a lot more lived in like the plains. Water castes lived near the coast, etc., etc.
So for the roles they perform, The fire cast is the normal soldier cast. I believe they got their own video game.
They did.
And then
It
I
was
don't remember
Warhammer.
what any of the other casts do.
Well, the Earth
Earth
cast,
cast
like
are
science
engineers.
Mhm.
division. Water cast are your diplomats. Air cast are your pilots.
Well, that's easy.
Which is weird that the air cast and fire, because you'd think a pilot would also fit within.
I guess so. It's
Fighting.
more just going around shooting people.
Yeah.
'Cause the Tau don't even fight in melee.
Unless you're the Farsight.
Unless you're the Farsight Enclave.
Oh.
But no, like an actual, real, highly advanced civilization. No, we don't fight in fucking melee. Why would we do that? If we are advanced enough to have fucking far-range laser weapons, why would we fight in melee?
Why the Imperial Guard
Because it's
Imperial
action.
cavalry on horseback? I don't fucking know.
Oh, and it's just because it's cool. It's the only
Yeah.
reason they do it is because it's cool. There is no strategic benefit to it whatsoever.
There is a completely strategic reason.
Yeah,
Because
what,
the
trench fighting?
crumping good.
Oh, yes, of course. Yeah. Like, barely anyone in Modern Warfare does fucking melee combat. You do CQC if you are not able to aim a firearm where you are, or you are out of ammunition. And in an enclosed space where you won't just be instantly fucking shot to death because people don't fight in melee anymore. So the
It's like the
Tau
Arctic
are,
recording.
in this sense, the most realistic of the factions. They have several auxiliary races, so other alien species that have been accepted into the Tau Empire. The only
These
one
are
I'm really
minor
familiar with are the
races.
Kroot, which are like bird people that are able
That don't-
to acquire traits from eating things.
Yeah, there's it's off
What
limits
do
to
you
eat It's like a sin to eat Tyranids and or demons.
Right, because that would be terrible.
Yeah, there have been reports of Kroot eating Tyranids, and they were immediately executed.
As they should be, for the sake of everyone.
Yeah, what if you eat like raw chaos or whatever?
You would probably turn into some kind of horrible chaos spawn mutant thing.
Yeah.
Alright.
Probably.
There's the Vespid, which live around a gas. They live on a gas giant.
Yeah, these are the Kroot.
They're insect people. You have humans who, willingly or not, is a complicated question. I don't know if we have time to go into.
You probably
these-
want to live in the Tau Empire, so
For all, it's
Well, you probably want to live on a paradise world.
that's true. But if I had to pick a government to live under,
Yeah.
it would probably be the Tau.
considering
Wait,
the
Paradise Worlds
Imperium-
exist?
Paradise worlds are just planets that are just fucking nice, basically. They're
Yeah.
super rare.
They exist in 40K.
Yeah.
They
Some of
the
usually get
worlds are
fucking
like-
obliterated. I swear to God, almost any time a paradise world gets mentioned, it's because it's about to be fucking annihilated by something.
Well, that or guard regiment will just be talking about it, like, oh, I can't wait to be deployed to blah 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 after all this is over. Before that soldier is like shot.
Or eaten.
Yeah.
Or both.
Or
killed in
both.
Some other
Various other horrible things.
Turned into a vat of acid, and then dumped in a vat of acid.
Right, turn into a fucking lamp.
What?
Dark Eldar,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
A
Yeah,
lamp.
get
That
lamp.
one's lucky.
I turned this one into my waterbed.
Filled with the amniotic fluid of his wife.
Oh, jeez. Oh, that does sound like something the Dark Eldar would do.
But so also in regards to the Tau, they have a weird. They also accidentally may have created a minor chaos god.
Yeah, very minor, as in this
Wow.
was mentioned a while ago and then has not been relevant at all since. So
I
they
doubt it
had a
will be.
ship full of humans and various other races that do have psychic powers.
And the Tau were experimenting with warp travel because despite light speed travel being safer, it is a lot fucking slower.
Because, well, you know how small our solar system is relative to the rest of the galaxy?
Unfathomably.
Yeah, if you go light speed, it would take you a fucking year to leave our solar system.
Yeah, and when there's planets that are 500 light years away,
Which is why the
Well,
Tower is
also
still
do-
such a minor faction.
Yeah, they colonize. They expand very slowly, even arguably slower than some Eldar factions.
And the
Well
Eldar are
said, he
literally a
wins the
fucking dying
race.
race.
Yeah. So they were experimenting with warp travel, and they had a ship go into the warp. Obviously, they didn't know they had some rudimentary Geller field. They decided, oh, hey, what's the worst that could happen? You know, we have psychic members on board, and the humans were telling us how, like, look, we've experienced this. Just letting you guys know, you should probably look into this a little bit more before testing this. The Tau, in all their glory, ignored this. As the ship went in, the rudimentary Geller fields failed, and all these psychic races on board started just spasming out. And before the Tau, a multi-headed deity manifested. It had the heads of the Tau, Kroot, Human, Vespid, and multiple others on it. And it called itself a manifestation of the greater good. And after that, the Tau just started sterilizing humans and outright killing them.
Ah,
As you do.
Oh, and
all
fun
for the
side
greater
note:
good.
Tau do have a small presence in the war.
It's just incredibly small. Like, you can, like, the gods ignore it because it's
They're
not
like,
even worth
eh.
them.
Heavenly says the Tower frustrating me because they are so close to being my favorite, but they fall short so much that I made a full rework of all their lore.
Oh yeah, no, the Tau were originally gonna be the actual good guy faction. But then it's like, no, this is a 40k. We can't have a good guy, so the Ethereals.
Were Tau always around? Have they been around since first edition?
They were around it. They made their appearance in third.
Okay, I had a feeling because they don't feel like a faction that's always been around.
No, they were added later.
Carrot says the Tau, in a naive way, are super adorable.
They are, in the sense that, like, literally any faction with enough will could just wipe them off.
You know
the
what they
face.
feel like? They feel like some Star Wars guys that got thrown into 40k.
They do. You're right.
Hey guys, we're here from a normal sci-fi setting. Oh my god! Relis Medell says, you know, a funny moment in Tau history was when they believed they killed the Emperor of Mankind, but turns out it was a chapter master.
Yeah. Yeah, that could happen.
Wow, that guy was so unbelievably strong. I guess that's the Emperor of Mankind for you.
You want to talk about? We want to discuss the Farsight Enclave.
Yeah,
now?
we got nothing else to talk about for the Tau. Let's talk about Farsight.
Yeah.
Farsight
Farsight.
was one of the most talented soldier classes. He was a really, really good leader. He routinely BTFO'd orcs in close combat.
Because he has a big mech suit, and get this, he has a big sword. So he fights them with a big sword and a mech suit.
The sword is a Necron tier relic, apparently.
Listen, he is the only member of the Tau that fucking everyone, including people who think Tau are lame, are like, yeah, Commander Farsight's really cool.
Farsight also learned that the Ethereals were euthanizing other, like, mentors and then taking their brain data and putting it in chips as, like, they were programming and brainwashing society. So Farsight finds out, he's like, fuck off. He takes a bunch of his forces, leaves, goes to some other fringe part of the galaxy and starts setting up his own civilization there. And his version of the Tau actually has an emphasis on melee combat. So a lot of their soldiers will use shotguns, which makes the Emperor pretty mad.
Oh, oh, the Farsight clan are using shotguns, and it's making the Ethereals very mad. No, you can't use shotguns here. Those are war crimes.
Bonus points for y'all in chat if you get that reference.
Shut up. That's such Reddit tier shit. Never say that again.
Fine.
Wow. Hey, at least it's not, telling. Oh,
Heckin'.
And Cave is here. Cave, are you at all familiar with 40k lore?
I'm familiar with a couple 40k people who scare me, but
Yeah.
Alright, here's what you do, right? You pretend to understand what's going on,
Right.
and make shit up. Bullshit your way through it.
Well, that's multiple. That's mostly what the writers have been doing with 40k.
Yeah, the issue with having such a big property that's been around for so long, that so many different authors and creators have covered, is that it gets a bit incoherent at times. There's not
Yeah.
really a single coherent vision of how things work, so there are a lot of people that don't know nearly enough to be writing what they're writing.
There's an agreed upon thing in the community that most of the books that take place from an imperial point of view are propaganda.
I like
Awesome.
that, actually. I like that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially if you read Caiaphas Cain, who bullshit himself into becoming a quote-unquote hero of the Imperium. Which I could go into Caiaphas on a whole other time just on him because he's a swell guy.
Yeah, maybe we'll talk more about specific characters in the future, but
Yeah.
I want to talk about the last major faction and then get into a timeline, which I'll probably hopefully do in about 2 hours. Because I
Oh.
plan on ending this around midnight-ish.
Yeah.
We'll see how long it lasts.
Bugs.
So, are you at all familiar with the Zerg from StarCraft?
I mean, I played StarCraft, so yeah.
There's
What
more.
are the Starcrafts?
They're the big bug aliens. The fucking swarms. You ever heard of
The
like a
Zerg
Zerg
Rush?
rush?
I think I've heard that, yeah.
Okay, so imagine something like that, but it's Warhammer 40k, based on what
Ah.
we've described to you thus far, and then you have the Tyranids. So the
Ye-
Tyranids are an extragalactic hive mind that exist to eat and absorb biomass so that it can be added to the genetic information of their species in order to make more efficient war forms or whatever that can then more efficiently kill and eat things to collect biomass. They have presumably devoured other galaxies in the past and have now made their way to the Milky Way. They have been leading hive fleets into the galaxy for like a few hundred years now. And basically, anytime a hive fleet shows up in a system, that system's fucked.
Ah.
Because
Internet days.
the Tyranids have this thing called the Shadow and the Warp, in
They're
which
What does that
undetectable by
mean?
chaos.
they just seem to be surrounded by a fucking bubble that repels the warp.
Well, that's
So
fucked.
when the Tyranids come around, you can't communicate with them,
You also
or you can't communicate with anyone. You can't leave. You can't
also-
detect them,
Yeah.
and
Until
also,
it's too late. Like by the time you find out they're coming, you're screwed.
yeah, you're fucked because you have no way of knowing that they're coming. Your fucking psychers cannot detect them coming.
And they're undetectable by radar because again, they're flesh.
Right. They don't have the signatures of spaceships because all of their shit's biological.
It's funny
Everything-
that their big ships are just they will freeze in the void of space and become just giant asteroids of ice,
So
and they'll lie dormant and then they'll just fly through space.
the populations of Tyranid hive fleets range in the quintillions, down from the smallest microorganisms to entire hive ships, which are all living organisms. When they come into a system, they will eat everything on the planet. They will even eat inorganic materials, such as metals.
They won't eat the metals.
They
Well,
don't eat the
they'll-
metals? Well, they eat the
they have-
minerals.
Yeah, they'll have the Carnifex tear it down, which is a warrior brute. It's like the literal tank-eating creature. They'll basically melt it down, and then they'll just leave a planet barren with you'll see structures and stuff, but it's just a barren, airless. They will also consume the air.
So, when they
Jesus
leave,
Christ.
a planet is literally just a rock. It's just a barren rock that there is no
Yum.
life on, and there can never be any life on again.
Where have I heard that one before?
Good question.
Yum.
Now, the thing is, the Tyranids have most certainly inflicted untold trillions of casualties in the time since they've arrived in the galaxy.
As expected.
It is theorized that the hive fleets encountered thus far have been the Vanguard.
Oh, what the? No, 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 no,
Yes,
no, 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 no.
And,
the rest of the fleet is still outside of the galaxy.
oh,
I see.
side note.
These are the shock troopers.
So,
That
most people agree, like, in universe, that, oh yeah, the Tyranids are the greatest threat to all life in the galaxy.
Mm.
Like, probably even over Chaos. Because even
True,
then,
say, Bob?
Chaos can't really do much about them.
their
And
presence in the warp is a giant thing of just endless teeth. So even demons are like, yeah, we're not gonna fuck with that.
Yeah, funny thing about that. When Tyranids go near demons, the demons will like phase out of existence.
So, like, only really strong demons can fight them, and even then they'll have, like, a big fucking headache when they do.
Yeah, they will spasm and start to burn away after prolonged exposure.
That's not too good.
No. So, a thing of note about the Tyranids, since them entering the galaxy, is, as I mentioned earlier, when they eat something, they can take part of its genetic code and add it to their own warriors to create new forms that they can use to better devour planets. So there are a variety of Tyranid units that were created with the genetic information of Eldar, Orcs, and Space Marines.
Yeah.
These are all very powerful specialized units, of course.
No. Wow, holy shit. I can enjoy Chimera Ant comparison here.
Yeah, there you
Whoa.
go. Chimera. They're kind of like the Chimera ants to an extent, but infinitely
Except
worse.
Cosmic Horror.
Cosmic horror, yeah. Let's see. Do we have any good artistic depictions of the Tyranid fleet?
I would assume you'd have
terrifying.
renders from the Battlefleet Gothic games. If you want to look that up.
Tyranid fleet. Battlefleet Gothic.
Oh, the rumor thing that drew the Tyranids to the galaxy, during the Heresy, I think it was Raven Guard.
No, it was the
Raven-
Night Lords fighting the Iron Hand, or the not the Iron Hands, the Imperial Fists.
Yeah, the Night Lords that found that relic thing with the Necrons. And
Yeah, it was
activated
some
the
kind of
beacon.
Necron beacon thing that was supposed
They
to be
actu-
kind of like the
yeah.
Astronomicon, and it fucking blew up, and this basically caused a massive flare in the warp that the Tyranids detected 10,000 years ago, and then just kind of started drifting on over to the Milky Way.
Thanks.
They've also been apparently spotted approaching from multiple different angles.
Yeah, as there are multiple different high fleets,
Yeah.
which will also routinely eat. So the Tyranid hive mind works in the sense that they will have synapse creatures that act as like beacons in the middle of the swarm that will direct certain units. They'll direct certain units to do what they do. The Mechanicus biologist, the biological research part of the Mechanicus, found out that if you kill these synapse creatures, the remaining Tyranids that are the lower, you'll have like the swarm units, the grunts, the hormagons, termagants, these like the swarm units they're not intelligent enough. They'll just go to animal instinct. They can literally be domesticated too. It's gotten to the point where
Here is a quote of, I think, an Eldar Farseer trying to look into the hive mind. Beyond the shield, she saw the great dragon's true form, not the hideous intrusions into the mortal realm that swam the black star sea, nor as a Farseer might see it, as a great and braided cable of malicious fate dominating all the skyne. The first was merely a part of the whole, and the second psychic abstraction. What Liana saw was the reality of its soul. It was a great shadow when seen from afar, a wave of dread and psychic blindness that preceded the hive fleet's arrival. But the greatest shadows are cast by the brightest lights, and seen closely, the soul of the hive mind shone brighter than any sun. She was so close now that she perceived the rigid topography of its mind, larger than star systems, an entity bigger than a god. It contemplated thoughts as large as continents, and spun plans more complex than worlds. It dreaded dreams that could not be fathomed. She felt small and afraid before it, but she did not let her fear cow her defiance. Against this vista flickered the souls of Eldar, their jeweled brightness dimmed by the incomparable glare of the great dragon. And this was but a tendril of the creature. The bulk of it stretched away, coils wrapped tight about the higher dimensions, joining in the distance to others, and then others again, until at a great confluence of the parts sat the terrible truth of the whole.
Should we discuss Gene Stealer cults as well?
I was just about to talk about Gene Stealer cults. So,
Oh, I got a really good image, guys.
oh, is it the one of
Why?
it like fucking that? This
Yeah.
is metaphorical.
What the fuck is that thing?
That's an interpretation of the hive mind.
Uh,
So you see on this map here, showing all of the different vectors that the Tyranids have attacked from, they are literally surrounding the galaxy.
at least from that side, doesn't seem to be much.
That's
on
presumably the
the-
side that they're coming from. But there are
Yeah.
so many of them that they can fucking...
Wait,
just-
never mind. I just processed what that Leviathan one's doing. That's
Yeah.
a bit weird.
Yeah. It takes a moment.
Yeah. I should do a playthrough
Now
of the
let's-
Space Marine game when it comes out. I might, especially since we're fighting fucking Tyranids in that one. So the thing about the Tyranids is they like eating planets, but they don't really give a shit about fighting. So they're like,
They'll
can we
do the work in
perhaps...
the same sense that bees will have a soldier class to do the work.
Yeah, so like, what if we had some way to kind of like, I don't know.
Prepare a planet already, so it's easier to consume.
Yeah, what if we weakened a planet a bit before we invaded them? So there are these things called Gene Stealers, where they send a guy called, what is it, a Broodlord, Broodfather?
I think a patriarch.
A Patriarch.
Or
They-
sorry, it'll be a brood lord, but then when the cult forms, it is known as a patriarch.
So they send this Tyranid there to essentially create hybrids.
Sorry if I'm interrupting, but I don't. What'll actually happen is, the Tyranids don't send it there. It'll just be a random gene stealer that could have snuck onto an Imperial ship, an Eldar craft world, or in storage containers or anything. It could even be one escaped from a Mechanicus biologist facility. It'll break out, find its way to some kind of civilization, start a cult. I'm giving you the really short version here. Misc is probably going to go into the detail. Start a cult. The cult will then beacon out using its own psychers to attract a fleet, and that's when things really get fucked.
It goes and it creates hybrids that are technically part of the Tyranid hive mind. So they're like half human, half Tyranid. So they're like weird, malformed humans with forearms and shit. I'll get
But as
pictures of Gene
the-
Stealers.
As you get more generations down the hybrids, they get more and more human until the only point that you can tell is that they're completely bald-headed and just slightly a little bit pale.
Oh, for fuck's sake, it's not looping the music even though I'm telling it to loop. I don't understand how
just
these new
gonna-
commands work. I think I have to do like loop
Also,
single?
these hybrids and everything, it comes about through generations, so
Yeah, so it's
It's
kind
like
of
a
a long
frog
game
boiling.
thing.
Mm-hmm.
This is what a normal Gene Stealer looks like. They kind of look like a relatively normal Tyranid. Then you have Gene Stealer hybrids, who are basically like a fusion between these and normal humans. So they will actively do subterfuge and sabotage on planets that they're on in order to weaken their defenses. And
Okay.
whenever a Gene Stealer cult pops up on a planet, the Tyranids become aware of that planet because there are Tyranids there. So when Gene Stealers pop up on your planet, you are fucked because they're going to come to your planet now. Remember how I mentioned the Custodies occasionally do significant things?
Yeah. Ah, I
In
see.
one of the recent books, some Inquisitors found out, oh my fucking god, there is a Gene Stealer cult on Terra. And
Just
they
get rid
were
of that
like,
thing.
hey, Custodies, can we go handle that? And the chieftain of the Custodies was like, no, we're going to go deal with that. So, like, half the fucking Custodies go down into, like, the Undercity on Terra and absolutely fucking cleanse the place of Gene Stealers. Personally. Because it's
probably
Terra, and that's
non-Stealers,
their
too.
business. And they found, like, a mural thing depicting the Hive Fleet consuming the entire solar system that they had burned before the Inquisitors could investigate the place, because they're like, yeah, that's not good.
It's also safe to assume that Inquisitors aren't compromised when investigating a Gene Stealer cult.
Oh, yeah. Because they could also be Gene Stealers.
Yeah, because they would also willingly divert forces to a different planet to, again, also weaken it for the hive mind and make it easier. The Gene Stealers also join Imperial Guard regiments, mining teams. It's not also just the lower class that are. The upper class too will be sabotaged and taken over to get the entire planet swept out from under them.
Oh, I remember there's something important we forgot to mention about the Nids.
What about the Nids?
What was that?
They were so terrifying that a certain Inquisitor decided, yeah, I'm just gonna exterminatus all these planets.
Oh yeah, was it Cryptman?
I think it was Cryptman.
It was Cryptman.
Oh yeah, did he he basically cleansed entire planets that the Tyranids were going to be taking over? Or you know,
It was a preeminent cleansing to deny them biomass.
yeah, so he basically did fucking scorched earth. He obliterated entire planets before the Tyranids could get to them so that they wouldn't be able to eat anything and they'd starve.
Hmm.
So he killed like
That's,
trillions of people as preventative measures.
That's one method, I guess.
It's funny that the Inquisition, who took the moral high ground on this thing, you can't just do this to Imperial citizens, and then those same Inquisitors will damn entire populations to exterminatus because one person got suspected of having a book that mentioned chaos.
Right, yeah. Average Inquisitorious moment. In terms of, yeah, as I mentioned, almost every faction is like, yeah, the Tyranids are the worst thing ever, actually. Even Chaos, like the Chaos Gods are like, these things fucking suck. We gotta get rid of them.
What does
No.
chaos have if
The
Tyranids
Orcs
eat
love them.
everything?
Yeah, right. The Dark Eldar just think they're kind of neat. The Orcs love the Tyranids.
They domesticated them.
Neve, can you imagine why the Orcs love the Tyranids?
I can zone out for a second. But, like, I imagine, let's see. Like, I guess the Orcs could imagine themselves getting the same abilities.
No,
No.
it's in the sense that they have a never-ending supply of a war.
Essentially,
Ah!
yes. The Orcs love fighting. The Tyranids are an enemy that essentially never stops. So they can just fight them forever.
It's also worth mentioning that there have been, in terms of Gene Stealer cults, there have been Gene Stealer cults that made their way to other species. The Tau, obviously most notably is humanity. The Tau have been victims to it. And one Eldar craft world willingly submitted to a Gene Stealer because they were drifting in the Eye of Terror, and they're like, look, we can either get fucked over by chaos, or we can become blanks in the sense that, well, we have the Shadow of the War protecting us. If we join up with a Gene Stealer, The downside, why humanity is the prime reason for targeting, they reproduce faster than all the other races. Orcs are uncanny, and they'll kill each other, so they're not consistent enough. Eldar take way too long to reproduce. Cow reproduction, I don't think they do mostly through cloning and like artificial insemination, so it's difficult with them.
Yeah, Medell, Necrons also hard counter Tyranids. Necrons are the ones that are the hardest counter to Tyranids because they don't have any biomass.
Yeah.
And their Gauss
That-
weapons literally fucking erase things from existence. So they are like the best faction for fighting the Tyranids. And that's why Zizarek fucking hates the Tyranids, because if they eat everyone, there will be no fucking biomass for them to get their bodies back. So he's like, we gotta kill these fucking things. We gotta get rid of them.
And it's also just, you want some greenery on your lawn.
right.
Yeah.
So I believe we mentioned a planet earlier when talking about the orcs called Octarius, where I believe the Inquisition, it may have even been Cryptmen, was like, hey, the orcs are here, right? What if we led the Tyranids to the orcs and just had them fight each other? And then they've just been fighting each other for like 200 years now.
Oopsies.
They've just been fighting each other non-stop on this one planet for like 200 fucking years. Because every time the orcs die, they release spores that creates more orcs. And every time the Tyranids kill the orcs, they just eat them and get more biomass to make more Tyranids. So they just keep going on and on and on forever. They created like an infinite motion machine by having the orcs fight the Tyranids. So yeah, I think that's all of the main factions, right? Yes?
Yeah.
Okay. Time to talk about the timeline of the universe.
Wait.
I'll try to make it somewhat concise. As concise as can be. So, like, fucking 60-something million years ago, around, like, dinosaur time, there were these big psychic frog guys called the Old Ones. They were kind of doing their thing, I guess. And I believe they went to war with the Necrons, who at the time were known as the Necron tier because of the Catan and all the Catan wanting to eat everything shit. They used the Eldar as part of their war. They created a race known as the Krorks, who were the predecessors to the Orcs. They were essentially Orcs, but intelligent and bigger and stronger. So as you can imagine, taking Orcs that are really fucking strong and reproduce absurdly quickly and have their dumb psychic powers, and then made them bigger and stronger and intelligent, they were really fucking strong. They fought each other for a really long time in something called the War in Heaven, because it was basically a war between godlike entities and their vassal races. This ended with most of the old ones getting killed and then just fucking off to somewhere else in the universe. The Catan got shattered by the Necrons and started getting used as power sources, and the Necrons just went into a long sleep. So as a result, the Eldar basically became the dominant race. Oh, and I guess the Krorks just died off or something. I don't remember exactly what happened with them. Do we know? Seems Danny has disappeared when I actually have a question about something. Convenient how that happens, isn't it?
Oh well.
Now, as happens with a fucking war in heaven, the psychic sea of souls got really stirred up and shit, and that's what created the chaos gods, and just made the warp really fucked up in the first place. So it's all because of the war in heaven. Damn, I covered the war in heaven much more concisely than I expected to. Well, I expected talking about the heresy to take more time. Millions of years pass, the Eldar are the dominant race in the galaxy. Eventually, humans become a thing. You know, those guys.
Yeah.
At some point, current year happens, I guess. And then several thousand more years pass.
And it's implied that the Emperor has been, like, because the Emperor's.
Oh wait, Danny, what happened with the
Yeah?
Crocs? Tell me what happened with the fucking Crocs. Do we
The
know?
Orcs sort of just devolved into Orcs.
Just over time, just lack of stimulation.
We'll also think of it lack of a purpose. All they were engineered to do was fight.
That's
They were
true.
just a living bioweapon, and with nothing else, it sort of just devolved and infought among themselves.
That's fair.
We gotta fight, so we just gotta fight.
Right.
But I was getting to, the Emperor is apparently he's been hiding in the shadows of every society and civilization.
Right. So like 20,000 years ago, there were a bunch of psychic shamans that were like, man, chaos. Man, that's fucked, huh? We should make some kind of thing to protect us against that. So they did like a mass suicide ritual and psychically created
Wow.
a fucking super strong psychic being who came to be known as the Emperor of Mankind.
Oh, that's how he was born, I see.
Yeah. So the Emperor, as we find out at some point later, is something called a Perpetual, which just means he's immortal. That's the most defining characteristic. He doesn't age. I do not believe he can technically be killed. Oh, is this what we think the Crocs look like? Did we ever get a confirmation, or is this just that fan art?
These are just some
Fan
fan
art.
art, I think.
But it's safe to assume that they're just bigger Orcs with better. From Trazian's collection, it was called a bigger Orc with armor more advanced than a Starday's armor. So take it that way you will.
Fascinating. So the Emperor's like, ah yes, humanity is weak, and chaos is really strong. So I should go about doing some shit to protect humanity from chaos. So through his immense psychic power, he, I don't know, teleports around the galaxy and goes on various space adventures, and is also just kind of around throughout all of human history.
Right.
And as happens over the course of thousands of years, humanity progresses greatly in terms of technology. You know, we develop faster than light travel, our weaponry, our machinery is incredibly advanced. We even have artificial intelligence.
Whoa.
Yeah, crazy, right?
Yeah, that'd never happen.
Yeah! And then around, like, the 25th millennium, so, like, 23,000 years in the future, humanity's expanded across the galaxy to have a big intergalactic empire, and then what happens?
Oh, you know.
I don't remember specifically what it was. Was it literally an AI rebellion?
No, it was the Eldar.
Okay,
When
I
they-
wasn't
when
sure
they
exactly when
murder-
that happened. Them murder fucking Slanesh into existence. As
No,
you
wait,
would-
sorry. It wasn't. The Eldar, when the Eldar murdered Flux Slanesh into existence, it cleared away all the warp storms. All the warp storms were just because of the gods being dicks to each other. There's never an explained reason.
Let me look up what caused the Age of Strife. So humanity had a big golden age, and then it got super fucked up when this thing called the Age of Strife started. The Age of Strife, also sometimes referred to as Old Night, based on the name for the era on Terra in older imperial histories, is the name for the chaotic and highly fragmented period of human history that began roughly in the 25th millennium AD and ended in the 30th millennium with the birth of the Imperium of Man. It was at this time that the great human interstellar civilization created during the golden age of the Age of Technology collapsed into isolation, constant warfare, disease, rampant mutation, famine, and a host of other terrible tragedies. These events killed tens of billions of people and pushed humanity to the brink of extinction.
Are we still there?
No.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, like, when you've got those eating guys on their way, you're basically always on the brink of extinction.
that's true, yeah.
Yeah.
So, around, like, I don't know, fucking the 30th millennium?
Uh,
Or was it earlier?
20. He started the Unification Wars, I believe, were 28 millennium.
Anyway, at some point during the Age of Strife, the Emperor finishes up his interstellar shenanigans. He fought some of the Chaos Gods for a bit. He fucking sealed away the Void Dragon on Mars. And then he shows back up on Earth and is like, damn, we need to reunify humanity. So he creates these super soldiers called the Thunder Warriors and uses them to, well, conquer the Earth and unite humanity. In the process,
I just want to go out here. The forces, the quote unquote forces on Earth at this point were literal Mad Max techno barbarians.
Oh yeah, of course. During the Age of Strife, everything was fucking Mad Max.
Right.
As part of the unification, the Emperor got rid of all religion. The Emperor hated religion. He thought it was a fucking net negative for humanity. It was something that led to stagnation. Yeah, he was an r/Reddit atheist.
To the point where he starts burning churches.
Yeah, he destroyed churches and religious monuments. He got rid of all the religions. One of the last acts of the unification of Terra was the Emperor going to the last church, which is the name of a short story, and talking to the last priest, and basically having a fucking Reddit debate about why religion is stupid.
Yeah.
So the entire thing hinged on that one priest.
Yeah,
Yes.
but then I don't remember if the prince is particularly convinced or not, and then the Emperor reveals that he's the fucking Emperor, and the priest is like, wow. What was his exact reaction again?
The priest sort of just, he's heartbroken in the sense that, like, this is what you've done, you've taken away my life's work, my life is meaningless now. And while the Emperor, he goes inside the church, the Emperor orders the Thunder Warriors to burn the church, and the man just goes inside while the church burns.
Here's a consistent theme with the Emperor. He cares about the well-being of humanity. He does not care about individual humans.
Yeah.
Not really.
He's not good. He's not good with interacting with people.
Which is what tends to happen when you're a fucking godlike entity.
Yeah.
So,
Anyway,
basically around...
Despite him being godlike, he is in fact not a god.
His big thing, do not worship me as a god. I am not a god. Don't do that. We'll get
Despite
into that
being
later.
and having the traits of a god.
Which, as you noticed, is not exactly how things ended up working out.
What, are you talking about Warhammer?
Yes,
Yeah.
that's what the
Yes.
stream is about.
Oh, I didn't know the stream was on. I'll check.
So, around when the unification of Terra was complete, or maybe a little before, the Emperor devised this big project of his. He wanted to create some beings that could lead his armies across the galaxy in a great crusade to reunite humanity and, take control of the galaxy. So, using his own genetic material and various other scientific and probably mildly magical shit, he created 20 beings known as the Primarchs.
But only 18 are known.
Right. 2 of them have just been utterly expunged from all records in existence. Why? Probably so you can make your own homebrew shit.
Yeah.
Well, there are some hints towards it, like maybe their gene seed flaws were really bad, or maybe they turned against the Emperor, and he just got rid of them before, like,
But
the big stuff
it's
happened.
so you can do your own homebrew
Yeah,
legions.
the in-game
I
explanation.
understand that bit. I'm just saying, there are hints at what may have happened.
The in-game explanation is that Russ, Lehman Russ, one of the Primarchs, he was called the Emperor's Executioner, hunted down the other 2 and just proceeded to execute the entire legion.
Right. So,
I
these
just have a problem with
Primarchs
that. He had,
are
like,
a step above the Space Marines and Custodes. If you had some sort of order of succession in terms of how fucking superhuman they are, you have the Space Marines, then you have the Grey Knights who are like special Space Marines, then you have the Custodes, then you have the Primarchs, and then you have the Emperor. The Primarchs are generally considered the Emperor's sons. Now, before he can enact this great crusade with his Primarch sons, the Chaos Gods fucking whisk them away and just teleport them all over the galaxy. And as you can imagine, that was really goddamn annoying.
Yeah.
Like, whatever happened to that time where an orc supposedly almost killed the Emperor?
I believe that's around, well, that's during the Great Crusade, I think. Which then begins, like, post-haste. Like, all the Warp Storm shit ends.
Because of the Eldar.
Right.
Because Slanesh is born.
Because Slanesh is
Yeah.
born. The Emperor uses what he had of the Primarch's genetic information, which is called Gene Seed, to create the real Space Marines. The Thunder Warriors were like Proto-Space Marines.
And he had the Space Marines kill the Thunder Warriors.
Yeah, he just killed all of them.
Whoopsies.
He used Custodes and Space Marines.
Yes.
So then, they go out into the galaxy to find all of the Primarchs and unite them again to, you know, fucking reunite humanity. So now I should talk about the Primarchs, because they're all really important. These guys are basically actually fucking demigods for real. They are all essentially, after the Emperor, the most important people in the galaxy. I should probably do it in...
Some of them are literally like legendary, literally are like mythological characters on their planets.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Basically every planet that each of the Primarchs went to, they became like fucking kings and shit.
Except for one.
These are demigods among normal humans. Let's see. Where can I find a fucking list of the Primarchs? Oh, beautiful. Oh, we actually have them in Record of Discovery. How convenient. Very convenient, actually. So, the first of the Primarchs that the Emperor discovers is Horus Lupercal. Horus, most notably, the most notable feature of Horus is that the man is really fucking charismatic. He is like a natural-born leader.
Gee, what is it with charismatic people always being super fucking evil?
This is what he looked like.
Oh, let's see. How attractive was this guy?
He's
Not
bald,
tall.
but he has cool armor, so...
Yeah.
That's reasonably
He makes up for the
elegant.
lack of looks with charisma. And he led the 16th Legion, which was called the Luna Wolves originally, but was renamed as the Sons of Horus.
I think that was when he.
Yes,
Oh, shut
well,
up.
yeah. Then a while later, like almost 20 years later, because, you know, the passage of time is not as significant when you're traveling across fucking space, and it's Warhammer, he finds Leman Russ, who is basically a space Viking. And he is the leader of the Space Wolves, who are one of the most popular legions/chapters, I think. Pretty sure.
And made fun of being furries.
Right,
all
because
the
they've
time.
got their whole fucking... All of their shit is wolf something. They come from space Norway, pretty much.
Yeah.
Alright.
I love how the Emperor just introduced himself to Lehman.
How did he introduce himself to Leman?
He showed up like as a decrepit old man. He came to like one of Lehman's big feasts, and he came up and challenged Lehman, being like, "Hey, if I outdrink you in a drinking contest, then you have to work for me, and if I lose to you, I don't know, I'll work for you."
Oh, right, I
And
should
then-
mention, the fucking Emperor introduced himself to all of the Primarchs like a fucking Greek god fucking around with mortals by just pretending to be someone or something else and then just
I was
fucking playing
totally-
games with them.
Which totally didn't help the guys I'm not a god thing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Acting like a Greek god definitely didn't help the whole I'm not a god thing.
Yeah. Then he actually lost to Lehman in a drinking contest. He challenged him again, and then to an eating contest, and Lehman was like, I like this old guy. Sure, why not? They got into the eating contest, and the Emperor loses again, even though he ate like enough to make a person explode. And then he's like, "Okay, one more time. How about a fist fight?"
Oh,
and
right.
Lehman's like, "Oh, right."
Wave, I have to
And
tell
then
you, your mic quality is unbearably terrible. It is so fucking
Yeah.
choppy.
Sorry.
Neve, I
And
just
then they-
realized I haven't sent a picture of the Emperor, have I?
Yeah, you haven't.
Here you go.
I...
Mr. I'm not a god.
Oh, that's not what I imagined.
This is how he well, this is the Emperor back during the Great Crusade.
He looks like, he looks too normal. I thought he'd be like some weird, like, tall,
He's like
lanky
if you've
lich
seen
sort
the
of
show
thing.
Oh,
Primal-
we'll send you a picture of him in the present later.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
well,
the
he
guy
takes off
walks
his cloak
around.
and then
He
just
walks
punches
around
you.
like this and is like, "Guys, don't worship me as a god. I'm not a god.
Guys,
with
I'm
the
not
flaming
Jesus.
sword.
I'm not Jesus," even though he probably is literally Jesus.
Considering his
Yeah.
whole, yeah.
There is a
he's-
non-zero chance that he was actually Jesus of Nazareth.
that's so
Actually,
funny.
in text-to-speech, they make a fun of like the Emperor was Moses. It's funny. Like, I like that.
So he gets Lehman, who leads the Space Wolves, who are cool. They end up finding Ferrus Manus, who is the big tech nerd guy. His whole legion is big on being fucking cyborgs, because they think flesh is weak or whatever. The guy has, like, literal fucking hands of steel, because he accidentally, like, dipped his hands in some liquid metal shit. I think it was from killing
Oopsies.
something.
It was, and then he can now form them into tools.
Yeah.
He's basically the IT support of the Space Marine Legions.
Nah, well, him and Vulcan, I have to say.
He's more IT.
Vulcan's more forging.
Yeah, Ferrus
Okay,
is
yeah.
more like technology and
Mechanics and-
stuff, whereas
Yeah.
Vulcan's more concerned with weapons. Then he goes and he finds Fulgrim. I don't know what Fulgrim was doing back then.
Fulgrim on Keynote.
He was making culture and art and music and making his shithole planet actually culturist, more like Greece.
Right.
And like
Um,
Greece, most of its inhabitants were in some form gay.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if they're like a little fruity.
I mean, look at him.
Oh my god, he fucking walked around. Oh, look at this shit. Look at this fucking shit. The man is dressing like some kind of medieval landlord.
Wait, post this? I want to see it.
It's the fur.
Oh. Oh, yeah, yeah.
And he's the leader of the 3rd Legion, which is called the Emperor's Children. They are the most fucking beautiful and perfect of all of the Space Marine Legions.
Maybe except for the blood.
Yeah.
What a fruity fellow. Who do they find after that? They find Vulcan! Okay, Vulcan's a cool guy. Vulcan was sent to a volcanic planet, and the planet had a tendency to get raided by the Dark Eldar. So at the age of, what, 3? He killed like 100 Dark Eldar.
Yeah.
They're literally the worst people in the setting.
And then
Compared to
basically
even
became
demons.
like a fucking Smith King of his planet of Nocturne. And when the Emperor showed up, his little game that he played with him is like, oh, let's go find a bigger fucking dragon thing to kill, and whoever finds the biggest one and kills it and brings it back wins. And Vulcan went and found a really fucking big one, and as he was coming back with it, there was a volcanic eruption. And he ended up like fucking, he almost fell off of a cliff, but he didn't want to let go of the big salamander thing that he got. So the Emperor comes along with an even bigger fucking dragon thing, and just like tosses it off the cliff to save Vulcan, and Vulcan wins because he's the only one that has a big salamander thing. Vulcan feels bad about it, so he's like, nah, you really won for real. So then the Emperor reveals himself. And is like, come join me, my son. And so he does. And Vulcan leads the Salamanders, who are canonically the best Space Marines. Do you know why
Yes,
they're the
they are
best
the
ones?
best.
Was it that backstory?
Not necessarily because of that backstory, but part of it, yeah, because they're the sons of Vulcan. Because they understand they are the protectors of humanity. so they actively
Ah.
try to protect humanity and are nice to
The
people.
Space Marines are like humans. We can just
Generally
flatten them in
speaking,
our way.
the Salamanders really try to help people out. There was an instance of a chapter of the Space Marines called the Marines Malevolent that have the most disgusting color scheme ever, were fighting orcs and wanted to bomb, what was it, a hospital? They wanted to fucking
Refugee camp.
They wanted to firebomb a refugee camp because they couldn't be fucking bothered to go in there and just do a normal defense. So the chapter master of the Salamanders literally went into the captain's tent and just beat the ever-loving fuck out of him.
Awesome.
Salamanders actively try to fucking help people. They're the
So do these Space Wolves.
They're the Space Wolves to an extent too. Though the Space Wolves are more violent and alcoholic about it.
Yeah.
It's ironic that the most humane of the Space Marines are the ones that use fucking flamethrowers as their basic weapons.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
I think that has to be like that had to be on purpose, like the ones with the most dangerous weapons and
The most
aerial
inhumane
weapons.
weapons are the most humane.
yeah.
Space
It's
Marines.
also
Yeah.
that their appearance terrifies regular humans.
Yeah,
because
because
they're
they have
really
like fucking
pitch black.
pitch black skin and burning eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they literally look like demons, but they're like the nicest people ever.
It never fails to amaze when people say 40K has representation. It has black people, and they'll look at it and they'll say the salamanders.
To be
You get there?
to be fair, the salamanders are great.
I mean, yeah, but they are like, they're black in the sense that they're like pitch black, not like, you know.
Okay, but Vulcan's definitely black.
Yeah, Vulcan is black.
Yeah.
Vulcan's black. It's just that a lot of his Space Marines are genetically required to do blackface.
Yeah, like it literally just, some of them just look like white dudes in blackface.
Can't be helped. Can't help that gene seed, am I right, fellas?
Damn, Justin Trudeau's a Space Marine.
Oh. Damn.
Well, think about it. It's the nice guy country with blackface. He's gotta be a salamander.
Oh my fucking god. Who do we find next? Ah yes, Rogel Dorn. What was Dorn doing on his planet?
I think just
He was creating and governing an empire.
Awesome.
Yeah. We'll send a picture of him. He is the master of fortifications. If you want to defend a place, you get Dorn and those Imperial fists. No one's ever cracking that shit.
Ever?
Except for one other Primarch.
Except for the guy that's a master of siege warfare. Maybe.
and also a huge
Yeah.
And also a huge dick. A petty dick.
He's my favorite Primarch.
To be fair, he is pretty great. Pretty
To-
funny.
Yeah, he also does, his backstory does kind of make you feel for him, because he did not want to be a tool of war, but the Emperor made him one.
Next
No,
we
he was
have...
always a tool of war, but he wanted to just like build things. It didn't start with the Emperor. It started with his home planet.
Next we have the Primarch, who we'll talk about more later.
No, is it?
Rabute Gilliman.
Huh.
This guy
The
is like
Aryan white
this
kid.
guy is the default Primarch. Because he's the Primarch of the default Marines, the Ultramarines, who are the fucking poster boys for Warhammer.
His superpower, he's the biggest fucking nerd in the galaxy.
Yeah.
When GW says Blue Lives Matter, this is who they think of,
His planet is basically ancient Rome,
except without all the femboys.
without all the femboys. He's big
God.
on being... He's into, like, politics and democracy, and generally is a
stuff.
really good politician.
As good as
Yeah.
a pulp can be.
And he wanted the
Considering...
Space Marines to not be bloodthirsty warriors. I don't think he knew about what happened to the Thunder Warriors, but that was probably a good choice.
Yeah. when you consider how most Warhammer politicians are, he is actually the best politician.
Yeah.
Like, for real, when you consider what else do we have to work with? The fucking Archons in Camera and
Yeah.
the High Lords of Terra. I don't think there's much of a competition. Fucking Gilliman's the best. Who's get next? Magnus! Okay, Magnus is interesting because Magnus is a Psyker. Some of the other
Yeah.
Primarchs are Psykers. Magnus is literally like a fucking sorcerer. He got thrown
And his
onto a
biggest
planet.
rival is Lehman.
Right. He got tossed onto a planet full of fucking Psykers. A big magic Egypt place with fucking crystal pyramids everywhere and shit. Oh, right,
Yep.
and the Ethereals too. Yeah, Gilliman's the best politician. His relationship to the Emperor is very interesting because Magnus has a thirst for knowledge and also wants to do things, but psychic powers in the warp are fucking dangerous. So a lot of the times
Yeah.
when Magnus tries to do something with good intentions, he fucks things up, such as accidentally creating that giant warp rift on Terra that the Emperor has to constantly exert himself to keep from opening.
Yeah, and that's why the Emperor now.
And that's
most
why we
powerful
could
version
never
of
complete
Stephen
the
Hawking.
Webway project. Because of Magnus accidentally fucking it up.
Well, technically, if we all have to go back to one person out of the Primarchs who did all the stuff, it's Lorgar.
We're gonna get to Lorgar, don't you worry.
The guy who really fucked everything up.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Magnus leads a legion called the Thousand Suns, and the interesting thing about the Thousand Suns is that most of them are Psykers, or a lot of them are Psykers, but they suffer from a mutation called like the Flesh Change or something.
It turns them into Chaos Spawn.
Yeah, they just get turned into like fucking chaos monsters. It's really bad, and Magnus, one of his big motivations is trying to find like a cure to that somehow. Because obviously your fucking sons turning into big goopy monsters is bad.
Well, I wish him luck with that one.
Yeah, it really didn't work out well. After that he finds Sanguinius, who is the
The
golden
glorious
child.
Hawk Boy.
The golden child. Do you want to know how much of a golden child?
How?
Here is a fucking picture of him.
Yep.
He literally has angel wings.
Holy
Yep.
excessive.
He...
And something cool is that he made his legion actually not bloodthirsty. His entire legion was made up of like rapists and murderers and all that.
Yeah,
He
the
literally made
Blood
them the most noble.
Angels were kind of fucked up by something called the Red Thirst. Little surprise from a legion called the Blood Angels. They were basically kind of like vampires to an extent.
I will be right back.
Okay. And when he showed up, he was so good and cool that he just got them all to chill out and be good. Oh yeah, and I'm pretty sure he also like fucking wrestled and beat, what was it, a Bloodthirster? Some-
Yeah, Bloodthirster.
Some greater demon or something. Like he straight up soloed it in a fist fight.
And during the Siege of Terra, he was basically just holding the entire campaign by himself.
Oh yeah, he basically did hold off an entire fucking army by himself.
Yeah.
So, Sanguinius, very cool guy. Cool dude.
Yep.
Then there's Lionel Johnson.
What head out, Misc? See ya.
The first
See ya.
Primarch.
The Primarch of the First Legion. Lionel Johnson is, well, he's a guy, I guess. He exists. That much cannot be denied. I'm not sure exactly how to describe him.
He's a knight in space.
He's a space knight, yeah. He leads a legion called the Dark Angels. Their deal is that they have loyalty to the Emperor above all else. including the Imperium. So they will do things that actively go against the Imperium because it is in the best interests of the Emperor. I believe, yeah. That leads to various shenanigans that happen later. But he's also like a super huge badass. I believe he is, in fact, an incredibly skilled swordsman. In fact, I'm pretty sure having a big sword is kind of his biggest gimmick, is that he's just really fucking good at fighting.
I think that's actually his superpower. Was when he was fighting somebody who could see the future, he was actively able to change his attacks.
Yeah. Because he's just that good. Okay.
Yep.
After the lion, the Emperor finds a guy called Perturabo.
My
Perturabo
favorite.
is a fucking god at creating machinery, like in an actual artistic sense. Like he was able to make little artistic pieces out of technology, and is also the absolute best at siege warfare. If you need to crack a fucking planet open, you send this guy and the Iron Warriors, they'll get the job done. They are the absolute fucking best at sieging places.
Oh, sorry, he is the peak of don't complain, men don't complain.
Yeah, he's kind of a hard ass. And also, simultaneously, a bit of a man-child, because he's really fucking jealous of Dorn getting a bunch of appreciation. Wasn't he the one that designed the Imperial Palace, and he was really fucking butthurt about that? Oh, but I'm the master of siege warfare. If there's any place that I should be building, it's the place that needs to have the most defense against being sieged. But no.
Yeah.
We'll get
He
into
is petty, but he is so effective.
Yeah, after
You
him,
have to deny that.
we get Mortarion. Mortarion was sent to an absolute fucking toxic shithole of a planet that was ruled over by mutant psyker guys that were basically demon people. And Mortarion pretty much dedicated his entire life to overthrowing and killing these guys. And when he was at last about to achieve his life's purpose and kill the Demon King, the Emperor just shows up and kills the guy and is like, oh hey son, come along with me now. As I'm sure you can imagine, he was not thrilled about the Emperor just kind of disregarding his entire life's work up until that point.
And so?
Not super fond of it.
We're talking about Perturabo not being fond of
We're talking about
or-
Mortarion.
and him not liking psychers too much.
Oh, yeah, that's also why he doesn't like psychers, is because his planet was ruled over by psychers that were awful. So...
He is my least favorite Primarch.
You don't like Mortarion?
Mortarion's cool.
He wields a big fucking scythe.
Yes, but he is literally like, oh, he is the biggest fucking hypocrite in the entire series.
He literally.
I don't know. We got a lot of hypocrites. That's a bold statement.
That's a bold claim for this series.
Yeah.
We'll maybe get more into it later.
When Gilman calls him out, he's like, "Oh, you claim to hate psychers when you are my brother, but now you bathe in the powers." When he's like, "I realize how that sounds." But it's like, but I'm using my powers now for my own thing. I'm not being the unwilling tool of someone else. Which,
ironic.
yeah.
Mortarion took over. His legion was called the Dusk Raiders because they would do like fucking raids at dusk. They'd do night raids, but he renamed them to the Death Guard. Their specialty: chemical and biological warfare.
Well, that and also attrition. They would
and wars of attrition.
Yeah.
They will ruin your life if you fight them. They will fucking destroy your civilization.
You could nuke them from orbit and they would still have trenches deep within the planet. The Imperial Guard would run out of men before they would surrender. Which is
It's kind of like the less wholesome versions of the Salamanders, I like to think.
They also remind me of the death scores of Krieg.
Yeah, they are. Considering both their homeworlds were radioactive wastelands. I guess so was Tower.
So after Mortarion, he finds this guy called Lorgar.
Lorgar.
is a guy.
A guy?
Do you want to know why Lorgar's kind of funny?
A guy? Why?
Lorgar is basically a preacher.
Right.
And the Emperor's like, fuck religion, get that shit out of here. But
In
Lorgar...
fact, Lorgar praised the Emperor as a god, and he defeated chaos on his home planet.
Yeah. Lorgar
original-
is the guy that started the whole worshipping the Emperor as a god thing, because he met the Emperor and he's like, you are the most godlike being I have ever fucking seen. Of course I'm gonna worship you as a god.
The original intent of the Word Bearers Legion was to tear down old religions and replace it with the word of the Emperor, which is like science and religion is bad, so more Reddit atheism. But that went horribly, horribly wrong.
Yeah, we'll talk a little bit more about Lorgar soon.
And Erebus and Corfeiro.
After that he finds Jagged Eye Khan, who's basically a space Mongol
On a bike.
on a bike.
On a bike? in
Moving very
space?
fast.
Yeah.
Very
Look at that.
fast.
This guy,
Fast as fuck. Wee.
this guy is a cool guy that leads, I'm sorry, probably the least interesting legion, probably just because there's not that much information on them.
He kind of looks like Kratos a little bit.
A little, but he's got hair. He's got a big
Yeah.
old ponytail thing, and he likes to ride around on fucking motorcycles.
You'll notice a lot of men in 40k tend to have ponytails.
They just appreciate that
In
men with
fact-
ponytails look
fun
cool as shit.
Oh, sorry. Fun fact, him and Fulgrim actually got their planet swapped. They were supposed to land on the different each other's planets.
So what, some femboy was gonna be on a fucking bike leading a bunch of Mongols?
Oh boy.
That's kind of funny.
Yeah.
The Khan's legion is known as the White Scars, and they're space Mongols. I don't think you need to really say much more about them. They're space
They
Mongols on
specialize-
The only
motorcycles.
reason there isn't much love for them is because of their piece of shit color scheme.
Oh,
It's hard to
their
paint.
color scheme kind of sucks, dick.
Yeah.
The next
But
Primarch.
Jagged Eye is like top favorite Primarchs.
Yeah, the Primarch is more interesting than the Legion.
The next Primarch they find is a guy called Conrad Kurz.
Curse.
Neve,
Batman.
I will summarize this guy for you. Imagine if Batman was a serial killer.
So it's the Batman who laughs.
Yes,
Right.
that's Conrad. He
It's
was
Batman if instead of his no killing rule, he threw that out the window and said no mercy instead.
Yeah, instead of no killing, it's I should kill people in the most horrifically brutal ways possible so that no one will do crime. Because he got thrown
It's-
into this fucking shithole crime-ridden hive world, and then just started brutally murdering people that committed crimes, and then crime just kind of
As a baby
stopped.
and
As
eating
a,
them.
and then crime just kind of stopped happening on his planet.
And he took all the criminals and made them space marines.
It gets worse. His home world was absolute garbage, and even as like a young child, he would have to fight in order to survive.
He
And
also
he would just
And this
as,
is a Primarch baby, not a regular baby.
as he was growing up, he made the rules, the laws even stricter. So, like, if you mispronounce something in low Gothic or whatever, you were like strung up by your skin.
Oh, who tried to commit suicide? Conrad stopped her from committing suicide and then brutally murdered her because suicide was the law.
oh,
Yeah, that is,
And,
that is the thing.
I believe I forget which book it is, but like Conrad Kurz also had like psychic visions in his dreams.
Yeah, Conrad is a
things that would
psyker.
come-
A very Magnus knew
He saw
about
the
it.
future a lot. In fact, he
Yeah.
was the one who fought the lion, and the lion was able to change his attacks because Conrad could see his attacks coming.
Never. I just thought of it. He's a Koya, but even worse.
Oh, yeah, that's not very good. Get him out of there.
So he led a legion called the Night Lords, who have really fucking cool armor. And can you guess what their specialty is?
Being more, you know, oh, my justice guys, right?
No,
They're
their
terror-
specialty
No,
is terror
they
tactics.
they are terrorists, and in fact, he
They
will
have terror weapons.
arguably hate his legion the most out of any Primarch.
the
He
big
really
thing
liked
that-
Sevatar. He thought he was
Yeah.
cool.
The big thing that like
Yeah,
that
he was cool.
in game, there was I think from 7th edition in the Traitor Legions book, there was a relic that was like a Voxcaster, but it was described as it was hijacking the enemy's communications, and they would just hear their comrades being tortured constantly. So like it's also just they deal against morale.
I mean, it's a good weapon. The Night Lords barely had to fight, so
Yeah,
Oh
they're
yeah,
more
I
about
guess he
service
kind of is like
break.
the Punisher, but even worse.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically if the Night Lords showed up in your fucking system and was like, hey guys, any problems? No. You sure? No problems whatsoever. Okay.
Why not?
Cause if
Why not? Give us problems.
if you
'Cause you
fought
don't want
the
to be
Night
flayed and then have your
Lords,
skin cut
they
up.
would fucking skin your entire population alive and fucking wave their skin around as flags. The Night Lords were so
Awesome.
fucking terrifying that no one wanted to fight them.
Even other legions didn't like fighting along. Even like when the heresy occurred, other traitor legions did not like fighting alongside
They were
them.
like, fuck this shit. Oh my god.
There was groups.
and also they barely used chaos as a full-on legion.
they had a lot of beef with the legionnaires and Night Lords would constantly get into fights with other legions.
I feel like it is a mark of unfathomable hubris that the Emperor saw this, like he fucking found Conrad and didn't think, yeah, this will lead to problems later.
Yeah, especially me not treating him like a human or trying to help cure his psychic issues, or the fact that his entire legion's made up of criminals.
Well, I think the
Well-
Emperor, if you hear the theory about how the Emperor knew that half the Primarchs were gonna fall, he was like, I can get rid of Conrad.
He was like, this guy's not worth the trouble. Wow, thanks, Dad.
Well, the Emperor could have actually helped Conrad and be like, son, you're no longer crazy. But the Emperor was like, nah, I don't really need to spend time with him. He'll be loyal.
See how it worked out for the other son, Angron.
Oh yeah, speaking of
Oh,
Angron.
Angron.
Angron was a guy that got thrown onto a planet with slave gladiators.
Yep.
So they would fucking rewire your brain to just be fucking angry at shit all the time. And you would fight each other. Though, of course, Angron being a fucking Primarch absolutely butchered everyone.
To the point where
And-
the sand in the pit was stained red.
Right, and he led a slave rebellion against the people that owned the planet. But the Emperor just kind of had his legion show up and just teleport him off the planet while he was in the middle of doing that.
While all his friends were dying.
Yeah,
And then all his friends died.
yeah. As you can
Because the
imagine,
Emperor
that
was
didn't go
like,
over too well
"True,
with
I
him.
had to talk to him."
So,
There's
his legion, the World Eaters,
They were originally called the Warhounds.
yeah,
and then
originally called the
Warleaders.
Warhounds. They were trying to go and talk some sense into him, so they just kept sending their company captains, and he just kept fucking killing them every time they sent one of them in there.
Yeah, it wasn't until Karn went and kept
Until this one guy named Karn goes in there, and just kind of
Who's
lets
the sword guy?
Angron.
Yeah. He just lets Angron beat the shit out of him.
He just lets Angron beat the shit out of him. He just lets Angron beat the shit out of him. He just lets Angron beat the shit out of him. He just lets Angron beat the shit out of him. He just lets Angron beat the shit out of him. He just lets Angron beat the shit out of him. He just lets Angron beat the shit out of him. He just lets Angron beat the shit out of him. He just lets Angron beat the shit out of him. He just lets Angron beat the shit out of him. He just lets Angron beat the shit out of him. He just lets Angron beat the shit out of him. He just lets Angron beat the shit out of him. He just lets Angron beat the shit out of him. He just lets Angron beat the shit out of him. He just lets Angron beat the shit out of him. He just lets Angron beat the shit out of him. He just lets Angron beat the shit out of him. He just lets Angron beat the shit out of h and then is basically just such a
And
cool
Gron
dude.
starts laughing.
Yeah, he makes
He's the-
Angron like him. And then Angron's
Yeah.
like, fuck it, fine, I guess I'll lead this fucking legion.
You're now the world eaters, by the way.
Yeah, you're now the world
Not the
leaders.
warhounds.
Now, is it the implants that are slowly driving him insane? I believe they were doing that, yes?
It's,
Yeah.
It's also killing him.
Yeah, that too.
Normally, his implants to a normal person would be like, "I'm just really angry."
Oh,
For
and
him,
then,
it's like,
uh,
I'm
Oh yeah,
super
of
angry
course.
and
Those
are
things that he
dying."
has that look like dreads are not dreads, those are the implants, he would actually be bald.
Ah,
he
eek.
also, when he finally decided to lead his legion, he made it mandatory for every single one to get the butcher's nails implanted.
So now everyone has to have mental illnesses like me.
If
God
you're
damn.
gonna fight alongside me, you must know my pain.
So,
You'll get nails in your fucking brains. Come here.
the second to last Primarch that's found is Corvus Corax, who is fucking Space Edgar Allan Poe.
But even more depressing.
Even more depressing. He is the
He
biggest.
Oh.
He is the most edgiest of the Primarchs,
Well, not
and that
edgiest.
includes the
He's
traitor
the-
Primarchs.
He is the angstiest.
Angst and edgy are
The
two different things.
angstiest emo boy to ever grace
He-
the legions.
He literally becomes a demon without becoming a demon.
Yeah, he can just do that somehow.
He just turns invisible.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Okay.
he's big stealth. He's John Stealth. He's the sneakiest lad around.
Yeah.
And he can turn invisible and hide
Yeah.
when he's like 12 foot tall guy in armor. Like, hey, do you hear something bad, man?
He's also really, really fucking strong. He beat the ever-loving fuck out of Lorgar on at least 2 occasions.
Well, Lorgar is
I
considered
think is honestly the weakest Primarch.
But
physically.
still a Primarch.
yeah.
Hmm.
Yeah, still a Primarch. Like, he's the weakest Primarch, but he's still a Primarch.
Right.
Comparing Lorgar to the others isn't really fair.
So, the last of the Primarchs to be found is Alfarius,
And
also known as
Omegon.
Omegon, also known
Omegon,
as Alfarius Omegon, because
anything to do with the Alpha Legion is confusing.
right. So
like-
the Alpha Legion's weird because Alfarius and Omegon are 2 people. They are 2 Primarchs.
They should, but they.
They're twins. They
and it.
are both only the size of Space Marines, so they're shorter than the other Primarchs. And
Yes.
They make everyone in their
Everybody says-
legion look exactly the same as them. So no one knows who the fuck is Alfarius.
wow. A great planning, guys.
No
It's-
shit.
it's-
We don't know if he's actually dead or not because we don't know
No,
if
we
he was.
know.
Oh, he was
He's
killed.
been killed by Dawn. He's been killed by a whole bunch of different people.
No, no,
He
we
could
know.
actually be dead, but it could be Omegon.
No, we.
Omegon could have died, or Alfarius could be already dead. Omegon could be around. It could not be traitors. That is confusing.
Right.
Okay, we
yeah.
know.
It is
All right, we
confusing
know
on
that
purpose.
Hold on. We know that Alfarius is dead because in one of the
We
books.
don't even know if this image that Misc put up is actually Omegon or Alfarius, or even just a regular Space Marine.
Their whole
The-
thing is infiltration and deception.
Yeah.
So no one
Yep.
fucking knows what's going on with them.
Awesome.
As I was gonna say, we do know Alfarius, the real Alfarius, is KIA because in one of the books, it takes place from Omegon's point of view
Hmm.
that he could sense that his brother is dead. Like he knew that he's dead now,
All right.
and then he takes up the title. Of
Now that we've gone
Alfarius.
over all the Primarchs, we're gonna talk about the heresy. But I'll be right back in a minute. I gotta go to the bathroom.
Have fun.
Uh,
He's
So
gonna
this is
drown.
fun, but I have class in the morning.
what do you mean he's gonna drown?
So
Don't worry about it.
This is a fun little.
I heard
stream.
somebody say that Misc is gonna drown.
Don't worry about it.
Don't worry about it. Nevi just says things.
Yeah.
No, I have purpose. Every single thing I says has purpose.
Yeah.
Be it
Anyway,
intentional or not.
This is a fun
So-
little stream. I've got
Sleep
class in the
well.
morning, so I'm gonna dip.
Or else.
But see you
Sleep
guys.
well.
This was fun.
Damn.
A good
Yeah.
one.
Alright.
Yo, they're gonna die. I mean,
So Neve,
yes?
can you tell who these Primarchs are from the images? Or
I'm like, based on what I haven't tuned out for, like, Dread Sky, obvious, Angsty one, I'd assume is like a third on the second row. The Golden Child, it's, or Salamander, whatever, fourth and fourth. Rest, kinda
I can name
zoning
them all
out.
off by heart.
Good. And I guess those, twins were the ones that are just being talked about, I guess.
yeah,
Yes, Alpharis and Armageddon. But most people just know that there's only one Primarch, and his name is Alpharis Armageddon. But there are two Primarchs, and Alpharis may have been a traitor, but Armageddon may still be loyal. But Alpharis became traitor to be loyal.
Well, they're
that's why I said they're confusing on purpose.
Yep.
They make
It's
God
literally like,
whoa.
how can
Are
we
they
make
traitors? You want to continue, Wave?
Oh, I thought you said something.
I was just saying, are they traitors? Like, are they
Are
not?
they not?
Thing?
And plus, they could be the most powerful of the traitor legions. They could be. They could have had the least amount of members. Nobody knows. Their whole point is literally like, how can we make the most confusing characters in the series? Alpha Legion. Because, and in fact, I heard a theory that Omegon isn't even leading the Alpha Legion. He's like a Cypher. That's a theory I heard. Cypher's like a fallen Dark Angel who's just like all around, who's like the most sneakiest of the Dark Angels. But I heard a theory that he could be Armageddon. But so, what's your favorite Primarch?
Your mother.
You know the answer.
I don't know. Mine's Perturabo, and I know that one's not a very popular one. I just like him.
No. Pretty good choice.
Yeah. He's literally like, he whines and hates everything, but he's also the most effective of the Primarchs. Like, out of the traitors, he's at the end of the Horus Heresy, he's like the only reason everybody's working together. In fact, he was the first one to be like, I hate my allies, I am fucking leaving. After just being like, fuck you, Rogel, by breaking into his palace at, I think, 20-something times, and he's like, fuck you, Rogel. And then he makes the Iron Cage, which is, I think, better than the Imperial Palace. But something I like about Mortarion, even though he's my least favorite, is he made the Imperial Palace on a Chaos planet, but it's exactly 7 centimeters bigger in every way. I just find that fucking funny.
My favorite Primarch would have to be goddamn Vulcan.
He's a great Primarch. He's literally the nicest guy and makes some of the coolest stuff. And he has one of the best lines.
One
When
of them.
Corvus is like, no, not Corvus. Conrad is like trapped him in a labyrinth. He's like,
See?
Vulcan, your teleportation device doesn't work. You're trapped here. And Vulcan's like, this is still a hammer, you know. Hits him in the
Wow.
head.
They made God woke.
Oh, I just remembered. Didn't Perturabo end up
Demon
facing some
Prince?
really fucked up aliens who messed with time?
I think it's they're called the Hashut. No, not the Hashut. That's from Warhammer Fantasy. What is it? They look like Bigfoot if Bigfoot went through a sewage pipe.
That's quite a description. I get a picture.
The Horde?
Yeah, something like that. They
Oh,
can, like,
yeah, no,
control.
it's that. It's that.
Ugh, exactly. Bigfoot going through a sewage pipe.
Now, what was their exact deal again?
I don't know much about them. I know that they're still around at the modern day. Like the Iron Warriors fought them. They could control time. And a fun fact that I know about them for some reason is that their god was the last of the old ones. Who, I don't know.
Yeah.
Last of them.
And then something happened to him. I don't know. But just imagine having the last of the old ones as your god.
That sounds rather unfortunate.
Yep.
Hoorad. Ah, damn. Man, I love making fucked edits. They really did make God.
Like the Emperor sending Perturabo to fight them and not really thanking him too much for fending them
Yeah.
off is one of the main reasons why he betrayed the Emperor.
Yeah. But also he hated siege warfare but he never complained about it. He was like, I hate siege warfare. Hey Perturabo, go do this siege stuff, okay? I fucking hate this.
I hate
Fine.
this.
I'll
They made
do it.
God.
He never complained once. He was like one of the Primarchs who always said yes and never complained and like, I'll do it. I think he's a demon prince now, but I don't think he willingly became a demon prince.
I forget how he's described as a demon prince.
I don't think he's been described. Like, I mean, the demon princes are. I mean, the chaos. No, mind
It
blanking.
hasn't been
The
shown,
chaos
but I think
time.
it's been described.
He's
Like
like
he's
part machine, part flesh. I think it's like that. He's been fused with flesh and machine.
yeah, and he's like a giant wall of guns almost, or something.
That's silly.
Yeah. Well, at least he's way better than Fulgrim, who's a massive rape snake now.
Yeah. Yucky, yucky.
Yeah.
Man, I haven't eaten in
Nefe,
like. Yes?
who's your favorite
I don't.
Warhammer Primarch?
Like, if you ask me to like,
Just if you don't remember anything about their backstory, just look over the designs and tell us your
I know.
favorite.
Like, that entire bottom row. You know, that Yeah, that's all. Anyway, I have not eaten in like almost 12 hours, so I'm gonna remedy that.
Shit, we have to somehow keep the stream alive.
Fuck. Uh, I'm thinking.
What's your favorite back?
Faction. Let's see. Custodies.
Very
They're
good
my
choice.
favorite. They're like the Emperor's actually favorite kids. They're like the Primarchs are like, yes, you are my favorites. Not really. You are my favorites by far.
I'll actually have conversations with you and like you.
Yeah, because like the Emperor didn't really see the Primarchs as his actual kids. He only saw them as more like tools, and he only treated them like like they were his kids because that was the best way to get the most out of them. The Custodies he actually liked. He talked to them. He actually spent time with them. And he actually liked them more than his own kids. The Primarchs are like, but that's our dad. And the Custodians are like, yeah, we're his real favorite kids. You guys are just the redhead stepkids. Although I do like Warhammer Fantasy more than Warhammer 40k, honestly. Do you know anything about Warhammer Fantasy?
Not nearly as much.
I started with 40k, but I prefer Fantasy. I don't know. Like, my favorite part of Warhammer 40k is, like, the Primarchs, the Space Marines, and all that. The Horus Heresy is my favorite part, and I also like the little bits of information we know about the War in Heaven, but I like it, but I just prefer Fantasy. It feels a little bit more contained. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
It's not
it's
like
not as expansive. Also,
yeah.
I heard about the ways they tried to end war or
Don't mention it. You know the guy who literally made the best Legion out of them all? Like, every single Space Marine chapter wanted to suck off the Ultramarines because they were the best. The same guy who wrote
the
the Ultramarines as being retardedly overpowered went like, let's make every single character either the most stupid in fantasy and literally have one character who is a betrayer literally stab a guy at the very end who he's supposed to protect so the world doesn't fucking end because fuck you. I want to see what happens.
Look, I just want to reset the world so we can have some goddamn Space Marines in Warhammer Fantasy.
Yes, I like Age of Sigma because yes, at the beginning it was bad, and I can understand after reading the End Times, I was like, fuck, I hate these people. They literally ruined some good characters. They literally just ignored characters. Just to be like, yeah, the world end. But Age of Sigma has been alright. It's alright. Yeah, I don't really like how, oh man, the Space Marines in fantasy, but they're alright. They're not like the Space Marines, they're a little bit more humane, but they also aren't like Mary Sue's where they're like, oh, I'll save you. They do die and then come back, but imagine coming the god of death is like, those souls are mine, and just strips away pieces of their personality. A good explanation I have, no, wait, not an explanation. A good like example for like how this affects them is like a woman who had a son who was corrupted by chaos, who became a Stormcast Eternal, kept fighting this guy for over 60 years to protect. She wouldn't kill him because, well, this was her son. At the end, she purified him, the demon was gone, but she killed him because she didn't recognize him as her son. That's what I like. They're immortal soldiers, but they're not like untouchable immortal soldiers. You know, understand?
Yeah,
like it.
even with the Space Marines, they aren't exactly untouchable. They do
Yeah, I know.
too
They
much
die a
because
lot.
it's like,
I mean, if you get put in the shit that they always put in, no matter how good you are, you're gonna die eventually.
it's been explained like this. In Warhammer, all the different factions are stuff that like little kids created. And the kid in charge of all the other kids, known as the biggest kid, created our blue boys, the Smurfs, the Ultramarines, and it's like they are the strongest. They will have an anti-Iron Man shield thing.
Yeah. Well, at least they're trying to nerf the Ultramarines now, even though they did bring back the biggest fucking nerd in the galaxy.
Bill Clinton.
No, they're prime. Although that'll involve some spoilers for you for the events to come. Although the events to come are basically just, yeah, pretty much all the good Primarchs are missing or fucked in some way.
Yeah. Like Lionel Johnson is
Well-
with a bunch of Jawas. Literally, look up their model. They are literally Jawas.
You know,
Mm.
I don't even have to look that up to believe you. Because if they're not ripping off one property, they're ripping off at least 10 other properties.
They are Jawas with swords.
Neve,
Yes.
what faction has captivated you the most?
Orcs, of course. Though humans are close second.
Orcs just have the most fun in Warhammer.
Absolutely.
Hey, did you guys talk about the Crocs?
Oh yeah,
Briefly.
no, we did mention the Quarks, kind of. I think, actually. Did you?
Yeah, very briefly, but we did.
They are literally like Primarchs. You are my bitch.
Mm.
Literally, they were they were 12 meters tall compared to the Primarchs who are 12 feet tall.
Where did John content go?
Okay, for every 3 meters for every 3 foot is a meter is the best conversion rate. So it's 4 meters tall. A Croc is about easily 3 times the size of a Primarch, and physically more powerful than a Primarch. A Demi-Croc was able to defeat Vulcan.
Look, if they're around us at the War in Heaven, then, you know, they'd have to be pretty sizable in terms of strength,
Yeah.
whatever.
Yeah.
You want to guess what my favorite faction is?
Mm,
Chaos?
Nah,
Just a guess.
the Butt Wranglers.
Necrons.
it's the Necrons. Because
Huh?
oh, hey, cool, skeletal Terminators was a vast ancient history and high tech technology.
And has one of the most
Holy,
memeable characters in the entire series.
has several of the most memeable characters in the entire series.
Yeah, and the guy who literally has a museum full of shit that is like, I steal this. He's my favorite. One of my favorite Necron characters is Tresden the Infinite.
And he's such a
He-
petty little shit.
yeah. He's petty. You wouldn't expect that he's like when Abaddon's 13th Black Through Crusade went on, there was a bell that started ringing that just fucked up all this shit. He went, this is annoying. Threw the bell into the Eldar webway so it would give them as much problems as it gave him. So they're like,
That's good.
yeah, throw it in. Fuck you guys. You deal with it.
Ooh.
Neve,
Hmm?
you
Hello?
remember JMC, the campaign Miscran?
Of course. How could I forget?
You remember uh why am I forgetting his name now of all times?
What they do? What did that person do?
The architect?
Mm, an architect. We had an
The
architect?
Nihilus.
That's archivist, not architect.
Archivist, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. Yeah, Nihilus is 100% just a
Oh
copy
yeah, that's
of
what I thought of, yeah.
Yeah.
I was like, damn, that guy reminds me of Nihilus.
So Misk just ripped off Tresden.
That's what you do in D&D.
Although he
You
is
rip guys off.
actually probably less petty, funny enough. And Neve's character killed this lich.
Yeah. Very, very proud of how I killed that lich, you know. Very,
Yeah,
indicative
many
of the
people have
tone of
killed
the
Tristan.
campaign.
Oh no. Well, Tristan is basically just a lich. When you really
Yeah.
think about it, liches are known for collecting stuff. Neve, say
Yeah.
the line you said as you killed the lich.
I am literally neurodivergent and a minor. God, that very indicative of that campaign's tone. I'm glad we don't have that same amount of players and
Yeah.
a certain absence from the campaign. Cause sorry, but we cannot have any sort of tone with you around, my guy. And now he's no more. Until he almost wasn't. But then we didn't even go to that place that he supposedly made.
How long does it take for Misk to pee?
Yo, like, I, I take it he didn't heed my advice of don't drown.
Damn, I can't believe it Misk drowned.
Rest in
This is our
pieces.
channel now.
Yeah, let's see. So, Gloomwood went on sale, out of early access. You can buy full game now. Well, full quote unquote. Do that. Support New Blood. That's all to say. Until I won't, but you know. I had nothing else to say for today. I live barely. What did you get like a piss injury or something? Ah, help! I pissed too hard. Oh. Yes, you're right now. I bet. That's good yogurt. Hmm.
Ah,
Warhammer seems
Least
very
favorite group in Warhammer.
hmm.
let's see.
Dark Eldar.
Yeah, Dark Elder. Nah, actually, yeah, kinda. Yeah, they're like elves. I hate elves. They're also shitty elves,
They're
so
literally the worst faction. Like, literally, Chaos is better than these guys.
I'll be right back. Once more.
Mhm. I find their edginess a little more interesting than regular old Eldar, but they would be totally boring without the regular Eldar around, and even then, the regular Eldar have some really cool shit
Yeah,
going for them.
honestly, I understand why they're literally the worst, but they're still like they do all this terrible shit to you. The Night Lords would do all this terrible shit to you, but it ends with the Night Lords like, oh, I'm, I can finally die and rest. Eldar, nah, you just become a chair or a lamp or any of that. Imagine being raped, stabbed, tortured for decades, and then you're forced to be like a chair. Just like being like, hey, have you seen my new chair? I'm thinking about selling my chair. And you're still alive through this whole thing. That is why they are the worst. They are literally, like, compared to literal demons, the worst.
Wow.
Heck, even the Nids at least kill you.
Yeah, your body sure does die. Well, they just reuse your flesh to make new, a new Tyranid. But they just let you, they don't let you die.
The Tyranids are very funny.
And possibly, we are all surrounded.
Woo. Well, hey, at least it's fiction and not reality.
Yeah, totally not reality.
Of course, never.
Never.
You know, there's no, that'd be too much to say right now. Why are they pogging? Do you think he got like killed by someone or something?
I'm gonna log off.
Oh, bye bye.
Just, so yeah.
Toodaloo.
I hope he doesn't get injured.
I'm
That's
gonna ping Misc
like he's typed in the
because we
stream
can't
chat.
keep this going.
No, like he has typed in stream chat. He's clearly doing something. Maybe he's making like a piss sandwich or something. He sometimes leaves streams sweet for like 20 minutes or so. Like, I can guarantee you, that's probably what he's doing. He's probably like, ooh, whoa, I remember I have leftovers in the fridge. Oh, I'm so full of leftovers. Oh. Damn, I didn't think chonk or misc would be a phrase my brain would think of, but I regret having the ability to think.
What does
You
what
know, like,
does they made God woke even mean with like Gorthang being
that's me.
Rethang from Persona 4?
Right, that is me attempting to make silly stuff. Like when I make the other image of the Gorthang being uh, misunderstood hero? Is he justified? Like I said, like Gorthang, like his design is perfect for like that sort of genre where it's like, oh, something political happened to this guy. Oh, ain't that political? Oh, well, political in a
Neve, I do not fully understand your sense of humor.
me neither, to be honest. Like, who needs to understand it when I'm suffering that as a sister? Watch.
Yeah, it's usually his sister.
How much would you get on that?
We're both betting the same thing.
Well,
We either both win or we either both lose.
well, the uh,
The amount?
um, uh, um,
Ama.
you know how it is. Uh, what if we bet on something else, right? Since I've already bet on a sister, even if you think it's the right choice, and it probably is, you have to bet on something else. First come, first served. You know, all four of you, right? All four spectators to this waiting game. How do you think Misk is being eternally tortured? My bet is on his sister, right? To being like, oh, someone's died. And what if that person's killed Misk? What if the occasional green light around Misk's mic is, you know, him being stabbed to death by that viewer? I put money on it. And by money, I mean nothing. For,
We all know the Scottish do not have money.
yes, that's true. Also, I don't want to be irresponsible. Like, I'll pretend to be, but I'm not. Trust me on this one. Okay, maybe I'm not exactly responsible, but I'm not alike to an extent where it's, irresponsible. I make sure I put a sizable amount in savings before, spending.
By the way, Neve,
Yeah?
is this sort of thing fine?
Oh, let's see. Oh, heavenly, you're in there. Oh, I don't have the podcast roll. Let's see. Let's give you that so you can get in here. Oh, yes. That's fine. Like, we've had
That's
five
fine
rolls.
for the Okay, good.
Yeah, we've had five or several dicks in the roll 20 before. So, like,
No, I meant as a part of the another reason why Necron supremacy exists.
hey, heavenly.
All actions are flesh meets sex.
Flesh meets flesh meets flesh. Oh, we heavenly rest in pieces. Like, I had a guest star for a second. 1 minute of infinite the internet fame. And by fame I mean four. Four people who already knew you existed probably due to the chat happening can know you exist. Misc hasn't said anything further. Like I asked, sister? Nothing. Oh wait. What if like he's having a really bad time in the toilet? Like, that's a bit gross, so I didn't want to say it, but like it's a possibility.
4?
4, yeah, hello. We were wargaming, but the person progressing went to piss, but is now quote unquote suffering. And
I see, I see.
Ellie,
The endless suffering that comes about from existence. A classic.
right?
What, like, come on, people are here for Warhammer lore.
Look, and I can't exactly
I
ride a
am
Warhammer.
kind of casual. Misk was in the middle of explaining like the Horus Heresy and some of the stuff. I'm foggy on some of the details because it's been a while,
All I know
and I
about is
didn't
the
want
good
to
old
take
Warhammer Orcs. That is all I know.
Yeah, that's all I need to know.
Yeah. Have you talked
Actually,
about the Orcs?
oh, of course we have.
the orcs have been talked about. So
Of
have
course. They're
the
phenomenal.
great Necrons.
Listen, that's all I know about. All that matters. I
Yeah.
mean, listen, you gotta respect a society that believes that faster ships are red, so they just paint their ships red and they go faster. You gotta love that. I forgot. What did they believe yellow was? Did they believe yellow
I
ships were tougher?
I don't.
I'm
It
trying to
wasn't gone
remember.
over.
It
Like
was
I know that
might
like
have been
blue
that.
is luck, purple is stealth, red speed.
Yeah, trying to remember if what yellow was.
Hello again, Heavenly. Welcome.
But yeah, and then you also have the classic when they, some people they got their hands on an orc weapon, they test fired it, it worked,
Fucking
they
explode.
took it apart, they were they were utterly confused. They're like, this thing shouldn't work. Put it back together exactly as it was, and then it didn't work.
Because he
I
broke
don't,
perception.
they are terrible.
Gone again.
Vanished, gone.
Like
But yeah, that is the extent of my Warhammer knowledge,
like so all I really need
or
to know.
Warhammer 40k at least.
Like I feel like introducing you to some of the other stuff. Like the I can't remember their name. Uh good.
Then
Like they're
Oh, I know of
oh
no.
those.
wait,
I
the
know of
cow?
various Marines. I know
No,
of
not
certain
Necrons,
event.
no.
Yeah, I know certain
Wait,
events.
were you talking about the Tau? You're saying the good,
No.
the greater good?
No, I was gonna mention the big eaters.
Oh,
Like
the Nids
that, like
or the
I feel like
Tyranids.
if you came into like full awareness of what those were, a TTRPG experience with you might end up very scary.
I see. I see. Also, uh, orcs uh they painted rockets yellow because they believe they created bigger explosions.
Awesome. Ah, ah. My second guess was right. I knew it was a bad toilet
Ah,
experience. I knew it was.
he's suffering from the classic food poisoning, as you do.
I should know.
Damn, he
Right,
had
Bob.
Not
terrible food
actually
luck.
food poisoning though. It'd be
Yeah,
terrible if it was actually food poisoning. Meme food poisoning.
yeah. So, Bob, give
Iron-
me like,
Ironic food poisoning.
yeah. Where's my $400, Bob? This can be in like, small
Okay,
payments
I'll pay it to you.
next life, right?
So that's four
Yeah, let's
hundred
convert
dollars
them.
Canadian conversion to American. That's like 4 cents
Right.
American.
Wow. I'm 4 cents richer. Thank you, Bob.
Well, that's 4 American cents. So that's like
Look,
$40 or something
don't convert them
if
further.
the Scottish had money.
You
Yeah,
convert
don't
it
convert
to
them further.
yen, it's like 1,000,000 yen.
Oh, I'm so rich, filled with money.
Full of money. Gotta love.
I cannot wait until you see late stage historical shit, Bob. It's great. It's fucking great. It's absurd. You're gonna love it. You're talking about bad good luck now.
Should we re-explain some of the different factions for play free?
No, I don't care.
I could not help with that
Okay.
regardless.
I'll
Hey, look,
learn about 40k when I learn about 40k.
yeah,
There's so much
AK
there.
whenever, Misc dumps at mid-session.
Yeah. Whenever that happens, whenever out of nowhere, it's like, oh,
And you're like, wow, I could use this.
exactly.
If you learned about a certain faction during the time of Rena de Arc, well, with Callaway, it would just be, oh, yeah, we're just gonna be using some of that, kind
Yeah,
of,
I
but toned
I'm
down,
just gonna tell
probably.
you now. I don't think Reyno's gonna really ever be used again.
Good.
You know?
They're not,
Yeah, they're dead,
probably.
long dead.
Long dead, long gone.
Just
Don't need
like
to be
a
brought up.
lot of people in the Warhammer 40k universe.
Long gone, long
You
dead.
know, that's one of my favorite things about 40k from what I do know, is that, while in the realm of storytelling from our perspective as man, uh, there's a greater focus put on humanity from what I've seen, which, makes sense. Totality focus. And yet they're the bottom of the food chain. They're these hard, metal, badass men, but they are the fodder of the universe. And there's so many of them. So cool.
Oh.
A
So like
part of me likes to imagine at the end of the 40k universe, there'll be one tomb world asleep and just a bunch of nids and orcs fighting on a planet.
the orcs that remain are all those that believe they are God.
I believe I'll be alive.
Because the orcs and nids just constantly keep fighting, and the Necrons just haven't bothered getting up.
Yo, someone should introduce orcs to a casino.
Yeah. Eventually they'll just go like, oh man, I'm gonna win this hand.
No orcs in casinos, please. I beg you.
I'm luckier because this machine is red.
All right.
No,
Or
he said
oh
luck
yeah,
is purple,
No,
right?
no,
this
stealth
card's
purple.
blue, therefore I'll win.
Like look, if they just believe, oh yeah, if I stop slot at this time, it'll land on the 7, then it lands in 7.
Of course.
Oh
Well, they got to get enough people to believe it.
yeah,
Get like 5 you get
yeah.
like 5 people. They're like,
You
"Hey, I'm
just
gonna get
get the
7, right?"
boys.
Yeah,
Ah,
you're gonna get 7. Just collectively 5 bros. They do a secret handshake, and then
seven,
all of a
Wait,
sudden, boom, they're
seven,
in.
seven. And just
how has it not ended?
How they
oh,
just
You
keep getting
suffering.
7. Uh,
Oh no,
how
no.
is it? Oh man, they're
Yeah, that's really bad. Hood. Where'd you eat,
mm,
Misk? Pray
yeah. What?
tell.
What?
what did you eat, Misc?
Yeah,
Very
What
curious.
was it?
Gotta try it for myself sometime.
like, hey, like, you're at that, you're at, like, Clover's, family thing yesterday, right? You think that has something to do with that?
Yeah, it's got a day later.
I mean, you never know. Could take a while to set in.
It could take a bit.
We don't know how fast this guy's, inner workings are.
It was
Frozen
how
pizza.
well, how old was it? That's
Ow!
what we're about to figure out. That's important because
Like,
it could have been like unknown. Maybe it wasn't a fresh pie.
I'm
Man,
just trying to think.
should have painted the pizza purple.
unlikely.
Make it more lucky.
Yeah, purple pizza.
Purple.
Trust me, it won't give you a disease. Trust me. It's just lucky.
Yeah, it's just lucky. What do you mean?
No, purple pizza is the stealthy pizza.
Alright, fuck yeah. Hey, go on, touch this blue frog I found in the rainforest. Trust me, nothing bad will happen. It's just very,
Did they talk about any of the guard regiments?
I don't believe so. Oh, that's it.
Oh,
Professor,
there's some really fun guard regiments.
I think it's in the freezer unthawed, then that's very likely.
It's from a week ago. Leave it in the freezer, you know? I guess it's in the
Like,
freezer. It's a
in the
little.
freezer, that's fine, but like, if the
Not. I
freezer
mean, listen.
broke,
There's a little bit of mix in there.
what
I
what if
guess in
this
the end,
every
it comes down to the toss of a coin, and well, you didn't win that coin toss.
look, looking at the amount of stuff he's like eaten recently, what if it's all the food? What if everything he's ever eaten is bad? What if this is like years of negative experiences
This,
piling
this
up
is
to
years.
this instant?
This is years of Misc eating Burger King. Build it up.
and
Yeah,
I'm
that's
from
just what
Publix.
happens when you eat
Yeah,
Burger King.
yeah. That's what
Wow,
happens. You eat Burger King. Eventually, you just, consistent suffering.
oh, the sandwich I got from Publix is so good, so Florida
Everyone,
core.
I love my public sandwich. I painted it purple for good luck.
Yeah, oh, I lost my sandwich. Oh, that's why Fywin's lost her sandwich in her bed sheets. Because the
What?
sandwich was purple.
Well, I don't understand how that would relate.
No, because like
I thought
stealth is
oh,
purple, right?
stealth was
And
purple. Oh,
yeah,
my bad. Silly me. Teehee.
oh,
See,
silly
I
you,
know
goofy
nothing.
goober.
What was the
oh,
luck one?
Blue.
luck is
Blue.
blue.
I see. I would
Oh,
imagine purple to be more luck, as that's usually, or because that's usually associated with royalty, and if
Yeah.
you're gonna be royal or wealthy, there's got to be a decent amount of luck to that.
Well, apparently, Israel itself is in the chat. Unfortunately, the host, is kind of having a bad, bathroom break. Very unhealthy. Send your prayers, send your thoughts.
Israel, my homeland? No way.
Well, you can meet your very own homeland.
by
What
the
do you
way,
say to homeland
playthrough.
incarnate?
Do
How
you know
fat?
what the orcs use for currency amongst themselves?
I have forgotten. Light.
It is teeth.
Oh, tea.
Tasted.
Yeah.
You, oh, like they have a
So if
reverse
you
tooth
ever
fairy,
need
I see.
spare change, you either rip out your own teeth, or you look at the nearest person to you, you punch him in the face, you rip out his teeth, and you're rich.
Listen, I'm someone that played through Inscription. I can appreciate using teeth as a weight scale.
Oh, is that a thing they do in description?
Yeah, in
Great.
Inscription, what do you say? They just at first it's like these little golden teeth that they put on the scale for weighing, but there's a set of pliers you can get, and you're like, oh, I wonder what this does, and then when you click on it, you rip out your own tooth, and it
Ah,
gives yourself it weigh the scales a bit more in your favor. That's not the
ouchie.
worst one. There's a dagger option that you use to get rid of your eye. Get a big boost on the weight scale. But then you can get a cool new eye.
That does sound rather cool.
Yeah, I love that
Uh,
game so much.
give me like 10 minutes. How long was that? Tee.
Alfarius. Who is this man?
Alfarius?
Yes,
Alpha
that is who he.
isn't that the Alfarius Omegon,
Yes.
the leader of the first Legion, aka everyone and no one. Most confusing fucking Primarch to deal with because there's two of them or now one, but everyone in his Legion looks like him, and they might be traitors. They betrayed the Emperor, but they might also have betrayed the Emperor for the sake of the Emperor.
Oh yeah. I
Bizarre.
think I heard of that one. Maybe. It's
Probably at one point.
bits and pieces throughout time have I heard of Warhammer 40K stuff and thing. that sounds a bit familiar to me when I was in a conversation with a friend who's a bit more into Warhammer stuff, and they were discussing the Emperor of Mankind. They were also discussing what is it? Who's the most powerful human? They were like a vampire, if I remember. How am I forgetting their name? So it was like a V.
Hmm.
I'll find.
Yeah, I'll be back. I need a drink.
Soon. Who am I? It's gonna kill me. Who am I thinking of?
I know who the strongest human is.
Who is it?
It's not the person you're thinking of.
Who am I thinking of?
The meme answer is Sly Marvo.
And who am I? They're like a blonde humanoid man.
Oh, wait, are you thinking of like Sanguinius?
Hmm?
No.
How do you spell it?
Sanguinius? It's Singueus, I think.
Uh, I am thinking of Sanguinius. Thank you.
Oh wait, it's a.
Yeah,
Why
Sanguinius.
did I say
Also,
I?
they. That is who I'm thinking of. Cute. Yeah, there was someone that my friend discussed.
The literal golden child,
Yes,
the best
absolutely
boy.
correct. Where it's close. Yeah, hold that.
Wah, wah, ba, 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 wah.
Oh yeah, and then from that, Horus, and they just went on this whole spiel, and then eventually it's many layers.
Oh, he's been on there for like almost 50 minutes now.
And that's not good for
Jesus,
your ass. So
Yo,
you
that
get
man's
hernias.
not sleeping lying down tonight.
Jesus Christ!
No, he's a plot twist. We haven't heard from him in a little bit. He's passed out.
Of course.
We killed him. Oh, what a shame. Taken
Right.
by a frozen pizza.
Shame.
Yeah.
We will always love you in our hearts.
You will always be remembered.
Until
Someone
we
say it.
die, then
Someone
you
say
won't
it.
be remembered.
Someone say
Ever.
a prayer.
Let's
In the
see.
name of the mum, and my heart will go on.
We have
That's
very
true.
different prayers.
The river got him.
The
Oh
river
no.
got him. What river is he referring to?
Piss River.
What river? I
I,
don't
I
get it.
must. I don't know. I'd assume Piss River or something.
The pissy time?
Sippy time.
I'm now reading through like scrolling through Sanguinius's little document. What a class. It's so long. Like Jesus Christ.
Yeah, I can never get enough 40k. Too much reading large blocks of text with, no other wacky things to look at.
See, this is why I just make my own stuff. So much easier. and it's not like like you can play 40k games. You're not really gonna get too much from them. It's like most games. It's like, oh yeah, you could play it and then learn the lore. Nah, Warhammer, you have to learn the lore and then you could play it.
One of those games where you learn lore and then never touch.
It is far too alien of a world.
Let's see. Things where you learn lore and then never touch. Warhammer and Toho. That's it.
I lived.
You
You
did?
learned-
Holy shit!
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, that must have
I'm
been a
not
holy shit. Oh,
entirely
damn.
sure because
I think
the
a part of
feeling
you
is
left
not
behind.
entirely gone.
I think.
It'd be
think a
like
part
that
of you
sometimes.
left there, you know,
Fucking hell.
down into the
You did?
underbelly of
The
the world.
kind that makes you sweat.
Was it the kind that makes you take your shirt off?
I was basically taking my shirt off.
I'm fighting.
That's how you
I'm
know
fight-
it's a really
Oh,
intense. Listen, something's really intense when you gotta take your shirt off.
It's that
Fighting,
one image.
Fucking shitting.
Do you want me to
that-
send the GIF? The GIF that I had to search around to find? It's a
No.
borderline rule violation.
Please not. It's
Send
that
it to
one
me.
image Rat kept posting during JMC, where it's like, I'm fighting for my fucking life in here.
Wait, Playford, did you just say send it to me?
Yeah, I said you can send it
Yeah.
to me. If it's borderline rule violating, you know.
Don't break the
Diarrhea,
rules.
yikes,
Just
poop. Oh no, it doesn't show up as the GIF
Oh,
anymore.
it doesn't exist.
Oh,
It doesn't exist. 404.
fuck.
You know what? I'll appreciate the name diarrhea yikes poop gif.
Have you ever seen that video? It's from like a fucking commercial or something of this dude just fucking atomic shitting out of his ass. Like he fucking falls off the toilet. It's getting everywhere. Like he's in
Is
fucking
that-
agony.
Is that the one Rat kept posting during
No,
JMC?
he kept posting the Ren and Stimpy one. I'll post the one that Rat kept posting.
That one was
Yes.
still awful.
It's Ren and Stimpy. That's a classic.
Yeah, this one.
Yeah.
I was almost feeling like this. Fucking, if I had shoes on,
Toes
my
pop
fucking
out the
toes would
shoes.
pop out of my shoes. No, oh fucking. I like how I said, oh, I'm gonna talk about Warhammer lore and no one can stop me. Well, apparently the only one that can stop me is myself.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't you. It was your bowels. They betrayed you.
The greatest
Like,
enemy of
Traitorous
man
Primarchs.
is
I
self.
still feel
Inner
them
man.
tangling with me right now. This
That is the taint of chaos.
Yeah, that's what I was
Warhammer.
thinking.
Oh, what part of Warhammer is
Oh,
that?
fuck. Ugh, God, it's painful, actually. I'm in genuine pain.
Well,
Thank
hey,
you. I'm
at
glad
least
that
now-
we can go into this detail.
this is off your bucket list now, so...
What was on my bucket
What?
list?
On his bucket list.
Listen, bucket lists are always long and complicated, having go through both good and bad experiences.
Yeah, look. We never
Listen,
judge
don't be
someone's bucket
surprised
list.
if I have to leave again. Don't be shocked.
No, sometimes it's it's the finisher. It happens.
Yeah.
I thought I had already gotten the finisher.
No. The
No.
finisher is when you think you're done, and then it comes back around.
'cause
for
I-
round.
I had thought
Ever
I was
heard of
done,
second
and then I
wind?
sat there for
A
a minute, and then
second wind.
my stomach started to hurt again, and I was like, oh god.
Wait.
And then
Oh,
let
that's
me tell you,
Cottonwall.
I am not even going to allude to what happened, but I was just sitting there like, oh my god.
Trust me.
Great.
So, anyway, Warhammer lore.
Or his
Yeah,
heresy
where are
time.
Okay, so,
You should paint your toilet blue.
Yeah, for good luck.
Good luck.
the Emperor finds all the Primarchs, they're doing the Great Crusade and shit, they're reuniting humanity. And,
Hooray! Alright, Keithville.
the Emperor has shit he has to attend to on Terra, because he's the
Right.
Emperor. I'm pretty sure it's
So he fucks
mostly,
off?
it's him working on the Astronomicon. And then I think it was maybe also Webway related stuff.
Yeah, no, he was also working on like a webway for humanity to avoid using the warp.
Yeah, Heavenly, this is the power of Nurgle. Oh. doesn't feel as bad as earlier, but no, you know what? It still feels bad, but it's not as extensive of a pain.
The pain that most men felt in the Warhammer universe.
Listen, when she was
Except for
like,
the
"Are you
ones
sure
that,
it's good?" I'm like, "It's fucking pizza. I don't know how it could have gone bad from thawing and then refreezing."
Oh, I found the image Rat kept posting at long last.
Yeah, that one. Classic.
What are you fighting for my life?
I was basically in that position for the last 50 minutes.
50?
Awesome.
How long was I gone? I
Yeah,
lost track of
yeah.
time.
Like 50 at least. If you were for a little longer, like 10 minutes more, I think it would have been an hour or so.
Shit.
I don't remember. I think the last time I was in the bathroom for that long was the last time something like this happened.
When was that?
A while ago.
How long's a while?
I'm glad that humanity's been brought back together by some guy in space.
Yeah, thanks, guy in
Hydra
space.
Cat says there's a Warhammer store by where I live and it's never open. Like, they closed down, or you just don't know when their hours are? Because I used to have a Warhammer store near where I lived, and they closed down because they didn't make enough fucking money to stay open.
I think
A
there was one
Warhammer store or a
relatively...
Games Workshop?
Or, a Games Workshop.
Yeah, I was like...
Yeah. I think there's a Games Workshop relatively near me, but I don't know if it's still open. Because I've not been to that area of... I've not been to the city in like 2 years. I've not been to that area of the city in like 3 or 4. Probably closer to 4. Let's see. Where is that?
So, yeah. Emperor's going back to Terra, and he's like, Horus, you are the most charismatic and popular of the Primarchs. You become the War Master. So now Horus leads the Great Crusade
I was still there
instead.
apparently. Like I was at least there in March.
Interesting. Now, remember that Lorgar guy I mentioned? Remember how he's
No.
big on... He's the Primarch that's big on religion. Guy that was preaching...
Oh,
preaching
that
to the
guy.
Emperor. Yeah. He discovers chaos. Well, I'm pretty sure he had discovered chaos on his home planet, so he was like aware of chaos. But then he started like worshipping chaos and stuff.
That's not good. He should not do that.
And
He
then
should not
ended
go
up
there.
basically indoctrinating his entire legion into worshipping chaos.
As you do.
Whoopsies.
And they were
Hopefully he
like, the
fixes that
chaos
one.
gods were like, man, that Horus guy, man, he sure does seem quite tempting, quite tantalizing.
They're biting their bottom lip, rubbing their hands together. Shee! So good.
Death.
Oh, wow, that's weird. Kinda awkward. I liked having play free here. Oh well.
You fucking sheesh and die. Yeah, the universe itself fucking cast disintegrate on him.
I kind
Upcast
of
to
feel
9th
like that's
level.
how Calloway should have died, just being like, "Chee!" disintegrates.
Anyway.
So,
well,
in battle at some point, Horus gets wounded, I believe, or he gets sick. And
how poor.
while he's dealing with this sickness and being healed, if I'm remembering correctly,
Oh, it's terrible when the universe
hey
casts
play free, welcome back.
Aye.
Lorgar was like, hey, my buddy Erebus, who is one of his captains, I think, or a chaplain, one of his lieutenants, effectively, is like, oh, why don't you go whisper a bunch of demon shit into Horus's skull? Wouldn't that be funky? Let me actually... Fuck it.
It does sound like a wacky prank. Did they pull this prank successfully though?
Let's see here. Corruption by chaos. Yeah, after they took over Ulanor and defeated the Orcs.
Oh, bye, Fred Bolt.
Get it back in here. Post that ambiance.
Sure thing,
Get
boss.
it back! Get the ambiance back in here!
Let's see.
Yeah, first chaplain Erebus.
That is indeed distant battle ambiance.
Wow, is Loop just not a command anymore? I think it's...
It's now just repeat.
Thanks, Red Boat.
Just
Okay.
I was really struggling with that earlier today. Whenever I did /loot, it just didn't work, and I was like, oh, fuck me.
So Lorgar just kind of had Erebus hang out with Horus, and was very slowly manipulating him over time,
Of course,
just
right?
whispering shit in his ears.
Yeah, sweet nothings, you know.
Yeah.
Like, hey, come to my room later. Oh.
And Horus did end up getting wounded. And while he was healing, he was trying to heal. He wouldn't heal from the wound because he had been wounded by some kind of fucking Nurgle sword.
Thanks, Nurgle.
So Erebus took him to some fucking secret lodge with a bunch of chaos worshippers and was like, hey, you know, man, that Emperor guy, he's a real asshole. You know, he just kind of fucking left you out here. And it was just like, yeah, whatever. I don't really give a shit about you, Horus. And just went off back to Terra by himself. Didn't really tell him anything much about what he was doing. Just fucked off.
Yeah, that seemed a bit, mean. Cruel-spirited, even.
And, teleported his spirit into the warp.
Ah.
There he bore witness to a nightmare vision of the future. He saw the Imperium of Man as a repressive, violent theocracy, where the Emperor and several of his Primarchs, but not Horus, were worshipped as gods by the masses. Which, of course,
I
went
wonder
against
why.
the Emperor's word. The Emperor wanted to get rid of religion and said, no worshipping me as a god. So seeing that sort of thing happen, Horus was like, no, this is bad. The Emperor's a fucking liar and a hypocrite. So that's when he's like, damn, fuck this guy. So the Chaos Gods are like, listen, Horus, if you overthrow the Emperor, we'll let you do whatever the fuck you want, really. You can do whatever you want with the galaxy.
Anything?
Anything.
Anything?
Anything. So Horus agrees and falls to chaos. And that's when the Horus heresy begins. So as
Oh,
I
love
mentioned,
heresy.
Horus, very charismatic guy. He's the War Master. He's literally the leader of the Great Crusade right now. Through generally kind of secretive ways, he convinces a number of his fellow Primarchs to join him in rebelling against the Emperor. Now Magnus, okay, that's what it was.
Magnus?
So Magnus the Red, the guy with 1,000 Suns, the big psyker guy.
Right, yeah.
He and his sorcerers foresaw that this would happen, and they tried to do a big psychic ritual to warn the Emperor about it. And that was what tore open the rift on Terra and destroyed the Webway project.
Thanks.
And as you can imagine, the Emperor was really pissed about that. And when Magnus was like, no, you don't understand. Horus has betrayed you. The Emperor was like, bruh, Horus is my most loyal and favorite son. He would totally never do that.
Of course, never. You would never.
Never.
And then he sent Lehman, Russ, and the Space Wolves to fucking Magnus's planet to fucking kill all of them.
Well, hey, this now means, Horus's plan can come to fruition, of course, right?
So Horus, with Lorgar, convince, who were all the guys they convinced? Mortarion, Angron, Perturabo, Conrad Kurz, and Fulgrim. And Alfarius, I guess. to join him in staging a coup against the Emperor. First thing they had to do, purge any loyalist elements within their legions. So they go to this planet called Isfahan 3. They deploy only the loyalists onto the planet to, like, fight some rebel humans or something.
Right.
And then they do a virus bombing of the planet, which is basically just fucking dousing the planet in toxic fumes.
That's
Super chemical weapons.
Yeah, super chemical weapons.
yeah, it seems a bit cruel, who would do such thing?
Yeah, but these are Space Marines. And also, a member of the Death Guard, whose name is escaping me, found out about this ahead of time and warned a member of the Sons of Horus about what was happening, who was a loyalist, who then went and told everyone on the planet about what was going on. So they were able to prepare for it a little bit, so not everyone died. And then it basically
That's
just
good, at
turned
least.
into like a fucking planet-wide siege of the loyalist elements holding out for as long as they can before getting annihilated by the traitors. There were
Mm.
a few that escaped.
A few. I still like to stay.
Yeah. There are several terrible, terrible Chaos Champions that came to prominence during this. Karn did some stuff. I think Karn actually got fucking impaled during this, didn't he? Or I think that may have been during the Siege of Terra. Karn is the, I guess now first captain of the World Eaters. He's the big badass of the World Eaters. There's Lucius the Eternal of the Emperor's Children. He is a very good swordsman. I'm pretty sure he may have been... I think he got defeated by someone there. I can't remember who. Actually, I think it was the guy from the Sons of Horus, whose name I can't remember. Lucius ends up getting a blessing from Slaanesh that makes him effectively immortal. If you kill Lucius, and at any point ever you feel any sort of satisfaction from killing him, you will turn into him. Like mind, body, and soul.
That's one method of immortality, I suppose.
So, if you're to kill him, you just need to kill yourself right away. Or have someone kill him right away.
Or just never feel proud. Always feel bad about it.
Yeah.
Have no one be like, hey, that was the right thing to do. Have no one who will say that.
I've insisted
ever.
that,
Oh
like,
my
oh,
God,
a
Vulcan
fucking
could,
random...
then.
I've insisted that, like, oh, if a random Necron killed Lucius, then he would just be dead forever, but people are like, no, you can even turn into Necrons even though they're not biological. And I think that's stupid.
Nah,
Fuck
he
you.
couldn't. He couldn't do that shit.
That's stupid.
To
That's
a
just like, oh
Necron.
no, he can just... If he dies and no one feels pleasure from killing him, then he'll just fucking possess someone else or something. That's stupid. That undermines his whole gimmick. That's dumb.
That is stupid, but probably with how 40k goes, it would happen.
I wolf like through some fucking super big scheme. We killed this guy and managed to make it so a floppy disk is responsible for this. There, he's sealed away forever.
There you go. Good job. So the vast majority of the loyalist elements are eventually utterly annihilated. A few of them escape back to Terra and tell them about what happened. And that's why they're ultimately able to prepare for what happens. So then, a fuckload of different battles happen. The only other really significant one I can think of to talk about now is the Drop Site Massacre on Isfahan 5. There were several other Loyalist legions with their Primarchs there. I know Corvus, Ferris, I'm pretty sure Vulcan were there. And they were there with, like, the vast majority of their legions. Yeah, let's see here. Who was here?
Jesus.
There were some
Yeah, actually, that was all of
Primarch
the...
on Primarch battles going
Yeah.
on.
So, the Loyalist elements, like, dropped down onto the battlefield there, and then just got absolutely fucking massacred by the traitors. The most significant thing that happens is Ferris Manus, the Primarch of the Iron Hands, fights Fulgrim. Ferris wants to spare Fulgrim, and Fulgrim, I think, gets like temporarily possessed. And
Fulgrim was like a very fucked up guy, right?
Fulgrim is the guy that was like the fucking embodiment of perfection and everything, the big art man.
Ah, right.
And yeah. He decapitated Ferris. So that was the first time a Primarch got killed. That's really bad, by the way, in case you didn't know, because the Space Marine Legions get their genetic material from the Primarchs.
Oh.
So if your Primarch is gone, you can't get any more new genetic material.
Yeah, it's
When Space Marines die, they're able to collect the gene seed from them so they can make more. But that means if your Marines get like fucking, I don't know, absolutely obliterated and there's nothing left of them, you can't get it back.
That's why I like keep preserves of it though, right?
They try to, yeah.
Try. So they can't really do that then.
Well, no, yeah, they generally do preserve it because, I mean, fuck, the Space Marines have lasted this long.
Save shop. Damn.
You know how Conrad de Curse died?
How did that guy die?
Yeah, it seemed like his blade moved on its own. Oh, Conrad Kurtz just let someone kill him. He just let
Yeah, he's
assassin
like,
kill him. He's like, fuck
I
this
saw
shit."
in the past, I had a vision that you would come and kill me, so come and kill me. I'm not gonna do anything about it. And it was like a regular ass human. It wasn't a space marine. It wasn't anyone with like a legendary name or whatever. It was just some human assassin woman who killed him.
Well, not a regular assassin. It was a cowardice assassin. So, like, literally someone fucking born and bred to be an assassin.
True. But that's just a pebble in 40k basically.
Yeah, so it seemed like Fulgrim's possessed demon sword moved on its own and killed Ferris. And then Corvus just kind of disappeared during the battle.
Where was he ever found?
He went off and did some shit after the fact, such as beating the fuck out of Lorgar. That is the thing that he did. Let's see, what did Corvus do? Oh no, Vulcan was the one that disappeared. Okay. Yeah, Vulcan disappeared, but Vulcan's perpetual, so even if you kill him, he just comes back. Which is very convenient, because he's a fucking Primarch. Yeah, let's see here, Dropsite Massacre. Yeah, he's fine. So anyway, that's really bad, because that meant several of the legions got mostly annihilated. Not completely, but seriously depleted. One of the Loyalist Primarchs died, one of them went missing. It was just really fucking bad in general. Now...
Yeah, I think if all of them died, that would do very bad for this series. Very happy and upbeat tone.
Right. Now, various shit happens over the course of the Heresy. Guilliman and Sanguinius basically try to create a second Imperium in Guilliman's territory as like a backup in case Terra falls or something. Called Imperial Secundus. They end up fighting there. I'm pretty sure it's around that time that Angron, who was already a Primarch, gets turned into a Demon Prince.
That's pretty stacked.
You don't say.
So what does he do with this newfound power?
Just fucking fights everyone, including Guilliman. Pretty sure he fought Guilliman as a demon. Here. His new model actually got revealed recently. Let me send a picture of some classic Angron art,
Ooh, let's see.
although it's not in the best of quality.
I've noticed that's a trend with Warhammer.
It's this fucking Google Images. They're shit resolution.
He looks very silly.
I don't know.
Don't you just
Silly is the word I would use for that, but
don't you
sure.
just love the name Angron?
Like,
I
look at that
wonder what
fucking
sort of
face.
emotions he may have.
Like, look at that fucking face.
Joy.
Like, tell me you can keep that serious. You can take that seriously.
What if it was real though? Anyway,
Okay, but
here's
this
his new
isn't real,
model
so
that
it's
got
fine.
revealed recently. It's pretty cool. That's like $150.
Ayo. That's
Oh yeah, he only has one axe because Karn got one of his axes because he's just that cool, I guess.
Did he steal it or was he given it?
I think he was given it. Fulgrim also gets turned into a demon prince.
Ah.
He turns into like a big winged serpent guy. Here, let me send a picture of the Trader Primarchs hanging out. If I can find the one I'm thinking of. It's around here somewhere.
Bobby 2020.
Oh well, I can't find it. But I'll
Happening.
send a
Which
picture.
one was it?
It's a picture of Horus hanging out with the Trader Primarchs, and he's got like Fulgrim and Angron hanging out next to him as demons. Anyway. Let's see. Yeah, that happens. Magnus gets saved by Zinch to an extent, I think. He becomes a Demon Prince. Mortarion and the Death Guard get caught in the warp and get exposed to Plagues of Nurgle, which causes them to be in absolute fucking agony. And this was all basically a trick by the first captain, Typhus, who had already been corrupted by and was worshipping Nurgle. And they were basically forced to submit to Nurgle and worship him. And thus the Death Guard Legion became corrupted by Chaos forever, and Mortarion became a Demon Primarch. And I, for some reason, never got the model for him. I don't know, I just never got around to it. But he's awesome! The fucking Angel of Decay. Let's see. Let's get some real good art of this man. Is this in good quality? It's in pretty decent quality. Yeah. Yeah, there you go. There's that model. And that's what the Death Guard looks like now. They look like shit. But in a cool way.
I mean, yeah, I don't know how that happened to me.
Yeah, I wouldn't either. Let's see. Who else of importance gets
Oh,
killed?
that one with the fucking bell over it looks cool though.
Yeah, definitely. So eventually. Oh right, there's a battle during the Heresy between the Imperial Fists and the Night Lords over some fucking beacon thing. I'm pretty sure it's part of Imperial Secundus. And a loyalist member of Perturabo's Iron Warriors chooses to just override and detonate the thing so that the Night Lords can't have it. And it creates a big psychic pulse in the warp. And that's what the Tyranids see that brings their attention to the Milky Way 10,000 years later. Just an interesting thing to keep in mind. Eventually, Horus and his fleet make their way to the solar system. He gets temporarily delayed because Leman Russ goes to fight him, because he's Leman Russ, and he's a fucking maniac. And he actually, like, severely wounds Horus. He actually almost kills him, but hesitates, like an idiot, and ends up getting really badly wounded as well. So, the Space Wolves end up getting, separated. Yeah, there's Fulgrim's demon form.
Oh, take a look at this one. Big.
Very.
Very large. Well, the Primarchs are big already, and then you make them demon princes, which almost always means some kind of size boost, and then bada bing, bada boom, there you go. Wonder when his
I
model's
just
gonna be
wish we
fucking
had
coming
a.
out.
I just wish we had a good interpretation of Perturabo's Demon
Yes!
Prince
I
one.
really wish we did. Hold on. There's a good piece of art for all the Demon Primarchs' faces that's a bit different from the official models or art of them. But I really like the different interpretations of them.
Oh, I know the one you're talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, here it is. This thing's really good. I really
Weird.
like this version of Lorgar. Yeah, that one. Because usually Lorgar's just like, oh, it's just Lorgar with horns, and then they don't do anything else. Here they gave him fucking goat eyes, and it's more than just bland horns. The idea of Perturabo being like a fucking Terminator, like a big bulky Terminator, is really cool.
Because he's basically a wall of guns now, if I remembered the description properly.
Yeah, the thing with
A wall of
Perturabo is
guns.
Perturabo doesn't worship chaos, but for some reason still got turned into a demon prince at some point.
Oh,
After the heresy, he gets turned into a demon prince.
like he was
He's
like, oh,
like-
all your friends got turned into demon princes. Why not you two?
Yeah, because the
You
thing
know,
with
chaos blows my
Perturabo,
kiss. What?
the thing with Perturabo and the Iron Wars is they're fucking sociopaths. They're very materialistic and utilitarian. They are the guys that utilize demon engines more than anyone else, which is when you take a demon and you make it possess a machine or vehicle. Thus it becomes a demonic machine or vehicle. So for the Iron Warriors, demons are just power sources.
Huh. I guess, like, didn't we
They're just
attempt...
AA batteries.
Yeah.
Hold on, didn't we try that at some point in James C?
Are you talking about the, oh yeah. Well, the
I-
Shield of the Hidden Lord was powered by,
Not just that, I remember like at some point we were discussing, oh yeah,
Oh.
let's make a divine
Oh yeah, no, we were gonna be
weapon.
like, we're gonna go into hell, we're gonna take these demons, we're gonna use them as
oh
batteries.
yeah,
We're
you
gonna-
wanted to have
yeah.
a magical arm that was powered by demons.
We're going to kidnap an archdevil and use it as a AA battery.
Genius.
This surely can't go wrong.
Oh my god, we'll just do that in TOB.
Oh, right, of course, yeah.
Is an option.
One that we'll take.
So, the issue when Horus's fleet arrives in the solar system is there's not really much in the way of defenses there for Terra. You got the Imperial Fists, the White Scars, and the Blood Angels. And that's it.
Mhm.
The Dark Angels had some kind of schism within their own group. They basically got split in half. A group called the Fallen was created. Salamanders are mostly destroyed, and Vulcan's missing. Korvax is fucked off after most of the Raven Guard got destroyed. Ferris is dead, and most of the Iron Hands have been destroyed. Gilliman stuck in his fucking realm dealing with all of that shit there, because a bunch of warp storms and stuff have been caused. Lehman Russ is stuck on Fenrir, and he's still recovering from fighting Horus. So we're kind of fucked. Fortunately, we have Rogaldorn and the Imperial Fists, who are absolute fucking masters of, you know, building fortresses and doing defenses. So you literally could not have had a better group there with you. Even then, they still had, you know, the Custodes, the Imperial Guard, the Titan Legions. Still have plenty of defenses. Being outnumbered is not a guarantee of defeat when you're on the defense. So, various battles happen as Horus's fleet passes through the solar system. I believe there's a battle called the Battle of the Abyss over Pluto or something. And it's somewhere around there that Rogel Dorn fights and kills Alfarius. I believe it's around there. So, first dead Traitor Primarch.
Hooray! Like 5 more to go.
Yeah. Yeah, this fucking fan art. Listen, I understand we gotta do the 4 main Chaos Gods first, but Perturabo is such a fucking interesting concept for a Demon Prince. I just really want to see it. I want to see an official model for him. I would absolutely buy it.
Even if you had to like sell your kidney for it?
Oh, okay, probably not that much. That's why
You'd
I haven't
probably
bought
have
Warhammer
to.
shit in a while.
I can only imagine the price.
I mean, he'd probably be around the other Demon Primarchs, like 150, 160 bucks.
I mean, hey, look, I'm pretty sure like if that ever releases,
It
and
will
everything's,
in
you know,
like 10 years.
look, if that ever releases right, and all of it's sold out, an old friend can hook you up.
Oh, of course, yeah. I mean, we're already... Listen. We got Magnus, Mortarion, Angron. We know what Fulgrim looks like. In fact, haven't we basically seen a prototype for his model or something? I could have sworn we have. I imagine we'll save... I don't know if we'll save Lorgar for last or not, because Lorgar's the most important of the Traitor Primarchs. Because he's the one responsible for fucking everything. Horus's fleet arrives at Terra. The biggest, greatest battle in all of history happens. Various drama occurs. Who was it that made questionable decisions? Lorgar had attempted a coup against Horus when he was wounded and basically comatose after fighting Leman Russ. So, as punishment, Horus was like, Lorgar, you and the Wordbearers are the rear guard, which means in a siege, you're basically doing nothing. Fuck off.
Wow.
Then, as the battle was going on, for some reason, Horus was like, hey, Perturabo, step back, Mortarion's gonna handle the rest of the assault. And Perturabo, being the spiteful asshole that he is, was like, fuck you, and just left with almost all of the Iron Warriors. Like, just fucked off. And then Horus had, like, part of the fleet fucking chase after him for it.
What do you mean he's leaving?
And, this allowed some of the Dark Angels to get to Terra, basically give out a hail for some of the Ultramarines and the Space Wolves to get to Terra, though they didn't really get there soon enough to really change anything. Did Sanguinius fight Angron? Who fought Angron? Did anyone fight Angron? Someone had to have fought Angron.
I forget who fought Angron, but Angron has had the shit kicked out of him.
Yeah, the funny thing is, Angron is the, like, mad berserker of the Primarchs, but he is not nearly the strongest of the Primarchs. Like, he gets his ass kicked by quite a few of them. Just gets fucking washed.
He has made a lot of money.
What does that mean?
He has been employed a lot.
Oh, I see. Yeah, he gets a lot of jobs.
Wow, Steve
He's
Jobs?
been jobbed quite a lot.
How embarrassing for the one who's the fucking...
Gladiator.
The fucking gladiator champion of the god of war.
Also, shit. This fucking Fulgrim design.
Yeah, that looks great.
Thing that I...
Though that's definitely a fan
That's
model.
fan.
Yeah.
That's a fan model. But holy
Tremendous,
shit.
Though he should have more armor, I think. Probably should be a little brighter. A little more flamboyant, you know? Sanguinius single-handedly defends one of the gates to the Imperial Palace, as in he fights like an entire fucking army by himself. And I mean like
Because
thousands upon thousands of Space Marines. By
remember,
himself.
the Imperial Palace is huge.
The Imperial Palace is like the entirety of Antarctica, I think. It's a fucking continent-sized structure.
And so, when a part of it's being broken into, it's not, oh, like 10 guys rushing through. It's probably closer to 100 or so.
It's probably closer to like 10,000.
Probably, actually. Probably closer to a couple
Now,
thousand, probably 10,000.
what ends up happening, for some reason, is Horus, maybe perhaps in some last act of desperation, lowers the shields on his flagship, which allows teleportation onto the ship. So the Emperor, Sanguinius, Rogaldorn, and a bunch of Custodes, Space Marines, and Imperial Guard teleport onto Horus's flagship, the Vengeful
Right.
Spirit, to go fucking kill him, because that's the only way this is going to end, is if they kill Horus. Unfortunately, for some reason, they all get...
He escaped.
No. They are
No?
not teleported on altogether. They are just scattered about the ship. And the first person to encounter Horus is Sanguinius, who is kind of tired from fighting an entire army by himself for a while, and also doesn't want to kill his brother. So he fights Horus, and Horus kills him.
Saddened.
So, you know, Horus kills the traitor, the golden child. The two golden children fight each other, and, well, none of it goes well at all.
I mean, that's what you expect when, you know, two golden children fight each other.
That's true. Now, we've reached the point where I can send you what is like, you know that fucking famous painting, like the creation of Adam or whatever? You know,
Yeah.
God reaching down and touching the finger of man. This is the piece of art for Warhammer. I'm pretty sure this is the single most iconic piece of art for Warhammer.
The Warhammer?
Yeah. It's the Emperor facing off against Horus.
Ah, I see.
So, the Emperor gets there, he sees his son Sanguinius has been killed. Horus has basically become a fucking avatar for the Chaos Gods. Like, he's basically just being piloted by all four Chaos Gods, so he's very fucking strong. And they fight each other. And even though he's the fucking Emperor, Horus is empowered by the Chaos Gods, and also, he doesn't want to kill his son. Even after all of the really terrible, fucked up things Horus has done, he doesn't want to kill his son. So Horus kind of beats the fucking shit out of him. He beats the Emperor. Like within an inch of his life. And before he can deal the death blow,
Right?
something happens that for some reason GW has repeatedly retconned to make less and less cool every time. Someone steps in the way to protect the Emperor from Horus. Do you want to know who does it?
Who?
Oh, just some random Imperial Guard.
Just a random schmuck human.
A random normal human being.
Right, is this the initial version or like
This is the
several times
initial
retconned?
version.
That is good.
Every time GW retcons, it's like, oh, it was a fucking Space Marine, oh, it was a Terminator, it was a
No,
Custodes.
no.
Fuck off.
No, it was a random normal person, GW. Doesn't matter what you say. It's always just John Normal.
Who saves the world?
It's this random, nobody human steps in front of this fucking thing on the left over here, right? this walking demigod embodying evil who just defeated the living god of humanity, and he's just like, no, I'm not gonna let you kill him. So Horus fucking obliterates him out of existence.
However,
I mean, what else could happen, really? But that,
nothing.
this just callous indiscretion for such an act, is the last straw, and the Emperor is like, okay, there's really nothing I can do now. So he summons up all of his power and just fucking erases Horus from existence.
Horus's Legion has tried to revive him many times.
Yeah, the problem is the
They've
Emperor
all
used his
failed.
power. He literally deleted Horus's soul from existence.
Gone for good.
He purged him from existence.
That's until, like, you know, yeah,
No,
get
no,
your
no.
orcs so
He,
they
he
can,
is the one character who will not come back.
Because he can't. His death is too important for him to come back.
Like, literally, every other character in the canon, you can make an excuse as to some dumb bullshit as
You
to
can
how
even make
GW can
Sanguinius
bring him
come
back.
He technically has. Not literally, but there's like the fucking Sanguinor, which I guess is like a... Seems like another Imperial demon of some kind. Oh right, Sanguinius being killed, his psychic death scream has afflicted his legion with something called the Black Rage, which is just them going blood mad and insane.
Ah,
So now they all have to deal with that. But the Emperor...
yeah, they're probably all dead.
No, they're still around. The Blood Angels... Actually, the Blood Angels have done quite a bit of stuff. They actually recently helped fend off a Tyranid hive fleet. One of the most popular Space Marines is... I don't think he's the chapter master, but I think he's like one of the captains of the Blood Angels, right? Whatever rank Dante has.
Thank you, angry guys. Hope we get therapy soon.
So with that, the Traitor Legions retreat because, well, Horus is fucking dead. What are we gonna do? Horus is fucking dead. The War Master's dead. But the Emperor is grievously wounded. Like, horribly fucking damaged on the brink of death. So they have to go slap him on the Golden Throne, which was a thing he was already building to, like, power the Astronomicon. Now they have to put him on there.
Oh, that thing.
Yeah, and there
And
he is.
this-
There's the current modern day Emperor. After 10,000 years of just sitting on the throne.
Wow.
Our beloved
That's-
Corpse Emperor.
Mm-hmm.
Really, taking a turn for the worst.
Yeah, quite the glow up, huh?
Wow, this is me, during Hot Girl Summer.
He's still alive on there.
Oh yeah, no, he's still alive.
Oh, I love being psychic.
This creates the ultimate irony in that him being kept alive is stopping him from being able to be reborn as being a perpetual or whatever.
Yeah. They're not allowing him to die, and thus he cannot be reborn.
Well, like, look, whenever he
And-
does die and a lot of bad things happen, he can be reborn. Yay!
Yay!
Everyone's happy.
He also acts as a
Yeah.
beacon for people when traveling through the warp. Like their psychers see the Emperor's light. He also keeps the Eye of Terra from growing any wider and so forth.
Right.
So there is actually still good reason to keep him alive despite that.
Now, for various reasons, the other Primarchs end up disappearing at various points. Gilliman has his throat slashed by Fulgrim with Poisonous Blade and has to get thrown in stasis. Leman Russ is looking for something to heal the Emperor. Corvus is just going to beat the fuck out of Lorgar. which he's done like twice by now, but he just keeps doing it.
Look, it's Logar.
He
You have
deserved
to
it.
beat him up.
Dorn just kind of disappeared. We don't know where he is. Jagged Icon is in the webway, just fucking chasing around Dark Eldar. The Lion is asleep inside the Dark Angel's fortress, but like he's just asleep in there for some reason. He just hasn't woken up. And we don't know where Vulcan is. Vulcan shows up a bit later in something called the War of the Beast, which is when a bunch of really intelligent orc just kind of shows up and wages war with the Imperium and almost wins. Now after the heresy, Gilliman wrote a book called the Codex Astartes, which was something to help prevent the heresy from happening again, which basically made it so there are no legions. All of the legions are divided up into chapters of 1,000 Space Marines. So you can't ever have like a single person leading such a massive force of Space Marines ever again. And all of the legions are broken down into successor chapters, including like a chapter that carries on the name and heraldry of the original legion. So all of the original loyalist legions have a respective chapter. So, you know, you still have an Ultramarines chapter, you still have Space Wolves, Blood Angels, Imperial Fists, things like that. Then they have a bunch of other successor chapters. So the Imperial Fists have the Crimson Fists, they have the Black Templars, who are fucking lunatics in an entertaining way.
Oh, good.
Well,
just like me for.
So now the Space Marines have become much more diversified, but all of their individual forces become much smaller, and since all of the fucking Primarchs have disappeared, they have to keep recycling their gene seed, which means if it's lost, it's lost. Forever. Now, over the course of the next 10,000 years, humanity starts worshipping the Emperor as a god, because that's basically what he is to them. And there's not really anyone around to tell them to stop doing that. So the Emperor's here, stuck in a state of living death on his big fucking chair, as basically his entire vision for humanity collapses around him. And the vision Horus saw of the future comes true. Oh, and Lorgar got what he wanted, I guess. Because now everyone worships the Emperor as a god. The God Emperor of mankind.
Hey, what are we not supposed to do again? Oh, yeah.
So, a lot of shit happens, but I'm just going to tell you about the stuff that's happened recently, because there have been actual plot progressions recently. After Horus died, the Sons of Horus get taken over by the captain of the First Company, Ezekiel Abaddon, who comes to be known as Abaddon the Despoiler. He gets made fun of a lot because he and the now renamed Black Legion have led 13 Black Crusades. None of them really achieved much, except retroactive things. So he basically waged like 13 wars and lost the first 12 of them. He is a sick as fuck model though, so I'll give him credit for that.
Wait.
His new model is sick as fuck. He was often called Abaddon the Armless because on his old model the arms just kept falling off all the time.
That's good.
Yeah, this is the man. I actually considered buying this model because it's just, well, I mean, look at it. He has Horus's Talon, so that big Talon thing that Horus has, the big gauntlet, yeah, he took that. He wears that now.
Oh, and that's like a future version of the Moonlight Greatsword.
Oh yeah, that's his
Kinda.
demon sword Drachnian, or whatever it's called. His sword is possessed by an actual demon. That actually happens a lot. There are a lot of demon swords. So he's the new War Master of Chaos. And towards the end of the 41st millennium, he managed to destroy the pillars or whatever, the pylons on Cadia that were stopping the Eye of Terror from expanding by just literally fucking blowing up Cadia. Which caused the Eye of Terror to turn into a giant fucking rift that has basically split the galaxy in half.
Didn't he have like some crazy ship for that?
Oh, his planet killer? Yeah. He's had that for a while though. Yeah, he has a big spaceship that can blow up planets, which is, well, not that crazy, all things considered. But I think it's the only one that just explicitly blows them up, as opposed to just fucking scouring all life from them. So Cadia explodes, and the Imperium's like, oh, we're fucked. Good night, Play Free.
Right.
First line of defense is gone, Cadia's fallen, the Eye of Terror is expanded, basically half of the Imperium's cut off from the Astronomicon, chaos is everywhere, we're gonna fucking die. Yeah, classic Abaddon art there. Abaddon really wants to take over Terra, or destroy it or whatever, just to prove that he's better than his dad. Because of course. Because of course.
That's the story of 40K.
Actually, yeah, that is the story of 40K. Everyone just wanting to be better than their dad. Wow, it's just like pottery, it rhymes. That's incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
I'm gonna assume Neve is still listening despite being muted. So this is around the time when the Eldar God of the Dead, Iniad, partially awakens, and various Eldar that are kind of like the heralds of Iniad get like visions of shit that they need to do. They understand that they need to form like a temporary alliance with humanity, which is a thing that happens on rare occasions because the Eldar are some of the more agreeable and sympathetic Xenos races. So the Imperium works with them under the most extreme of circumstances. This being a very extreme circumstance. So what do? Well, along with some Eldar magic and teaming up with a rather questionable Adeptus Archmagos, they're like, alright, what are we gonna do to fucking save the Imperium? Like, we need something right now to fucking stop Abaddon and just everything from going to hell permanently. So they find a way to resurrect Guilliman, or, heal Guilliman, who's been in stasis for 10,000 years.
Well, that's a lot.
Yeah. So, they do. And Guilliman comes back. Which means Guilliman is the first and only Loyalist Primarch to return in like the last 9,000 years.
Oh, right, and he was retconned to having set up a bunch of stuff.
Well, he always was a guy for writing a bunch of shit, so I wouldn't be surprised if he had a bunch of protocols for things. But he shows up, he kicks the shit out of Chaos, he goes to Terra, he talks to the Emperor, realizes the Emperor's indeed kind of a dick and very jaded. That'll happen when you're stuck to a chair being dead for 10,000 years. Declares himself Lord Commander of the Imperium, which basically just means he's in charge of everything. Tells the High Lords to go fuck themselves for the most part. And starts a thing called the Indomitus Crusade to just kind of take back all of the shit that got lost when the Eye of Terror expanded. So now there's just a Loyalist Primarch back, again. Which is great, actually. Things are looking better than ever.
Hooray!
Oh,
All's good in the Warhammer universe. Yay, everyone's
yeah,
happy.
well,
Oh,
relatively.
it's not all good.
Now things aren't quite as constantly bad looking as they always were. Here is Guilliman's cool-ass model. And yes, indeed, he has the Emperor's sword now. I mean, the Emperor's not fucking using it. Someone might as well.
His power armor is also now more advanced.
Right, and it helps keep him
And-
alive. Though he's apparently learned how to be without it now. So he's just kind of back, which is great. Do you know why this is great? in addition to just being great for humanity, because it means the
Right.
fucking plot is progressing for the first time in 30 goddamn years.
Huzzah!
The
A plot
Primarchs have it's
progression.
just kind of been, oh, the Primarchs, when will they return? For like 30 years.
Like, 'cause you don't have done anything without them.
Myth,
Yeah.
you, we just gotta be careful because with how they sort of like ended the story of Warhammer Fantasy to move on to basically Warhammer Fantasy Plus.
Yeah, I am
Now
aware of that, yeah. Well, I mean, listen, Warhammer End Time, 40k End Times would probably be the coolest thing ever.
it would be cool, but I'm telling you now, they would make so many good characters do dumb shit.
That's true. You see, the plot could progress without the Primarchs, but the Primarchs have basically been Chekhov guns ever since they were fucking introduced, that have just been there, and they still are. And there's not really anyone who's strong or influential enough to really turn the tide of things except for them. Like, things have just been so bad for so long that, yes, I think we do need the fucking demigod sons of the Emperor to come back and at least a little bit fix things. So that's what Gilliman's been trying to do for like the last 100 years. And now we're in the 42nd millennium. That's why I said the synopsis isn't accurate anymore, because it's not the 41st millennium anymore. They had a fucking time skip. I don't know if that's happened in any previous edition changes. Yeah, that's Warhammer. A very cool sci-fi setting, if you ask me personally. It's full of sick shit, mostly because of the visuals and stuff, but it's pretty goddamn cool.
And because of the mantra of just be extra.
Oh yeah, just be absolutely absurdly excessive in everything. Of course, Warhammer's a bit of a satire, so that's to be expected. Of course, there are a lot of people that don't realize it's satire.
Yeah.
For various reasons.
By the way, when you were explaining all the different groups, did you explain the squats?
Oh, the squats were like space dwarves.
Yeah, and then they're like, yeah, that's actually kind of boring, so
They all got eaten by
we're just
Tyranids.
getting rid of the squats.
But now they just came back recently, under a different name, but they're back. Now all we need are Space Skaven. Do you have any idea how hilarious Space Skaven would be?
Fuck the Skaven.
The rat people.
Oh, those guys.
Yeah, there's no 40k equivalent to them. They also don't have a 40k equivalent of the Lizardmen. At least not a significant equivalent to them. And the Lizardmen are cool as shit.
You can't really do the lizard men in
You
40k.
couldn't do them exactly the same, because in fantasy they have the old ones there still.
Yeah, and it's I still don't think you could do like they're lying beneath, like they're an ancient group
Yeah.
in the wilds. Like you can't quite do that.
Oh, right. I should mention, as you would imagine, Gilliman, being a guy that was around when the Imperial Truth started, was not fucking happy to see the Imperium had devolved into a theocracy.
But you can't really say too much shit about it because it's like, oh, you're just a heretic, exterminatus.
No, yeah. When he came back, he had to give a speech to the people, and he included like a little comment about the Emperor being a god, and it left a bad taste in his mouth. He's like accepted the fact that the Imperial Creed, as it is now, is kind of necessary, but he still doesn't like it. He also doesn't. He feels that the Emperor is probably something akin to a god now, but he doesn't think the Emperor deserves to be worshipped as a god. Because when he went and met up with him, the Emperor's reaction to his return was compared to a blacksmith finding his favorite tool that he had lost for a while.
Hmm.
Essentially, the Emperor doesn't see his sons as sons, he sees them as tools, which is a bit contradictory to some of the previously established shit we talked about like
No,
20
because
minutes
like a
ago.
blacksmith's favorite tool would be given like love. Although that
A
tool part's
blacksmith's favorite
still.
tool is like, I missed you.
You were at my side. Oh,
Yeah, but it's not compared to your child, your son, a person.
It's better. The hammer never disappoints.
Yeah, Gilliman tries. Alright, this crown thing that he wears, unless I'm not mistaken, Fulgrim, who as you could imagine was really fucking butt mad about Gilliman not being dead, possessed someone or sent one of his servants to bring him a crown that would make him... crown or something that would make it so that he would never again feel any pleasure from his victories.
wow.
But in Gilliman's case, it's like, okay, that just means he's not going to do any, like, glory seeking or anything. He is literally just going to do these things because it's his fucking job. So, like, great job, idiot. You just made it so that he'll probably never fall to chaos. What an idiot. Oh, yeah.
Oh my god, he really is just a Boy Scout. It's like, this is... I do this for my duty.
Oh yeah, Gilliman's reaction to seeing the modern Imperium. Why do I still live? What more do you want from me? I gave everything I had to you, to them. Look what they've made of our dream. This bloated, rotting carcass of an empire is driven not by reason and hope, but by fear, hate, and ignorance. Better that we had all burned in the fires of Horus's ambition than lived to see this. So needless to say, he's not exactly thrilled with the current situation. Not really happy with it at all.
I think he'll welcome the Nids.
I'm curious. I actually heard it pointed out, we haven't really gotten to see Gilliman react to a lot of the modern shit, because he's mostly just been fighting chaos. I mean, he helped out with stopping the Nids from destroying Baal, but that was about it, and we didn't really get much of his reaction to them.
There's a whole new load of shit from a fight. Yay.
Yeah, no, for Gilliman, it's like, oh, fuck's sake, more things for me to take care of. To be
I
fair,
wonder if they've informed him about all the different stuff in 40k, because
he had 100
like,
years, I guarantee you he read a lot of books.
yeah, but there's also going to be a lot of different books about different aspects of worlds, the current state of the Imperium, and so forth.
Yeah.
And not everyone knows about factions like the Necrons or the Nids,
That's true, that's true.
or even the Eldar, necessarily.
Oh, right, yeah. There probably wasn't a better Primarch to come back first, because Gilliman's literally a fucking empire builder. He was the guy that made Imperium Secundus, basically turned
hell yeah.
Ultramar into like a self-sustaining region. If there was a guy that you wanted to come when your entire territory literally just got split in half, it'd be the guy who does this for a fucking living.
I would love to guys to go.
Yeah, that's Warhammer. I don't know. Maybe I'll talk about it, more various
Yeah.
specific topics in the future, but like that's all the shit I wanted to go over today.
That was a lot more interesting than I expected.
I'm glad to hear that. I was worried that you'd be really bored about it.
They're space militaries. They fight other space militaries. Oh, but no, that was nice.
No, the Warhammer makes itself not generic by just being stupidly over the top. And
More things
has
to do that.
a fuckload of books. How many Horus Heresy books are there now? Like 50 something?
That's excessive.
Oh, you bet, yeah.
Because, oh, what are we going to talk about? oh, the biggest dramatic event for humans
Right.
Oh,
with
but just
so
like
many
for
characters, so you can tell different stories from different perspectives.
Yeah, the Horus Heresy thing is like the fucking... it's... Horus Heresy actually has its own tabletop game that's separate from normal 40k. It's basically the
Christ's sake.
same thing, but it takes place in the Horus Heresy, and all of the models are made by a different company. And instead of being plastic, they're resin, so they're like twice as fucking expensive. And you have to do different shit to paint them. Every year with the other company, the other company.
Oh yeah, painting them, that's an entire part of the
I have a
process.
friend
To be
who
fair,
owns
the
a
painting is fun for me.
I have a friend who owns a single metal figure.
Oh, that's cool. I think Danny has a metal figure somewhere, but I can't remember what of. Was it
It's
Danny?
of a guardsman.
Oh, that's cool. For the longest time, the Sisters of Battle only had fucking metal models, I think. Like, they just never bothered giving them new units. Did they get new units yet? I thought they were supposed to. The world will never know. Anyway, I'm
That's
tired.
right.
I also wasted like an hour of the stream fucking shitting my brains out, so...
Hey, at least you're now refreshed.
I
Well,
am.
not yet.
I feel relieved
Well,
now. I feel much better than I did like 2 hours ago. So
yeah, did you go get a drink after that?
I had a little bit, but my water bottle was almost empty, and I didn't want to spend more time fucking filling it up. So I'm gonna go drink a lot of water now.
Well, farewell.
Yeah. So
Hey,
you know,
Lou.
Bye.
thank
Shall
you
be
all for
assisting to-
watching. Thanks for joining. Hope you all enjoyed. Yeah, these damn
guys-
kids with their fascist fundamentalist ideology. God damn them.
Farewell.
Farewell. Until next time, everyone, take care. Bye-bye.